एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
We are all products of our time. Never perhaps such words collectively meant their truest as the times that we live through now. Never before in living memory of its 187 years of existence has the Bengal Chamber witnessed a world so united in crisis, created not by wars but by the global susceptibility to a virus of pandemic proportions. Yet, your chamber, as an institution and as a business collective, has worked and stood through unprecedented times brought forth by the viral pandemic and the devastating super cyclone, rallying all of us not only towards survival, but equipping us in being ready for life and business in the next normal. Just as Tagore said, if you cry because the sun has gone out of your life, your tears will prevent you from seeing the stars. The need is to adopt sustainability, adapt new measures, and practice the new economics of innovation-led progress to turn over a new leaf. Again, as the poet said, you can't cross the sea merely by standing and staring at the water. And so, we got down to work. The Chamber's yardstick of operations is usually measured by the number, relevance, and contextuality of its programs and activities. If a chest full of 110 events puts the stamp on quantity, the qualitative aspects of our program-led and results-oriented activities are certified by the way they have been received by the audience, professionals, and stakeholders from different geographies attending in impressive numbers in person before the pandemic and virtually since then. The year has hit us hard, and your chamber rose to the occasion.
চেম্বার অফ কমার্স থেকে আজকে 500 বেনিফিশিয়ারির জন্য ট্রিপল, ড্রাই ফ্রুটস, বিস্কিট, এছাড়া সোলার ল্যান্টেন, মেডিসিন এই সমস্ত জিনিস তারা নিয়ে এসছেন, নিজে হাতে নিয়ে এসে এখানে দিয়েছেন। কিছু জিনিস এই স্পটে দেওয়া হয়েছে, রামগঙ্গায় যে মানুষ যারা এফেক্টেড হয়েছে বাঁধ ভাঙায় বন্যার ফলে সেই মানুষের হাতে তুলে দিয়েছেন। কিছু জিনিস আমার ব্লক অফিসে রাখা আছে, যেটা দূরবর্তী অঞ্চলে আমরা পাঠানোর ব্যবস্থা করবো আগামীকালই। তাদের এই শুভ উদ্যোগের জন্য রামগঙ্গার সমস্ত পাথর প্রতিমা অঞ্চলের সমস্ত অধিবাসীর পক্ষ থেকে, ব্লক প্রশাসনের পক্ষ থেকে সকলকে ধন্যবাদ।
If this was not enough, the sustained work undertaken during lockdown, supporting our government and the citizens was a part and parcel of our operational existence. As the days rolled into weeks, which spilled into months, your chamber embraced the new normal as the new walk of life. The Bengal Chamber, with its managing committee and the expert committees, under guidance of the past presidents and with overwhelming support from the membership and all stakeholders from near and far, embarked on a journey in which geographical barriers and distances were nullified. Digital and virtual became the realities of the day. This seamless transformation of bringing together people from all corners of the globe, addressing core issues of business, health, social and economic aspects is captured in a montage. What we have experienced is that our pre-pandemic and post-pandemic programs may have been held on different platforms, but the intensity of engagement from participants has only strengthened over these 100+ activities. The learnings were aplenty.
We will have to work in terms of taxation, in terms of policies for transfers to the poor. And I want to, though I'm saying that right now we cannot be obsessed with those big long-term changes, we have to worry about that very, very quickly, because the level of inequality we have in India is unacceptable and we have to work on that.
I know the NEP talks about it, and I'm totally in favor of having more of our base foundational education in Indian languages. And there needs to be a way of making sure that this is done even in elite schools. Otherwise, we'll end up with a two-track country. However, while the theory of this is good, the practice of it, however, needs to be thought about from a very basic perspective, which is that the textbooks and curriculums in Indian languages need to be radically upgraded and updated.
The SWOT analysis, which has been done by the chamber, it mentioned that credit is a major issue. Now, with this growth in the credit, which has been witnessed in the state, this is a problem.
The critical verticals of the economy and business were blended with talk shops and programs on a plethora of subjects. Even the Chamber's signature activities were held for a global audience, with participation climbing into several thousands.
we are moving from a consumer era to a post-consumer era. I mean, we had excesses in our lives, in our behavior, in our spending. But now we are all going to look towards for health and a better balance in what we are going to do.
We are doing certain things in order to be part of the region, but not adequate. It's not making the impact because a lot of this is G2G, government to government, not enough P2P, people to people, and certainly not enough B2B, business to business. And relationships today in the modern world are less and less about G2G. They are more and more about B2B and P2P.
So we want to have a national depository of knowledge, national practice for each and every item which is being imported in this country.
We are hoping to advance 5 key campaigns to support the reduction of emissions. We want to support a campaign on the transition to clean energy, and India is leading the world in many ways with its 450 gigawatts commitment on solar energy. The switch to clean transport, and I think there are huge opportunities for India to lead this work in this sector, particularly for 2- and 3-wheeled vehicles. A campaign on nature-based solutions to demonstrate how mangroves like Sundarban can not only, protecting mangroves like the Sundarban can not only help protect communities and help them be more resilient to the effects of climate change, but can also help serve as a carbon sink to mitigate climate change itself. Work on adaptation and resilience, which is particularly important in neighbouring Bangladesh, for example, and other low-lying areas prone to flooding. And then underpinning all of that, work on finance.
2 principal focus areas, especially during this time, are people and health. On both, the Chamber has communicated learnings, best practices, and even advisories over and over again to the community at large, going much beyond the immediate business fraternity.
The concept of herd immunity is when you have random spread of a factor and there is 60 to 70% of individuals who are unable to be affected by that factor, that constitutes herd immunity. And if we're all people and the virus infects people, then whether it's a herd in the US or a herd in India, the herd is the herd, right? It's worldwide, but the development and the speed with which immunity develops, that is locally dependent, right? So wherein we in the United States have taken social distancing in some areas to heart, and people have been in their homes for weeks, herd immunity is actually developing very slowly, but in those areas, infection rates are going down. We recognize that eventually we will develop 70% of people who are immune, and that will allow us to save lives, not just because you infect less people per se, but it's because the resources to treat those people become available when they get infected.
Life goes on. Setbacks are always temporary. We fall because we can pick ourselves up again. The Chamber believes that lives and livelihoods are and will be the defining features of this normal that we are living through. In this journey, we have focused as much on addressing the business ecosystem as we have on celebrating life.
আবিষ্কারের খাবার এই যে ইনিশিয়েটিভটা, এটা আপনারা সকলে দেখতেই পাচ্ছেন প্রায় উৎসবে পরিণত হয়েছে, এবং এটাই আমাদের ইচ্ছে ছিল যে এত ধরনের মানুষ, এত ধরনের খাবার, এত ধরনের রান্নাবান্না প্রত্যেক দিন এরা করে, এবং এদের কোনো স্বীকৃতি নেই সেই অর্থে। হ্যাঁ, আমরা জানি যে আবিষ্কারায় খুব ভালো খাবার পাওয়া যায়, কিন্তু আজকে সাধারণ মানুষ সবাই বাইরে থেকে এসে সবাই মিলে খাচ্ছে। বেঙ্গল চেম্বার অফ কমার্স থেকে এই ইনিশিয়েটিভটা আমরা নিতে পেরেছি, তার জন্য খুব ভালো লাগছে, এবং সাধারণ মানুষ এইভাবে সাড়া দিয়েছেন, তার জন্য অনেক ধন্যবাদ।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी।
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are starting Financial Market E-Conclave. The theme of the event is a journey through chaos and discipline during next normal days. We'll be starting the opening session. We have very eminent guests with us, Mr. C.S. Ghosh, MD and CEO of Bandhan Bank Limited and our former president of the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry. We have Mr. S.S. Mundra, former Deputy Governor, Reserve Bank of India. And the session will be moderated by Mr. Tamal Bandyopadhyay, famous author and the Chairman Emeritus of Banking and Finance Committee of Bengal Chamber of Commerce. And we would request our Chairman of the Committee of the Banking and Finance Committee, Mr. Ramesh Kumar Bansal, to kindly deliver the welcome address. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Arnab. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to extend a very warm welcome to all of you today at the Financial Markets E-Conclave 2021, organized by the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry. I'm sure all of you are looking forward to a day of great learning from the doyens of financial markets. At the outset, I must thank all the dignitaries and guest speakers at this conference who have kindly consented to be here with us today, despite the busy schedules. I'm sure their professional experience will add tremendous value to the deliberations. Well, 2020 has been an unprecedented year, a year of several firsts in living memory. We had the global pandemic, we had lockdowns which we had never seen before, quarantine became a household word, we had the fastest correction and fastest recovery in equity markets all in the same year. We had the sharpest contraction followed by the sharpest recovery in economic activity. We had the fastest vaccine ever developed in human history. And there was an added benefit with the discovery that it's possible to operate a lot of businesses and business processes without actually stepping into office. We can sit at our homes and do it. That's a new discovery we made. A large part of the year was spent in lockdowns in different forms. So lockdowns have had different meanings to different people. For some, it was risking your own life to serve humanity. For some, it was hunger and loss of livelihood. For some, there were work for home challenges. But for the lucky few, it was the good part about it was that they could spend time with family. People could learn new skills. A lot of people indulged in cooking, baking, and of course, cleaning. So there are new skills which people learn. There has obviously been some byproducts of the pandemic, so it's the biggest hit to human mankind, but there's been some byproducts. So there have been conversion of ordinary citizens into economists. So everybody understands economics now better than the economists themselves, it seems. People have been converted to statisticians. People have been converted to equity traders. And the more adventurous ones have also got into online frauds. So the number of online frauds have increased. Now, whilst whatever I've said now is well documented in the WhatsApp, we've been reading all about it, but what remains lesser known is the heavy lifting done by the financial market wizards, a lot of whom are there in this conclave today, to ensure that despite the unprecedented events that we talked about, the financial markets and the economy continue to function and function rather smoothly. This is the lesser appreciated aspect of the pandemic. In the conclave today, we expect to get an insight from the doyens of the industry on how they silently worked behind the scenes to make sure that the economy was adequately supported by a fully functional financial market even at the height of the stringent lockdown. We also look forward to gain an insight on how the markets have braced themselves to not only deal with the economic shock and the stress on various parts of the economy, but also to support the rapid economic growth and reforms that is widely expected now. I will not take any more of your time. We have with us very eminent speakers at this session, and I'm as eager as all of you to hear their views on the subject. With this, I hand over the stage to Mr. Tamal Bandyopadhyay. Thank you.
Good morning and a very warm welcome to the first and the inaugural session. Thank you, Mr. Bansal. You have said that everybody has turned into economist and talking about theories and growth. Fortunately, we have a genuine banker here, not like somebody who is talking about banking, Mr. C.S. Ghoshda. I don't think anybody understands better than him the grassroots, because all of us are talking about the growth would be driven by rural India. And he has, I don't think anybody else can match his exposure to that particular segment. Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, can you?
Yes, sir, it is okay, sir.
Yeah, so I think we don't need to give this kind of introduction. They're all well known, and we have a central banker, ex-central banker, Mr. Mundra, commercial banker turned central banker, and he wears many hats. Again, he understands both central banking and commercial banking. Not too many people can come close to him. So thank you and welcome, Mr. Ghosh and Mundra sir. Next half an hour, we'll just talk about what this chamber is saying, the subject: rewriting the growth story of India, strategies during next normal days. Now, I will speak the least, and you will talk, and given a time constraint, I'm not very sure whether we can take some questions. The latest IMF growth focused talks about 2020 year India's is the worst among the emerging markets, next to Mexico, second worst after Mexico. But looking forward, 2021 and 2022, among the emerging markets, India is the best growth story. That's what IMF has projected. And Mr. Bansal spoken about the remarkable turnaround, and hopefully we would not see any different kind of strands of COVID which will come on our way. So if the going is good, I think the worst is behind us if there is no more hindrance on that. Let's start with Mr. Ghosh. Sir, everybody talks about rewriting the India growth story, and the growth will be essentially driven by rural India. That has been the talk, at least recently. Of course, budget has done lots of things, which is reform taking forward, very bold reform, be it financial sector, be it real sector. But I want your perspective. How have you seen that part of India, which everybody believes that will be the next driver of growth in the post-COVID days?
Thank you, Tamalda, and thank you to the BCCI to giving these opportunities. It's a respected sir, Mundra sir, in presence, and it's maybe privileged for me to attend on that. You are correctly mentioned point on that. There's a rural is a future growth and current growth opportunities for India. I can give the couple of 2-3 points in here. So if we see that the earlier rural, the people are totally depend on all information with a local hut or tea stall or radio. Now it has come to the TV. They can see the total national and they understand about it. And next stage, if I recall on that if I get a one telephone connection, I have been waiting list of the BSNL, and then I can get the telephone connection. Now mobile has come on that. Within an hour, I can get the connection. And the mobile are not used for call. This mobile is now used for all information in there. When they are accessing the mobile, they are getting access to the Google. They can get the world all information and the national all information in there. And very advantage also is there. This mobile has given some Google and other also the local language you can convert and you can read out on that. These all are opportunities now open in a rural people, which they can be access the information of the state and others with the local language. That is a one side, the very good opportunities open. so that they can be also contribute to the rural economy. The point is the next on that, who will if it is say the easy doing business, yes, easy doing business has a need the credit support to them. And who will give the credit support to the rural India? So banking industry, there is 11% of the bank branch in the rural, and bank branch in the maximum time they are not providing the credit. But it is the credit, there is a two category of the people who have a need the credit. This is one category we called as a MSME, and another we called as a microcredit customers. So these are the two type of customers which are need to access the credit. So if we like to focus on that in the microcredit customers, how it can be scaled more in rural, that can be helped more to become a next MSME. They will be maybe the promote or migrate, and that can be created the economy. If I say that the 15 years before, I have been started in the eastern region in Bengal, and that time every people told me, don't start the microcredit, there is no customer, poor people will not repay, everything in there. But if you see that after the 15 years, 50 lakhs of the poor people are taking the microcredit loan. And out of that, the 70% in a rural India. And these are the people, 90% of these people are repeated. That means they are success and they are coming to these next steps. So that should be need to open the credit access of, just given the one example on that. If I say that the total country, 5 crores, the customer, that is in 50 million customer of the microcredit and 55 million customer of the MSME. If I go to the MSME 55 million, and these all are, if we say that the amount wise and volume wise, they are bigger. But if it is said that the 50 million customer is a microcredit, their volume may be small, but their growth trend is coming to one cycle to the another cycle, which is showing that the business is going very good. And they are also created the good of the employment also new on that. If we see that the couple of months before before the lockdown, I met in the customer, and she said that she started with a microcredit small 5,000 rupees loan as a beauty parlor. And if you see, I said that what is the next? And she said that, sir, I have been developed into 20 beauty parlor to given the training. And if you go to this rural India, in the last 5 years, the improvement, and if it is a 5 kilometers you can drive, you can get that 2-3 beauty parlor. How the people consumer demand change is coming on that. Earlier, maybe my time and all of your time as not a beauty parlor is a possible access to the rural people, and not thinking about the rural people, demand will become as a beauty parlor. And they are earning huge on that. So that is a opportunities, this credit getting access, there are opportunities to create the new employment and create the new types of enterprise. We should be like to promote them and promote these industries more. So then the economy also will become to different change. And the 5 trillion economy will be not a very big problem for our country on that. So in that way, we can be like to reach more in the rural, focus the more in the rural, more in the, if we see that the total of the credit in microcredit, 50 million. No, 50% of these people, year on year basis, 30% of these people year on year basis has come new to credit. And if I say that 50 million, 100% from the beginning is a new to credit. And that is, if we like to increase as a India is a bigger number, and focusing who are more in the rural, Indian economy will be like to different in the next couple of years.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ghosh. I think you touched upon two very critical aspects which you never used this term. One is the digitalization, how it is changing the financial landscape, and second is Atmanirbhar Bharat. That's what you meant it. You did not say this in as many words, but you spoke about what is our Indian government's dream or mission to make it Atmanirbhar Bharat. We'll come back to you, sir. But let's get Mr. Mundra. Sir, ex-banker and that too leader of a very large public sector bank, and then central banker, and now you wear different hats. It seems that both the regulator, Reserve Bank of India, and the government, neither of them wants to waste this crisis. They want to use it the way it could have been done, pushing the reforms in a very, very big way. The budget spoke about privatization of two banks, two public sector banks. Something is an anathema. Privatization word has been used, not divestment. Then, of course, it speaks about other things like bad bank and development financial institutions. Reserve Bank of India paper has spoken about allowing, of course, RBI governor said it's not RBI paper, it's a working group paper, but essentially allowing corporate India into banking. So all these things are happening, sir, and these are all part of the new normal reality post-COVID, post-pandemic. Ms. Mundra Saab, your preliminary remarks. What are the changes we could see on the financial turf?
Thanks, Amalda, and thanks BCCI for inviting me to this much awaited event every year. I had the privilege, I remember, of having joined the similar conference. Of course, that was in physical form. So yes, as you rightly mentioned, I think these have been and going to be unprecedented period in every sense of the word, that we have seen the kind of challenges which we have never seen or never envisaged, and we can see the kind of opportunities which could not have been foreseen even a few months back. So that's the right thing. And as you also very rightly mentioned, I think all the players, all the actors in the economy have used this opportunity in a very proper way. So I think the budget as well as the whole passage of the monetary policy and regulatory policy of RBI had been a kind of two things very clearly comes out. Number one, there is a proper tango. So dance could be much more effective, and there is a constant process of building on the blocks, the consultation. So many of the things I think long awaited. For example, now, but one thing is good, and which I appreciate, that nothing was done in a hurry. Whenever there is this kind of situation, there are 5 problems and there will be 7 opinions, and there would be pressure groups. So there might have been many those kind of things. But, the steps were taken in a very subtle and thoughtful manner. So, coming to privatization, I look, 2-3 specific issues you mentioned. Privatization, or what you used to call divestment, now privatization. Well, my personal opinion is that privatization is not a panacea for all the ills. And now I think this myth is long busted, that the ownership changed the behavior in a very, very different ways. We have seen the similar behavior on either side of the spectrum. So that is not the issue. But yes, what I am trying to say, even if there is a public sector character, but the operational freedom and ownership, if these are two separated, it can produce the similar or even more effective result. Because all said and done, the banking environment in which we are operating in India, and the continuous, the setbacks which the global and Indian economy has seen in past couple of decades, I think a assurance of a sovereign ownership for a financial entity makes all the difference, particularly on the liability franchise. Let us not forget that point. So the point is, and there are many examples globally where the sovereign ownership is there, but the operation is completely separated from this ownership. So that could be a good model. But here we have two issues. One issue is about the operational freedom, ability to do this. But the second big question is about the capital. Because if there are growth opportunities and if capital is to be raised, and from a single owner to many entities, supply of credit, there are obvious limitations because there are many claims on those capital from different sectors. So yes, from that perspective, this could be helpful. I would still believe that even if it is done in stages, probably it will have a best of both the world. That you have that sovereign assurance which is coming, and at the same time there are opportunities of operational freedom, capital raising, etc. So that's the one thing which I thought I like to mention on the privatization. As far as the bad bank or the development financial institutions, I think all these are very relevant steps. But the broad intent is really laudable. I think what will be most important is the execution. And we will, again, we will have to be cognizant of the fact that if we talk about DFI today, it has to be vastly different from the DFI what we used to understand in past. So it will be something very different. Here, it will not only be a provider of finance, it has to be a catalyst of mobilizing the finance, but more than that, they provide the management expertise and bandwidth to really monitor the projects and support them. So it will be very different. I think, yes, from the viewpoint of bad bank, we are at a sweet spot because over last few years, the banks have accumulated sufficient provision, and so the availability of capital could be structured in a much easier manner than what we could have thought earlier. But again, the ownership of this structure and keeping it completely, having freedom from the operational viewpoint would be very, very crucial. So to as an opening remark, to sum and
Sir, one more thing, which is RBI, the RBI working group paper about corporate into Indian banking. That's also the new normal.
Yes.
So just give 1 minute on that.
Yeah, I'll just give 1 minute. And of course, RBI, I think, has taken little pains in subsequent communication to distance itself from the working group. But yes, ultimately, it is a paper which will be discussed. I would say that, the truth lies somewhere in between. One, we are talking about the open entry of corporates, and of course that is subject to two caveats which will take its own time. That is the increasing the supervisory and regulatory bandwidth and amendment in banking law. But at the same time, there is a proposal that the large NBFCs, even if they are coming from the corporate houses, can be considered. So there is a little confusion here that whether they can do it without following the prescription in the first requirement. But what I am trying to say, there is an opportunity that you can define the entry level much more finer at this point of time. What I am trying to say in a very short, that there are NBFCs in corporate group which are large, which have been in existence for a long time. What you can define the entry level, that a NBFC which is coming from a well-diversified corporate group and which itself is also well-diversified can be considered in this phase. So it is the best of both the world. And then you can also lay out a roadmap that even after doing this, there is a further dilution, there is a further requirement of distance between ownership and management. I think that is something which would be a good thing for the economy and for the sector.
Thank you, Mundra Saab. So essentially, what you are saying is this: instead of giving, if you are not very sure about it, then don't give a direct entry of a corporate house into banking. But those who have proved their credentials by being in the NBFC sector for some time, have a proven track record and fit and proper, let them get the entry via NBFC route. That's the way to do. As far as ownership is, as far as privatization of privatization is concerned, I think you have some reservations. You want the best of the both worlds, which is unlikely to happen. That government remains the owner for that whatever that support, but at the same time, banks have the freedom. It remembers Dr. Reddy's comment. YB Reddy, former RBI governor, said that it's not the ownership that's is a problem, but how the owner behaves. So I'm sure government of India will listen to you sometimes and behave. Even those who are not privatized, those banks, they would try to behave in a different way. I'll get back to you, sir. Mr. Ghosh, two things two broad stream of your talk. One is digitalization, how things changing, and second is Atmanirbhar Bharat. So I would like you to talk about how do you see how critical is digitalization in the new normal? Because if I'm not mistaken, sir, whatever little I know about you, you are not a great proponent of digitalization. You believe digitalization is important, but touch is more important. I think you are one of those who believes in touch and tech, not tech alone. So have you changed your opinion now? And how do you think it should pan out? Because everybody talks about digitalization. Nandan Nilekani some time back has said that what could have been done in years now in India, it's happening in weeks. And many of the experts believe that when it comes to the payment space, India is probably the most happening geography across the globe. Have you changed your view on digitalization, and how do you see this panning out?
Tamalda, if you see that my stance till now is in the high touch model and with the help of high tech. Bank cannot be run, or financial services cannot run without the IT background. That not means that everything should be a digital. So we are in a, if I go to this, the two example of that. Why I have been talked the digital. I talked the digital, there is an help to the people, consumer demand is increasing. Not as a credit point of view. Credit point of view later on. If you see that the people are using this, the digital access to the Amazon, Flipkart, buying lots of things on that. If they are access to buying something which is not that things is available in the local market of the rural, and they have also aspiration have been developed, how they can be like to earn the money, how they can be start the business, how business can be expand. When business expand, then my credit growth will come on that. So that is the other side also we can be get the benefit. But my point on that, who are the people, if I say that the 30% of the microcredit borrower new to credit, not only that, they have not any record of the credit borrow. I cannot be give the access to these customers through the digitally. But if I say that who are already completed 5 years and good enterprise have been grown and they have the data in the credit borrow, and we are process on that how we can be assess their credit worthiness by digital and given the credit to them, and they can be also repay in a monthly basis. So that is another mood of that. The microcredit, after the 5 years, they will be promoted as a MSME, and MSME is more we are feeling that digitally assess and digitally everything, the transaction also happen to the customer. But till now is a microcredit level, there is a small ticket size of the credit. The customer, those are this business, they are buying their products from the wholesale market is a cash. Nobody get the access on that. The check cannot be allowed, and the digitally they can like to pay, they cannot allow. So they have need to carry the cash. But other side on that, when they sell in the market, if it is a grocery shop, they are selling the grocery product, and the local all people are coming with the cash, sending the children with the money by mother or purchase 1 kg of the salt, and she carried the cash. So the cash flow is coming cash, and outflow also cash. So I cannot do many things for them until they are not come as a bigger, and bulk they can purchase, so that they can be used the internet banking to pay to that of the sellers. So that is the point. So that gradually it will be helping on that the demand increasing of the consumers, And this, the borrower also microcredit level to improve in the next level as a MSME, then more opportunities will open on that, the credit will become in the digitally. And it can be also help to reduce the fraud and the time and cost. Of course, it will be the future growth in rural India for banking and our bank also.
Well, sir, just one minute, if you can add one thing is this. So you want to say that despite all this talk about the wave of digitalization and so fast in warp speed is happening, you are saying the rural economy is still a cash economy.
Correct. Very correct.
You have not seen any change of the pandemic on that on the use of cash
after pandemic. After
all
pandemic, again rural cash transaction have been increased before COVID, after COVID.
Okay, so you don't see any change. You don't see people are carrying their mobile and just paying there after eating or after buying groceries just on the thing. No, on the various apps. I don't want to name them. You are not seeing that.
I have not seen on that much.
Okay, Munda Sahab, taking the digitalization theme forward, how do you see, sir? I mean, in a country like India, what Mr. Ghosh is saying that in hinterland still cash is the king. So how do you see the digitalization? Because that is the biggest theme in the new normal scenario. And would you recommend RBI to consider pure play digital banks in India?
Well, good. I think very interesting question. But I have long been telling that whenever you plan any business strategy in India, you have to have two strategy at least for some time to come. One strategy for India and one strategy for Bharat. And that is a given fact. It is not going to go away so fast. So I agree with Mr. Ghosh. And you know, even if you look at the macro level and currency in circulation, post, first episode of demonetization, then the crisis, then the pandemic. But at macro level, if you look at the currency in circulation, you would not find that this has decreased. It has marginally increased, which shows that the use of currency is still prevalent. But I would say that clearly in the semi-urban, urban, and the metro pocket, of course, the digitalization has penetrated to a large extent. I would even say, and probably Mr. Ghosh would vouch it from his personal experience, even the rural area, which is in very near vicinity of a semi-urban or urban center, you would still find that things are changing. But deep in the rural side, yes, cash is still there. So number one, this dual positioning is likely to remain for some time. But one important thing will happen, and that thing is related to the generational change. When a new generation is coming up, which has more nimble fingers, which are more comfortable with using the technology, and as the bandwidth, etc., is increasing in the rural side, then these things are changing. But to expect that these things can change overnight, that will not be realistic. It's a gradual process. It is already happening. But we would have, I think, still few years of transition period where both the things would be there. And coming to your other question, I think, yes, this is the time and of a pure play digital bank. And there are organizations in the country right now who have developed the capabilities where they can easily migrate to this. Number one, we would not be experimenting with unknown. There are now enough precedents in various countries about the pure play digital banks. And I think some of them are quite a success story. So this is something with all the proper checks and balances is something which I think the time is ripe for doing that now.
Okay. Ghosh sir.
One point I just can add on that. Sir also mentioned about it. If you see that my family, 3 people in the family, wife, 4 people, mother and my son. I am not the recall on that when I use the cash. I also not seen my son. But every month my wife asking in the beginning, give the money cash. She has the true card, but I am saying that the free, you can use everywhere. No, I have need the cash. So you cannot be everything will change. It's some cultural also, some fear also. So mother and wife, till now they are asking cash and they feel proud.
Okay, Ghosh, I think the feel factor is there. So Ghosh, we spoke about how the banking is changing, how vis-a-vis the customers and economy and all. So quickly, if you can tell us in a very brief way, because we are running out of time, we have about less than 10 minutes or 10 minutes. I want to have a quick chat on that. How the profile of bank is changing, because you have been running this bank for 5 years now, but the last 9 months or close to a year has been very different. So I'm sure initially you were operating from home, all of you, and then started going and all. So what would be the new normal as far as banking per se is concerned? Like, will you give more flexibility to your people to work from home? Will your requirement for people will be less from now on? Will only be treasury and certain critical functions operate from on a daily basis for logistic reason from the office? Rest everybody will have a lot of flexibility. How will it work?
Tamalda, as per my very small experience on that, any organization's success, how the employer involved of this organization. So in that sense, the work from home is not ready by the banking industry to involve the staff to do it on that. Some of the department may be possible, but a security question also more. So that we are feeling that the involvement of the staff, security point of view, so accessing to the system, it's everything need to the on-site platform of the bank. So we are returned back in the position of the bank in the office, no work from home. So that is my feelings. And because of the couple of months we are lockdown period and we worked from home, but not that much comfort has come to this whole aspect on that. So now it is coming to this normal, because of we are a couple of months working again in the from home or from office, and I need that from staff involvement point of view and the security point of view, the banking industry is a need work from office, except 1-2 cases on that.
Okay, sir, you did not answer the second part, which is this: do you think in this new normal scenario, your requirement for people will be less? And also, do you see that the bank branches need to be very different in the coming days?
All that it's a depend on bank to bank.
Okay.
If you see that I have the bank, I cannot grow. So I cannot increase the number of people in the bank. And I have not any future growth plan on that. But if I static, I have not need. Another point on that time I can feel that, okay, fine, whatever my people, I can build up the capacity of them, and whatever the growth will come, I will be doing of that. So in that sense, I feel that the Bandhan Bank, we have a need in the continuously growth of the people. That cannot be, yes, some people we have need to reduce, where the capacity of the people have been built up. We cannot be like to say that we can remove them, we can give the bigger role, they can be do on that. But in the reduce the number of people is not the good for our bank, and we have not any plan on this.
Do the branch need to be reconfigured in the new normal landscape?
No, what I see that I have been given another example on that. The beginning, I have not any, because of the new bank, I have not any customer in the bank branch. So I have been all the customer asking, come to the branch. Now, good number of my customer in the branch. Now we are educating the customer what types of transaction you can do by mobile, by internet. We are teaching them, and you will not come to the branch. And now it has been started to graduate on that. New customer are coming to the branch. Old customer are graduate to the digital transaction. So in that way, my branch level footfall will become balanced on this.
Okay. Munda sir, the same question to you, even though you don't run a bank, but you are a chairman of a large HFC and you are attached to many other companies in the financial sector. So how do you see the structure and the, I'm not talking about the soul, but the logistics of the financial sector is changing in this new scenario?
Yeah, of course, it's quite evident that the technology has played a very crucial role, and during the pandemic period, the work from home had become a new norm. But here I fully agree with Mr. Ghosh. Regardless of the nature of the bank, as he rightly said, nature of the bank will largely determine that to what extent and to what sophistication of technology you use, because that also depends on your client group. But I here fully agree with you. Banking is not an industry which can be completely migrated to work from home. It's an industry where you need to have your feet as well as here on the ground, have to have interaction with the people. So to my mind, it is a mix. Some of the activities have already been taken away from the, let's say, shop floor, which can continue. But as far as the large operating part is to be concerned, it cannot be completely a work from home kind of situation. If you are a universal bank and if you are serving to universe, if you are a specialized bank, like, even if you are a digital bank and only serving to a particular constituency, you can experiment that model, but not for an universal bank. That is one thing. As far as branch network is concerned, yes, there are two things are happening. Number one, at a macro level, if there is a consolidation in the industry, so at first point, it reduces the number of branches which are needed, which is a obvious fallout of any consolidation. That is one part. But second part, even within that, the branches, as we used to know, this size which is needed, because they used to require to store a lot of physical record, a lot of people were required to come even for the basic services. Those things have changed. So I think these branches are now going to be much smaller, much efficient, and much technology driven. That is certainly going to happen.
Thank you, sir. Ghosh Saab, just 1 minute, last round. Just tell us, because the discussion is about the new normal. What are the strategies for the new normal? So tell us 1, 2, 3 some trends. What will be the new trends in this new normal landscape of Indian banking?
New normal, what's happened is the credit growth is coming on that because of the consumer demand is increasing, and that have been seen that in the ground level. My one concern I like to suggest on that, I do not know how it can be like to take it on that. Regulator and government cannot lend. Lend by lenders is the form of MFI, form of NBFC, form of bank or SFB, whatever. So we are, as of now, we are only talking about the client protection, which is a one-sided. We like to say that if we like to easy doing business and access easy credit from the banking or financial institution, we have a need in that environmental protection. Environmental protection. This means environmental, whatever the environment, the client also make protection, lenders also get the protection, and environment also create that the protection where lenders can be lent and lenders can be collect, and a customer can be come and customer also can be get the access of credit. Until the environmental protection will not come, fully protection will not come, credit growth will be like to hamper.
Thank you, Mr. Ghosh. Extremely relevant point. And as you are always those who are thinking that suddenly Mr. Ghosh has become a green man, no, he is actually referring to Assam. He's actually referring to Assam. The political
not only Assam.
Okay.
People say
everywhere.
AP, yes. And then UP, then Assam. Next will be where?
Everywhere. Yes.
Who will give the from the lender for the lender.
I completely agree with you, sir. All this loan waivers, etc., which dent the credit culture. So I completely agree with you. Now, Mr. Mundra, last word is yours. But I have a sneaky feeling that you and Mr. Ghosh had an exchange of ideas before coming here, because on 2 occasions you said I completely agree with Mr. Ghosh. So again, I don't want to hear you that I completely agree with Mr. Ghosh. So tell something else. Last word from you, sir.
Okay.
What are the new strategies of the next normal days?
Yes. Next normal, I would very crisply and in short, I would
just
like to
1
say
minute. Yeah,
that
1 minute, sir. Yeah.
The way we have seen the banking and particularly on the credit side, that generally bank acquire an asset and marry it, so that we don't, till that we don't part. I think what would emerge and what is badly needed is that banks migrate to originate and distribute model. Of course, it will need a proper coordination between the market and the banks. For this, market needs to develop. But looking to all the past learning, all the liability profile of the bank, this is what I would foresee as the model to emerge, where the bank, not only bank, any financial institution migrate to a originate and distribute model, and market takes over from them. So that there is a efficiency is pricing, there is a wide distribution of risk, and all the components, are working with that kind of efficiency. So that is what, on a very macro level and as a settled policy goal, that is what I would look at the future.
Thank you, Mr. Mundra. Thank you, Mr. Ghosh. I am not going to summarize what you have said because we have exceeded. We have just completed the time limit given to us. So thank you once again. I think very valid, and some of the inputs are extremely critical. I'm sure the authorities and the regulator and the government would listen to what you have said. Over to you, Arnab.
Thank you, sir. We have an excellent session, and we are really thankful to Mr. C.S. Ghosh, MD and CEO of Bandhan Bank, and also to Mr. S.S. Mundra, former Deputy Governor, Reserve Bank of India. With this, we are closing this opening session of the first part, rewriting the growth story of India, strategies during next normal days. We'll be coming back exactly at 11:50. We'll be going live. We end it over there, the first part of the opening session. Thank you all. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mundra sir.
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और
Good morning, everyone. We are starting the next session of the opening session part 2, New Normal, Next Normal and Beyond. PSU banks as an instrument in reviving economy. We have very eminent panelists with us, Mr. Rajkiran Rai ji, MD and CEO of Union Bank of India, Mr. C.H. S.S. Mallikarjun Rao, MD and CEO of Punjab National Bank. The session will be moderated by Mr. Tamal Bandyopadhyay, eminent author and journalist, and also Chairman Emeritus of the Banking and Finance Committee of Bengal Chamber. Over to you, Mr. Tamal Bandyopadhyay, sir.
Thanks, Arnab, and very warm welcome to everybody who has tuned in. Mr. Rajkiran Rai is also the chairman of IBA, Indian Banks Association, which has been strongly lobbied for bad bank for the past 1 year. Okay, lobby in the not in a negative sense, in the positive sense. I'm sure you'll be very happy that budget has said that. And Mr. Mallikarjun Rao leading a very, very large post consolidation, very large bank, Punjab National Bank, and both of them actually has gone through this consolidation as leader. So other banks have got merged with them. I must congratulate the Bengal Chamber. I am for getting both of them leaders of two large bank and making this thing is it sounds like a political statement. PSU bank as an instrument in reviving economy. Okay, I would have thought that it's the finance ministry has given the line, but I'm sure it's not the case. So let's go straight away. One is this, of course, new normal or whatever you call it. Post-COVID, things have changed dramatically. So we'll discuss about the changing scenario, and also we discuss because it talks about only PSU bank as an instrument of reviving economy. I think government is banking greatly on you. Which has been always the case. Like PMJDY, you have the lion's share, the public sector banks. I'm not talking about Union Bank or Punjab National Bank. I'm talking about the public sector banks. PMJDY, you played a stellar role. And now when you talk about the 3 trillion government guaranteed loan to MSMEs, of course, later the ceiling was raised. Again, you have playing a stellar role, right? So first thing I would ask, both of you, I'll start with on my who I see on my right, Punjab National Bank, Mallikarjun sir. Let's talk about you are not giving loans, you are risk averse. You are saying no, we have our discretion, but regulator feels and the government feels that no, you are risk averse, you are not giving loan, and you need to give loan if you want to have this revival and economic growth coming. So how do you respond to this observation, Mallikarjun sir?
Right. Good morning to all of you. See, first of all, revival of economy, the stellar role of PSB, public sector bank, is very critical. It is critical not from the perspective of discounting the value of private sector recognizing their contribution. Public sector banks contribute to more than 65% of the market share currently. Second, during the course of infrastructure lending, which has happened almost a decade and a half back, it was the contribution of public sector banks in the infrastructure that has created an impetus. Now as well, when the finance minister, honorable finance minister, has declared the budget giving more impetus on investment in infrastructure as well, there is a very critical role to be played by public sector banks. So there's no doubt as far as the role is concerned. Second, coming to risk aversion by the public sector banks or banks per se, I do not agree with the very specific and scientific reason that when the lending has happened earlier, there were quite a few gaps, whether they were external or internal. External, where single window was not available in infrastructure lending, as a result of which there was a delay in completion of the projects, resulting into escalation in cost and again funding by the bank. There were various issues not necessarily attributable internally or externally, combined together. As a result, the banks over a period of time having gone through such kind of an exposure and experience, have strengthened their credit underwriting mechanism and underwriting methods. So when they have done these credit underwriting methods more robustly at this point of time, it may appear to be more stringent in processing, which may give a feeling or understanding that risk aversion is there, which is not correct. It is in the interest of the entire ecosystem that the credit underwriting standard should be much better when we are looking for it. It will provide an opportunity to see that the investment which happens in the infrastructure or in lending otherwise moves in a more robust manner. There won't be any scope for here and there mismanagement at the level of the entrepreneur, or entrepreneur not getting proper credit from the bank. So from that perspective, it is a good development at the banking space that they are very conscious in terms of the quality underwriting. And second reason, during the pandemic or in the last 1.5 years, there has been laxity on demand. Demand was not very high. If you see the tax reforms which came on 1st of October 2019, we have not seen much of a new investment in spite of the fact that government has reduced the corporate taxes. That clearly indicates that the demand has not been very high. Now with the new budget, there is a sufficient impetus on supply as well as demand. So it is a good creation of a combination of supply and demand. Now we see that in the days to come, definitely the lending will take higher growth, particularly from Q4 onwards in the current financial year.
Thank you, Mallikarjun sir. Very reassuring to hear this. Rajkiran sir, I'm talking to IBA chairman, not Union Bank MD, right? So what Mallikarjun sir said, that it is you are not risk averse. You are actually better underwriting, better risk management. That's what's happening. That's leading to this. And on the other hand, there is a lack of demand. So do you agree with that, or do you feel that no, you are actually in a situation where you find that decision is not taken better than taking lending decision, because you will not be hauled up by investigative agencies, etc., because nobody is penalized for not doing things. So better not to do anything. That's your approach. What's the scene, sir?
Yeah. Good morning. I think Mallikarjun has put it very rightly. I have nothing to add. Actually, it is more of prudence now. See what had happened, particularly the corporate borrowers had accustomed for borrowing more easily without following the right risk management practices. Suddenly they may be finding it a bit difficult because there is more data required. They have to go through a more rigorous process. So naturally they may be thinking that banks are tightening the screws, or maybe are risk averse. But that is not the case. Actually, these are the learnings. So we see there are a lot of learning from what happened earlier. So I think that is put into place a better system, better risk management, better underwriting capabilities. For some corporate customers will take some time to adjust to this new normal. So because they have to go through more rigorous process. Because this is very important for the banks, because the asset quality. See, first place you should understand that why we landed in a big mess, actually, the huge NPA cycle. It is because of the poor underwriting skills, poor credit monitoring, and repeated restructuring, which ended up in asset quality reviews. All these problems. Now, what is the learning? Learning is actually when you pick up a borrower from the first stage itself, you should be very prudent. Now, Mallikarjun touched on issues which banks have taken. Now, we also look at the outside ecosystem. Today, you look at NHA or any other player who have really changed their rules now. Now, they don't give a contract unless 80-90% of the land is acquired. They don't give unless all the environmental clearances are in place. And the HAM project for the road is a boon, actually, because it is more of annuity. And there was a toll-related risk which these people were carrying. So now more projects are coming under HAM or annuity. So the risk is only construction risk. So you don't have the toll collection risk. So like that, a lot of changes happened in the outside ecosystem, which are the learnings of the earlier period. So now we are in a much better shape. So now today, when the projects are being approved, I don't think there is no lack of financial tie-up today. They are getting the financial tie-up. That itself proves that the banks are not risk averse, because every project is online today. And last 3 or 4 years, we have not seen any major delays All the projects are getting completed in time. Most of the construction companies, if you look at them, they are getting bonuses in every project because they are able to complete in time. This would not have happened without bank funding. So I think, but then it may not be seen by growth numbers. Because see, when you look at the credit growth number, there are various factors which come into play. So based on that, people are telling that banks are risk averse. There are multiple factors. I will not get into those issues, why those numbers are not coming. But then banks are lending. That's why the project implementations are happening. And I'll tell you, going forward, the way the budget has come, this decade will be a big push for infra. And then, you know, anyway, well, going forward in this session, we'll touch on those issues. What are the new normals? But then I think the point I want to make is there is no risk averseness. The banks are there lending and the projects are getting implemented.
Thank you, Mr. Rai. I think it's a very reassuring from hearing from two leading bankers. There is no risk averseness. You are being prudent. And most importantly, you are saying that credit is picking up. There is demand for credit now, you are saying. And Mr. Rai, I must say that you are brutally honest in soul searching, saying that you made mistakes and you don't want to repeat the mistake. Sir, another controversial thing, if I may say so, because there are extremely two point of views, I would ask Mr. Rai to talk first a few minutes and then Mr. Mallikarjun. Wherein lies the truth? Because every banker on your quarterly results, when you're coming on television channels on saying that things are getting better and better, 99%, 98% collection level, not too many people are asking for loan restructuring. Mallikarjun sab, aapne bola tha, koi restructuring nahi hai. All of you are saying this. So which means your asset quality seems to be, there is no deterioration. But if you look at Reserve Bank of India's 6 monthly health check report, the last report in December talked about essentially the NPA could be doubled from 7% to 14% odd. And for public sector banking, it could be even 16% of your total assets. So who is telling the truth? Is RBI extra conservative or you are hiding something? We need to take you at face value. Right, sir?
Yeah. See, it depends on what data point you are looking at.
Okay.
Say if you take the September data, because the moratorium was just over and like suddenly the collections, the soft collections had just started, the stress book was quite high. So naturally, if you are drawing conclusion from that data, naturally your NPA position will look worse actually. From that point onwards, the collections have substantially improved. Banks are making a lot of efforts. So we really see stress in MSME. We don't rule out. And at the same time, I want to make it clear that it is not a zero stress situation. Now, actually, when the COVID hit us, when the moratorium came, we were anticipating a huge slippage and huge restructuring. From that point, when we look back today, the numbers are quite low. So it is not that the stress is not there. Stress is there. NPAs are bound to happen. We have already given our guidance, what will be the NPA level, what will be the restructuring book. It is not a zero kind of situation. There will be there. But then it is much better than what we thought it will be. So that is...
Or what RBI has thought? Is that so?
Definitely, I think it is much better than what we thought in September, what RBI was looking at. See, RBI has data points and they have a view much better than me. Because actually, see, I have a look at my book and try to take a call. Okay. Whereas Reserve Bank of India has multiple data points. They are better informed than us when they make some projections. But then I know my book and I am looking at my book. Based on that, we make projections. So I'm not saying who is right, who is wrong and all that. Let us not put it that way. But then looking at my book, I draw a comfort that yes, the NPAs are bound to happen. The restructuring is bound to happen. But it is much better than what we thought initially. So it is not going to be that bad. And see, another reassuring thing is, see, when NPAs happen, when the restructuring happen, basically the outside analyst will look at that either you are quantifying that risk properly, whether you are identifying all the NPAs, you are not hiding anything. That is one thing, transparency. Second thing is whether you are carrying adequate provisions for probable losses. I think both the things are happening. I think all the banks in quarterly closing have made disclosures saying that potentially this would have been my NPA had the Supreme Court ruling been not there. We also announced that we are carrying so much of provision for COVID-related damage. Now, assuming that the judgment comes before March, and in March, if I have to recognize my NPA, broadly we have projected this can be my number, this can be the restructured book, and for that I am carrying so much of provision. That should be reassuring for people. It can get better, it can get slightly worse than that, because it is ultimately it is millions of accounts where we need to collect money. Actually, when you look at corporate, we have a better understanding. So we can give exact projections which corporate can slip in March, which cannot slip, and all that. When it comes to MSME, retail, and agriculture, it ultimately depends on visiting that borrower and collecting the money. Now it goes down to the every branch level, millions of accounts. So now what happens? We draw certain conclusions based on the feedback we get. Now, sometimes it gets better than what we think. Sometimes it gets worse than what we think. So, putting a final number will be difficult. But then, yes, the stress is there. Particularly in the MSME sector, despite all this, there is stress and there can be slippages. There can be restructuring. Agriculture, even though, if you look at percentage of GDP, has done very well. I think last 1 year, the rural economy has performed the best. Despite that, whether everybody will behave on the repayment in a similar way, whether we'll still have some NPAs in agriculture, this will be knowing as we get closer to March. So I think I'm not ruling out the possibility. I'm not saying that there is no stress, but then it is much less than what we thought.
Excellent. Mallikarjun sir, your take on this same issue?
Yeah, in continuation to what Mr. Rajkiran Rai has said, I completely subscribe to his points. Originally, when RBI came out with restructuring in the month of August, and they've declared the report indicating that at the baseline stress level, there could be an increase at the gross NPA level of 4%, 3 to 4% across the banking industry. This was an estimate which has happened somewhere in the month of October. At that time, even as a banker, we were also estimating probably the restructured book could be anything around 4 to 5%. However, as Mr. Rai has said, the collections efficiency has improved in October and November. As a result, the requirement of restructuring has gone down drastically. Now the restructuring window was available up to 31st of December. When we have received the request and we have completed the invocation process, it centers around only 1 to 1.5% of the loan book as of March 2020. As a result of which, original estimate of 4% has come down drastically to only 1 to 1.5% in terms of the restructured book. That is one element of reduction in terms of the stress book. Second dimension is, because of the judgment pending with the Honorable Supreme Court, there was NPA identification to be done but was not done. As at the end of December, every bank has recognized and declared in the balance sheet the quantum and the provision made. So here two elements. One is recognizing the stress. Second is providing sufficiently so that we are not carrying forward the stress related to the making of provision. Now, even if you consider thus that particular quantum in each bank, it would propel anything between 0.75 to 1% of the gross NPA over and above what has been declared as on 30th September without considering that identification, because it is pending for Honorable Supreme Court. So coming back to summarize, while RBI was correct in estimating in the month of September, October with respect to the stress to be around 3 to 4% on the baseline level, because of the collections improvement in October and November, subsequently the stress has gone down substantially. As a result, restructured book has hovered around 1 to 1.5. So while we say that at the end of December this has come down and we closely monitor, our monitoring closely will continue to be there even in the next 1 or 2 quarters, because those who have taken the moratorium, those who have taken the restructuring, how they are going to pan out in the days to come. Because everybody says the economy will go by V-shape. There are some sectors where people indicate K-shape as well. They may go down or go up after some time. So we'll have to wait and see how they're coming up. In those sectors where probably the hospitality, tourism, aviation, where human behavior is going to define their improvement in future, if the improvement is going to be on not on expected lines, there could be some stress on that. So what I say is that as on today, when all the banks have estimated the stress to be at this point of time around only 1% or 1.5%, in the days to come, all the banks will be watching carefully, monitoring carefully to see that this stress profile, how it is going to pan out. Will it get upgraded, or it will be stress continued for some more time, even though the restructuring window is open for giving a moratorium of 2 years, close monitoring will be required, simultaneously looking at the economic growth.
Thank you, Mr. Mallikarjun. I think the things will unfold, but as of now, the bankers, I mean, two of the leading bankers are pretty confident that probably we would not have as bad a situation as we would have. I mean, we would have thought at that some time back. Probably Reserve Bank of India is little extra conservative in its estimate of NPA rising, and the good story is, of course, that you are providing for. So even if NPA does rise, you are in the process of creating a cushion to absorb the shock. But a lot of things I think we'll get to know for the March quarter after the Supreme Court judgment comes on the treatment. Sir, we have about 10 more minutes, 10-12 minutes left. So we have a quick few questions, and this very critical is also the elephant in the room, the privatization of two public sector banks. Again, we want to discuss that, not to put you in an embarrassing situation. What would you say? But as I said, it all talks about the growth PSU banks as an instrument in reviving the economy. So Finance Minister in his budget spoken about that. Rajkiran sir, first to you. So were you shocked, or did you know that this is going to happen? And what's your reaction?
No, there is no shock element in this. But then at this point of time, we have not much details on privatization. See, if you look at the overall trend, I think you can anticipate that this is coming, because it is a very, very planned this thing. Like the government had made it very clear by way of amalgamations and all that. They want only stronger players to be in. They don't want guzzlers of taxpayers' money by wasting by way of bad this thing and all that. So I think the government was very clear. So I think amalgamation was one of that step. I think maybe the next step is privatization. This was expected to come. So the government has made it very clear even earlier. See, it is not that very spontaneous things. Actually, if you really look at it, so they are already made a policy that in every space, critical space or important space, they will keep only 4 companies from the public sector space to keep a balance. And then maybe others they will privatize. So this was coming, and banking was very much there in that list actually. So I think it is not a shocker, but then beyond that, at this point of time, since we don't have details, it's difficult to talk. But then yes, this is as per the overall plan of the government, I think.
Sir, so that is the government plan. But would you support this? That's one question. When given a choice, do you think it's a yes thing to do? Mr. Rajkiran, you only. I'm coming back to Mallikarjun later. And second is, being a IBA chairman, if the government seeks your view, which are the first 2 banks to be privatized? What will come to your mind?
And then I'll not take any name, because all are listed entities. All are listed entities. Let us not take any names. And it is only speculation. Even if we talk anything about privatization, it will be only speculation. Let us not get into that. And I think it is a good move, because see, public sector banks may be required for some more time for economy to balance and as a balancing force. Because right now 2/3 of the credit market is still with the public sector banks, and we mobilize more than 70% of the deposits in the system today. So because there is a question of confidence also, because we come from the government sector. So naturally the role of public sector is not over, but we need stronger public sector banks and fewer public sector banks. There is no doubt about it. But then yes, we need to have competition. I think it is made very clear gradually the government should move out of these businesses, and we leave it to the private enterprises to run these businesses. What is that right time, whether the time is ripe and all that, these are the things which can be debated. But then I think,
fair enough, sir. I'm sitting in your chair. You can't go beyond that. I can imagine that. Rajkiran sir, Mallikarjun sir, you are actually geographically closer to the North Block. So you will be even more difficult position, to talk. But tell us, we have seen media reports that Punjab National Bank is one of the banks will be privatized and all. Now, as a matter of policy, do you think that it's the larger banks which have been created through consolidation, they should be privatized, or the 6 banks which are left out? Where would the spotlight come? What do you think?
Okay. See, first instance, digitally, nobody is geographically nearer or farer. Everybody is nearer if you think, because now today we are living in digital world. No, coming back to who will be the what you call target. It is difficult to guess the name. However, what I would like to say is more than the intent to sell or privatize, there should be also an intent to purchase. There should be people who are willing to put their money on an organization. Naturally, what they will look at is the viability of the organization in the longer run and how it is going to create an impact in the ecosystem in the country to run in a permanent manner. So these factors are going to be defining. Now, whether this is a decision good for the industry, it is the right decision taken by the government. There is no doubt on that. Way back in 1993, when the Narasimhan Committee recommendations have come, at that time itself, they have advocated that the public sector, the major banks need not be in a big number. Now coming to 4 or 5 big banks and remaining banks, probably in terms of again another convergence or privatization is the need of the requirement. If the bank is big, support or capital and to be a systemically important bank in the ecosystem are very critical to take care of the credit requirements of the economy. If the number is very high, somebody is not doing well, it has to be supported, capital has to be given by the government, and the divergence of capital towards many institutes they have seen in the last so many years. 2 years back, as many as 11 banks were in PCA, prompt corrective action, whereas currently the situation is much better than that. So if you assess in the past as well as look currently what is there, it is very important that we have robust, strong banks, numbering maybe 4 or 5 as it is thought of in the Narasimhan Committee as well as in the government, and remaining there should be some element of conversion. That conversion could be privatization, and it can happen anytime. Now, who is in state of getting privatized? It is just anybody's guess. There cannot be any formula on that. Bigger banks are required in the country to take care of the economic requirements.
You said it, sir. But tell me, you just pointed out one very critical stuff, this about the value part. Do you see there's a value in public sector bank, even in the worst of banks, Mallikarjun sir?
Yeah, definitely. Now, if you have seen in the last couple of months, there has been a good impact on the valuations of all the public sector banks in the market, because there is a good growth seen in the public sector banks by the investors. It is not to discount the capability of private sector. They are doing extremely well. There is no doubt on that. But they have already seen their galloping valuations as on today. Now you can see the galloping valuations for the public sector space in the years to come. That is why there is an investor interest.
Mallikarjun sir, there are a lot of things to discuss, but since we don't have much of time, only one more round we'll have it, which is again everybody wants to know. RK Saab, I'll keep you at the last speaker for the last round, but before that, Mr. Mallikarjun Saab, that bad bank, this finance minister has spoken about the bad bank. Well, while privatization, you will probably not consult it, but bad bank, you people are in the thick of discussions and all. So can you tell us what is the logic? Because we have 28 bad banks, ARCs in India at this point of time. One more is pending RBI's approval, that is Yes Bank, which wants to hive off 50,000 crore of bad assets to this particular ARC. So 28 you already have, some of them are pretty large. Why do you need one more bank, one more bad bank, that to own by you? I mean, isn't there a clear conflict of interest that you won't be owning, that's the banking sector will be owning a bad bank, and then you will shift your bad assets into that? What can you just tell us, just 1.5 minutes each, sir? That's it.
Right. See, first of all, bad bank is not a bad idea. Number one. Number two, it has been under the discussion in public domain for quite some time, even at the IBA level, and even from IBA on behalf of all of us, we have recommended to RBI as well as to Government of India. Now, how does it is different from the 28 or 27 and odd ARCs? In the ARCs currently, they procure the assets from the banks. The assets are funded by many banks in a group. It could be consortium, it could be multiple banking. So ARC will be purchasing only when there is an intent on the bank to sell the asset through the process. As a result, even if it is acquiring part stake in one asset, if other bankers who have funded are not selling, the ARC will not have a comprehensive control to take care of the asset. So that is one difference, major difference the bad bank will take care of. How will it take care? Bad bank being promoted by the banks, we will not be selling to bad bank. Bad bank will be only a facilitator, so that the ARCs ultimately are those who are purchasing the assets will be accessing the bad bank where all the assets are aggregated. so that they will be dealing with only one bad bank, and there is a early resolution and there is a visibility with respect to finalizing the value. Otherwise, if you are procuring an asset through purchase on different times, same asset, paying money differently to different organizations or banks, the valuations go here and there. At one point of time, valuation could be something, now it is different. Whereas bad bank will aggregate the assets, and when it is sold to ultimately a bidder, successful bidder, through transparent process, he has a visibility of the valuation of the company he is purchasing. And if it is an ongoing concern to take it forward, there is also visibility for him if any further investment is required. Or if he is going for liquidation, there as well he has a visibility with respect to the extraction out of liquidation. So it's going to create a wonderful mechanism, smoothness in terms of hastening the process of bad assets, which are
Thank you. Thank you, Rajkiran Sab. Last word is yours. Whatever Mr. Mallikarjun has not said, can you please add? Because there's a lot of discussion, debate in the public forum on this bad bank.
Yeah, I'll give only 3 points.
Sir.
Concern of the public and mostly the outsiders is on the moral hazard. Because a bad bank is a moral hazard, because if the banks can park their NPAs in this ARC and get away with that, without doing much, then that is a moral hazard, and sufficient precautions are taken so that this doesn't happen. So I think you need not be concerned about this issue, because we have taken sufficient precautions so this doesn't happen. So there is no moral hazard. The two positive things is, one is consolidation, another is management bandwidth. Okay, because now today any NPA you take, it is spread over 10, 12 creditors. Any decision-making process, it involves a lot of time, and there are a lot of issues. Everybody can be right, because every creditor can think differently, but ultimately it affects the resolution. Now this, what ARC does, this National Asset Reconstruction Company, what is going to do is consolidation of all the loan books at one point, and that one fellow will take the decision. It is easy for resolution, and we can find better buyers because the decision-making process is pretty quick. That is one thing. Second is the management bandwidth. Today, any NPA, it takes a lot of time. Am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible.
Yeah. So, like,
you're audible.
Yeah. See, it takes a lot of management bandwidth. Any resolution you take, some of the big resolutions we are handling now, even at our level, it involves a lot of time, a lot of discussions, attending so many meetings. It is not that easy. So, big resolutions take a lot of management time. So now we will be freed up to do something productive rather than getting involved in this issue. So it releases a lot of management time. So I think this is a good model. And actually, to add one more point, if I have time, is the asset management company structure. ARC, as Mallikarjun rightly said, is more like a trust which will hold all these assets on our behalf. And there will be asset management company which will come. It will come more, it's proposed that it should have more private sector talent and alternate investment funds and other kind of agencies which are into stress related sectors, and they will handle this and get us better resolution, better realization.
Log out হয়ে গেছেন, হ্যাঁ।
Yeah, Rajkiran sir, you're audible.
Yeah, I think Tamalji got disconnected, I think.
Yes, sir. He will be joining in a second. He's just trying to.
I'm done with this thing. I just complete.
Okay.
That
let us.
Management company is a good concept on the top of ARC. Yeah.
Okay. So with this note, we will just conclude this session. It had been a wonderful session, and we are really honored that both of you have joined despite of your very busy schedule. We are really thankful to Mr. Rajkiran Rai, MD and CEO of Union Bank of India, and Mr. C.H.S.S. Mallikarjuna Rao, MD and CEO of Punjab National Bank. We are really thankful to you. With this, we are closing this session, though Mr. Tamal Bandyopadhyay is back and joined in a second, is there with us. And with the mark of this, we'll be closing the session. And let's say the last, if the moderator wants to say something.
Yeah. No, I'm sorry, my sincere apology. Blame it on my connectivity. Suddenly it went off. So I think we could not have a more candid and frank discussion, both Mr. Rajkiran and Mallikarjun Sahab. As somebody said that you are the warriors of government, the bankers. So I think wearing the shield of a government warrior, you could not have been more articulate than this. Certain things you could not say. I can imagine that. I appreciate, and I'm sure there are many more questions, but we have come to the end. And sorry for the glitch. My apology. Okay. Thank you, sir. Stay safe.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Bye.
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the panel discussion, Inclusive, Resilient and Innovative Growth Drivers, Banks, NBFC, Small Finance Bank. We have got very eminent speakers, Mr. Jaspal Bindra, Executive Chairman of Centrum Group, Mr. Ajay Kanwal, MD and CEO of Jana Small Finance Bank, and Mr. Gaurang, Full-Time Director and President of Kotak Mahindra Bank Limited. This will be presented by Mr. Tomal Bandyopadhyay. Over to Mr. Tomal Bandyopadhyay, sir.
Thanks, Arnab. Very good afternoon and very warm welcome to the third session. Yes, for me, this is the third session. And thankfully, the new normal, COVID, those words are not there in that section, in this session. It talks about inclusive, resilient and innovative growth drivers. But I presume that the entire Bengal Chamber show today, this digital show, is against the backdrop of pandemic and the COVID reality. So even though it's the new normal and all those differences are not there, I think three gentlemen representing a commercial bank, a small finance bank and non-banking finance company, three very critical components of Indian financial system, will talk keeping in mind new scenario, what we have gone through since March last year. Jaspal, I'll start with you. Tell us, it talks about inclusiveness, it talks about resilience, and it talks about innovations. Of course, what is the one more very critical tool in this new landscape is digitalization. Everybody talks about the way the financial sector operates in India. It will be very different. It's already started. The increasing digitalization. I think when it talks about payment space, unfortunately, there's no payment bank here. I wish one of them were here. I think India probably the most happening place globally on the payment space. So digitalization, Nandan Nilekani has said what would have been done in years, now it's taking a week. So we also talk about digitalization. First you tell us, give us a little preliminary remarks, how things have panned out with close to a year now. Because that's your resilience and innovations are inter this. Yeah.
Sure. Thanks, Tamal.
And you are not representing Centrum, Jaspal. You are representing the non-banking financial industry in India.
Correct. No, thanks, Tamal. So it depends on what perspective we take and from which point in time we take it. So if we take where we were sitting around April, May, June in 2020, things have panned out phenomenally well for everyone in the sector. Both in terms of in March, April, May of last year, the feeling was that liquidity is completely choked. That seems to have improved considerably in the later months of last year. And collection was obviously doomed to zero. Everybody had reduced disbursements to zero. I think most NBFCs are back in the market in terms of disbursements, and definitely collection record for everyone, subject to some degree variation, has improved considerably over this period of time. So I think from a resilience point, whether we call it the resilience of the client or of the NBFC sector, I think that has been quite well borne out through this period. So all the accidents that we had in the sector were pre-COVID knowns.
Yes.
But during the COVID period, actually no new culprit has emerged, and hopefully the ones are rescued. Of course, a lot is remaining to be seen because we had the moratorium till August and then the Supreme Court judgment where you can't classify. So we don't know. The clear picture might emerge and there may be some challenges, but a lot of support has come in between.
Okay, this is the preliminary remarks. Mr. Shah, you represent a commercial bank and tell us, loved by the investors, but not exactly by all customers. They find you a bit of risk averse. Of course, on your side, you are pretty diligent in risk management and underwriting. That's what you are not as forthcoming to giving loans, but that's a separate story. Yeah, tell us, Mr. Shah, how has been the journey in the last 1 year?
Overall, I share the sentiment I share the sentiment which mentioned by Jaspal. Largely, if I look at it, when we were in April, May, June, I think there was a lot of uncertainty how the pandemic will end, we were in lockdown, how the economy will revive and all that. So there was an expectation by September, I think we will be 85%, we'll be back on track, and probably the last quarter of 21, we should see some growth. And there was also the resilience testing, another thing, which was actually introduced by RBI, though many of us had done even before that. So compared to your April estimate, September estimate, for what would be 2021 end, I think we are better than both the estimate. Of course, the first estimate, the second was better than the first one. I think the only thing on the uncertainty side was a little RBI, in between expectation of NPA of 13.5 from 7.5, which my belief still is, I am still hopeful that the industry will do better than that. Because that's a very important thing. You have to have very clean balance sheets of all the financial institutions to probably take advantage of or to support the growth which is expected in the coming year. So I think overall on a credit fund, much better. Whatever was expectation on the secured side of the loan book, which actually behaved better than what was thought even in September. The unsecured side also, whatever was estimated is more or less in line with that. So I think more or less the industry estimation in terms of where we are or where to go from here looks right. The second most important thing, which on banking and very critical to probably support growth in future, I think all the private sector bank basically raised a lot of capital. So if you look at a capital adequacy of top 4 bank or even the next 4 bank to the top 4 bank are probably all 15% and above, and which is very critical in terms of supporting. The second part is the COVID provisioning. So I think most part of the gross NPA, including what has not been declared due to Supreme Court judgment, all are probably taken into account. Also, they are significantly well provided for. So I think we are all actually in a very strong balance sheet position to probably support growth. Now on a PSU side, I think the reforms which has been going on over the years, first is we have now 8 PSU bank less, which may not be much talked about, but all said and done, that also leads to some sort of efficiency. More capitalized bank absorbs some of the weaker ones. So I think they are also well capitalized. Banks have been recapitalized to the extent of more than 250,000 crore over the last 3 years. Plus in the coming budget, we have provided 20,000 crore. So I think overall, that point of view also, if I was just looking at the overall banking capital adequacy at 13.3 is quite fine for supporting any level of growth which may come. Same thing NBFC. NBFCs are also now probably in a much better shape than before. So all in all, I think we are in a growth-wise or to support that growth-wise. I think we look in a more optimistic situation than what we were earlier.
Thanks, Mr. Shah. So the theme of what Jaspal has said and Gaurang has said, the same, the theme of resilience. I think we are much better off than we would have thought last year. Mr. Ajay Kanwal is the MD and CEO of a large small finance bank, large and unlisted Jana Small Finance Bank. Ajay, tell us what's your take? Do you share their sentiment, their optimism, or slightly different?
First, thanks, Tamal, and good afternoon to all the viewers. I think first thing, Tamal, if you think of a few things one would remember from the last 10 months, it clearly is that organizations have to be prudent all the time. So if you're carrying a good capital buffer, you're carrying good liquidity, it's always safe for you. So one of the things that did strike very hard in the crisis was banks who were in good shape, had the right capital, had the right liquidity, were not very challenged. And in fact, look ahead with certain amount of confidence. So I think the prudent side of banking was very visible, and probably that was a lesson if people hadn't learned it in the past, that was the most crucial one. I think the second piece was very, I remember when March lockdown was announced, we thought by June we'll all be back to work. Then the lockdown got extended, and by June everybody thought the world would end, because everything was bad news and the whole world was going wrong. And then suddenly when we escaped, it's become a V-shaped recovery and everybody is extremely positive. I'm sure if you looked at most people and their travel plans in the last 6 months, nobody would have thought that we are going to be so bullish today. So I think being adaptable, being nimble, very crucial. And I think banks or NBFCs who've been in that mode have been very successful. And I somehow think that COVID is not over. Who knows, a strain may appear or not appear. Remaining in adaptable, nimble mode may still be very crucial. I think the third piece, Tamal, is employees. I must tell you that being a small finance bank where our employees go out and collect, and they do that every day with hundreds of customers every month, I think the courage and the resilience shown by them mask every single resilience that any institution can show, because all credit to them. They've braved COVID, they've worn masks, some fell sick, they took the medicines. After the medicines recovered, came back to work. I think if I have to really salute anybody in this crisis, it's the employees. I think it's really heartwarming and such a strong sense of belief and confidence that we can see when we see the employees. Finally, I think less talked about, but I think the government and the RBI did a terrific job. I think we have come out better because of variety of actions taken. It didn't look so apparent then, but when one looks back, I think we've all come out well, because I did think the concerned government and RBI focus to get us out of the crisis. So yes, resilience wouldn't have been possible without so many players really doing their parts well.
Thanks, Ajay. So I think all three of you have spoken the same thing, even though the language is different. How the different constituents played a critical role, be the employees, be the management, be the regulator, be the customers, be the government. But it's a pretty optimistic scenario. And all of you harp on the resilience of the Indian financial system in your own ways. So that's the macro talk. Now we'll go to the two specific things. It talks about inclusive, which is inclusiveness, and innovations. And here I want you people to touch on your own, not speaking on behalf of the industry, but in your own organization, right? And I'm starting with Ajay. And because inclusiveness, it's the key to a small finance bank. I think under the RBI norms, 75% of the loan need to qualify for private sector lending, right? So keeping that in mind, that's one part. And second part is, of course, there's a growing belief that India could come up so fast and would go along much faster even. In fact, IMF data talks about India is the worst performing economy among the emerging markets, second worst after Mexico. But in 2021 and 22, India will be the best performing economy. And rural, it will be rural driven. That's what rural market driven. That's what internal impression is within India. So keeping that in mind, Ajay, can you tell us on this front of inclusiveness, inclusive growth, what are you saying? What is the plan? How do we move?
Thanks, Tamal. Tamal, as you know, as a small finance bank and our previous history being a microfinance institution, our priority sector lending is roughly in 95-96%. So for us, inclusiveness is more a way of life than something that we have to practice as a target or artificially. And the entire organization is built like that. I think what we can see really is there is at the bottom end of the pyramid, the balance sheets are weak. They certainly need more credit. And from our perspective, making sure that on a very prudent basis, either looking at new geographies, looking at increased credit, understanding who's back, and so that we can help him come back to his business moments. I think that's a primary focus. It's just a bit of more courage, doing more of the same, and really expanding geographically to our mind works. There is a bit of leap of faith also with customers. So customers who have not paid during moratorium are not necessarily bad because they really didn't have the money. Some people found it even tough paying after the moratorium. I mean, if you look at a customer in Bombay where metros were shut down, he had no business to, if you bring his goods from Palkar or Kalyan and Thana into Bombay and selling it, there was no local strength to support him. Now, how do you kind of imagine this kind of credit saying, before COVID, perfect customer, never missed a EMI, has not paid an EMI for the last 8 to 9 months. So I think now inclusiveness will go beyond economics of a human being to how do you look at his credit and what kind of empathy do you show, or what kind of, banking standard do you exhibit, given his past behavior for the last several months, which was out of his control, but certainly can make you uncomfortable as a banker. So I think to me, that is a bigger challenge of inclusiveness now. And we work with it every day. I don't know we have the perfect answer, but we keep experimenting more and more with that, because really a lot of the balance sheets at the bottom of the pyramid, I would think about 25 to 30% of balance sheets of the weaker sections would be challenged. By that, I mean, it's not ability to pay, but if you look at the track record of the bureaus, they wouldn't be perfect.
Okay, Ajay, I just want one little bit of a minute or so from you more before I go to Gaurang. Mr. Shah while he spoke, he said that Kotak Bank's secured book is absolutely fine. There's nothing to worry about. Even unsecured book is not as bad as it could have been done. That's what Mr. Shah, you said, right? Now, Ajay, I want you to talk about the secured versus unsecured book a little bit. And also, because you're talking about inclusive growth, and you are a small finance bank giving small loans, rural versus urban.
Okay.
These two, just very short. Yeah.
I think obviously the secured book has done extremely well. In fact, it has done better than what we thought. So it is fair to say that secured has been a great business during the COVID crisis, and it has been before the COVID crisis too. Unsecured has performed to expectations, though I think there have been some challenges around specific geographies, whether it is a challenge around some political leadership or some challenge around trains not opening up, etc. But overall, I think it works very well. I think the reality, Tamal, is the guy who's doing secured has a better balance sheet than the guy who's doing unsecured. Because in some cases, he already has a property. And second, he's saved enough to buy a property. So it does have more capital than the guy who really borrows unsecured and is staying in rented or mostly a hereditary house. So it's normal to expect a difference. And I think margins in both areas are very different. So they kind of cover up mostly for the losses unless you've done something extraordinarily bad. So I think both business models are good. Obviously, if you look at NPA percentage as a single factor, secured looks nice. But if you look at return on risk-weighted asset or you look at a risk-adjusted basis, both would look probably equally similar. Of course, depending on your book and who you are. On rural versus urban, I must say that originally began with brilliant rural, very bad urban. But as the migration happened from the cities to the rural areas, it became literally similar. I think most city centers have done well with the exception of two, which is Bombay and Calcutta. And I think the large challenge for the people of both the cities have been the transportation. They're so dependent on the metros and the locals. And a large population, certainly of our customer base in the suburbs, really transporting goods, going as somebody working as a house or a security guard, you travel into that location. And you just can't travel because there is no means to travel. So I think two cities got a bit hard hit. I don't think so there's an extreme model saying this versus that. Urban in a microfinance sense was always 50 basis points worse than rural in the past. But that is not a big difference for us to avoid that market.
Okay.
An exception of two cities, all is good here.
Thanks, sir. Mr. Shah, as a bank, talk about this, one of the part we are discussing, that inclusive growth. Also India is talking about, and Atmanirbhar Bharat, that's the slogan for the current government. So tell us, sitting in your chair as a Kotak Mahindra Bank banker, as a banker with Kotak Mahindra Bank, on your approach to this inclusive growth, and how will it pan out in the post-COVID scenario? You think?
Yeah. So first, if I look at it, it's where Ajay, let me start from there. I think the microfinance itself as a book, though unsecured, has done extremely well compared to all the estimate which people have done it earlier, say in April or in September. So I think the resilience from rural as well as the microfinance sector has been agri and rural sector has been good. I share that sentiment between the urban and rural. The issue when I say unsecured, it is more in the personal loan of a higher segment. So microfinance has actually, I think the estimated loss today would be, as he rightly mentioned, about the kind of rate at which the lending happens. Compared to that, it is significantly better. It can take into its stride easily one such event in say 5 years or some pockets or segment where it happens due to some natural calamities or some legal interventions. Okay, let me put this way. So I think that is one part. The second, if I look at as a bank, you always have a priority sector requirement, and if you look at different components, we always meet it in a way, unless you have a cost for it actually. Otherwise, the MSME, if I look at, is an area of focus, I think, which also reflects in a very high ECLGS, which we have, not that everyone has opted for, because you many times ask why the customer, or why the advances are not growing. As a credit, if I look at overall, the sector growth for banking credit is just 6%. So it is because the borrowers are not coming forward, or the banks are not lending. So I think very clear ECLGS scheme, which was there available to all, but we couldn't consume that 3 lakh crore in spite of that. Even in our own books, not more than 60% guy, or little less than that, actually opted for ECLGS. In fact, we had a direction. We went to each one of them and asked them, you tell us, I don't want it. See, it's not that the borrowing is available for 1 year moratorium and 3 years means everyone will take it. They also evaluate whether I'll be able to effectively use or not. So I think this entire segment where we have got a nearly 5%, 9,000 crore plus we disburse in ECLGS. So that shows our total overall book in that segment. Okay. So I think our MSME focus has been very good. Now, if I look at only pertaining to agri SME has been a very good business overall, and that shows it's not that the rural economy is only agri. There are a lot of services and other things which happens in those areas, and which can be supported. Of course, then there is a commercial vehicle, which is another priority sector, or a home loan which is below certain amount. Plus, if I look at it overall, if I cover the whole aspect, which is your next segment, I think digitization also actually helps you reach out many places in a more cost-effective way. So if you have, say, 1,600 branch versus somebody who has got 15,000 branch, or someone who has, say, 6,000 branches, I think you can always reach out through your digital way in many other areas. So I think combined together, I think there is no way but to have an inclusive growth for even banking as an enterprise to grow, or banking as a sector to grow. So I think that's where we are.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Shah. Yeah, Jaspal. Oh, Jaspal he was there just now. Something happened. Well, I mean, we will get him. No, we'll get him the moment he comes in. Maybe some technical glitch. So the other piece, what we are discussing is the innovations. And innovations, and I think digitalization is the two parts. Everybody is saying that India is the biggest market, the most sophisticated market at this point of time when it comes to digitalization, and everything will be changed. Jaspal, no, I can't see. I can see Jaspal now. Jaspal? No, we'll get him there. So maybe, Mr. Shah, why don't you, we'll just Jaspal join us.
So Mr. Birla is there.
But I can't see him. Jaspal?
You have to on his video. He has to on his video.
Yeah. And mute also, no? He's on mute.
He's on mute.
Can you just call him and figure out?
Yes.
Meanwhile,
Yes.
Meanwhile, I'll ask Mr. Shah. Tell us, Kotak is in the forefront of when it comes to digitalization and innovations. So, give us a sense of what are the innovations we can expect in a new normal scenario.
I think it's a one-way street. Actually, the digitization is going to grow, and it already at a very good place in terms of say payments. If you look at, I think simply payment, the number of options which an Indian customer has, nowhere in the world you have. So I think the way in which the open architecture system on payments which we have developed, simply it provides many options, and banks are also in forefront of it. So in terms of offering those product to the customer. Now, if you look at overall transactions, so any transaction which are of a simple nature will all probably, like take example of placement of deposit. I would say, which must be true for us, true for all, almost 80% plus deposits are today placed in the digital mode. Even the recurring deposits and all. So it's a very customer servicing user experience. If I look at like using of a chatbot or maybe if a user experience point of view, if I want to have an intervention, I can have a more targeted intervention. Which customer will have a propensity to buy a particular product or something, so all this thing. AI or machine learning based, and these are early days, analytics based, but ultimately it's going to get more and more well entrenched. The other thing, historically, as you used the word universal banking somewhere, now universal banking earlier what was the model? Okay, I've got a bank, I will acquire a customer, I will have all other third-party product within my system, open architecture or otherwise, depending on regulation, I'll sell to the customer. I think the digitization allows you to probably acquire customer on all front. You can do from banking, you can do from asset management, you can do from insurance, which is also one important consumer need, and from securities. And you have seen on security side how much development, like the entire this discount brokerage and the entire development. So I think digitization overall in India has taken its speed, and as I many times say, as a metaphor, I say. Today I am a legacy player and basically a physical, branches and the networks and other thing. Now you got Amazon, who started as probably a digital bookstore in 1994, and he has a massive market share in online book sale. But many people may not know. Okay, he has got a 33% market share even in a physical sale of a book. So he has traversed the entire journey from being a digital to physical. And the real concern for any financial services player today would be if they start offering a product, which is today there may be a regulatory barrier. So the transaction where there is no regulatory barrier, I think your revenue and those pools probably will vanish, which is to benefit of the customer in any case. And so like those you have to be, and we have to traverse that journey from the complete physical legacy to the digital side. So I think the experience which a consumer who is consuming the Amazon product and consuming a Kotak financial services product or HDFC or ICICI, anyone for that matter, he expects the same experience. He can't differentiate. Once I'm dealing with this guy, is different than this. So I think everybody is working hard at it, focused on it. So I think it will improve. And lastly, I think the efficiency ultimately will result in a consumer benefit. Like if you got a lesser number of physical branches, there are many countries like UK, if you look at, I think branches are already down by some 15%, 20%. And in fact, the Bank of England is requesting some of the iconic main street branches, like in our case, if you say in Fort or in BKC or something, you should keep it open, So I think this is what the journey, it's a one-way track. And I think it will just grow from here.
Thanks, Mr. Shah. So you're saying it's irreversible, and what you did not say, I'm saying this actually bank needs to be a marketplace, right? Like Amazon.
Yes. Yeah, the open banking, like if you look at today API, today look at a mobile banking. Today 180 type of transaction, including you want to deal in Amazon, you want to book an IRCTC ticket, you want to go to airline, everything should need to be, it's a banking at your fingertips, and you don't have to even...
Post demonetization, Kotak came up with the product called 911, which was a big hit. So anyway, 811, sorry.
811 we call it.
Sorry. Yeah.
And you know, you can realize when was the demonetization announced?
Yes, 2016, yeah.
8/11.
November 11, November 8, 2000. Jaspal, we missed you in between, so
sorry.
you have to make up for your absence. So I'm combining the two, and Ajay, hold on, I'll come to you on the innovation part for the last. But Jaspal, you talk about two things. One is the inclusiveness. You are there, if I'm not mistaken, you are there primarily in the SME and MSME segment. You are also there in the low cost housing segment, etc. So you are the right person who can talk about this inclusive growth, which NBFC like yours can fuel. So can you give us a sense of where do you see this inclusive financing coming? Is it rural India? Is it urban India? And what's the profile of the customers? How is it going? And second part is the innovation part, which actually, because you are out, so I grabbed Mr. Shah to talk about again on innovation. So you speak about in the first couple of minutes on inclusiveness, and second in innovations, which is basically nothing but digitalization, unless some very innovative products also you want to talk about. Yes, Pal.
Sure. Just say that the banking industry for the last 100 years has paid far more attention to urban and to the top end of the pyramid. I think all of us who've grown up in banking have grown with that as our focus. And I think the opportunity is multifold larger in the middle and the lower half of the pyramid. So I think that is just a basic fact. The challenge with doing the inclusive are really two. It is about getting reach, and it's about being economical at a low ticket size. And I think that is where digitization and technology steps in, because what is now possible because of digitization, and we can get that reach, and we can hopefully get that economic cost subsidy. But to be fair, I think all of us on the panel agree that there is a very large section of Indian society which is either unserved or underserved. I mean, the most favorite data I always put is of registered MSMEs. There are probably an equal number of MSMEs that are not registered. But even in the registered MSME, only 8% have access to formal credit. So 87% don't have access to formal credit from the registered MSMEs. And they are very large of GDP. So clearly having output and productivity, they are not getting the financial support to go further than.
Oh, I think Jaspal's connectivity is a bit wonky. Yeah, so let him come back. Ajay, you know the question.
Yes.
Innovations. So tell us innovations both in terms of digitalization. What's your plan, and also innovations in terms of what are the new things can be done.
Right. So Tamal, first, Gaurav made a very good example of Amazon. Amazon, if you buy a 10,000 rupee book or a 1,000 rupee book, same experience. And even if you are a poor customer or a rich customer, Amazon can't make out the difference. You have the same experience. And I think that is what digital is doing to banking. Doesn't matter you're a microfinance customer or you're a HNI customer of some specific segment of a bank, you still get as good service on the mobile and the internet. You can still do bill payment, you get rewards program, you get debit ATM. So I think what it is doing is converting a large part of banking into a utility. And it is taking away the whole wealth divide where everybody gets similar service because digital enables it. So I think future of banking on a real forward-looking basis is how good is your advisory, how good is your risk management, because rest will only be digitized, I suspect. And India is blessed, no doubt about it. What we get from NPCI or UIDI, I think is the best in the world. You can argue no other way about it. And you can see the developments also that are happening. So I'll give an example where we are taking some interest. NSCL is figuring out, or rather has started a process of e-stamping all the documents. Now, getting stamp paper from different states with different values, making it reach your office on the right time, getting it done, it's a lot of work and unnecessary for both customer and the bank. Now with NSCL actually going out and doing e-stamping, I think it saves a lot of money, it saves a lot of hassle, becomes very convenient for customer. So I think our stacks, which are primary drivers for all, I mean, we all invested in digital, but our real explosion happened because of the stacks that the country has. Otherwise, individually, each one trying to build something like that would have been A, not possible, and B, very suboptimal. So yes, I think the future that on digitization and innovation for us is better application of what we have. So for example, QR code, it's something everybody knows. We give a QR code with every loan account and with every savings and current account. So, you don't have to use a POS machine because POS machine costs you money. But if your customer in front of you has a wallet, you can straight transfer the money into your bank account and you save that cost. Now, not everybody is using it. Not everybody understands the value of it. So they're really using the QR code and, getting the whole, which if you look at China, QR code is a primary driver. It is not as yet true in India. And how do you then make that simple QR code application into a nationwide movement where really the cost of doing business comes down, the ease of business happens. I mentioned e-sign as another. I think that's the other one that we are doing. And similarly, so it's more around application of what we have on the stack. And I still think a lot of digitization is to happen. Having said that, Tamal, I think the challenge is still in our segment, which is at the microfinance, the collections are a lot in cash. So I think there is a huge journey of getting the ecosystem at the bottom end of the pyramid and the rural areas to move away from cash. Not a very easy journey, I must say. So that will continue for, I guess, another couple of years till everybody really gets more formalized. And I think that will be the challenge which will continue for us.
Thanks, Ajay. Jaspal, you could not finish because of the technical glitches. On the innovation digitalization part, can you talk a couple of minutes? Jaspal?
Yes, so I think talk about
Jaspal, I think, can you put off your video? Only depend on audio, that the bandwidth will be saved then.
Okay. Is that
just it's better. It's better. Yeah.
So I think I agree with everything that has been said in terms of the growing sort of drive towards digitization, and that's here to stay and grow. My only worry is that in this process, we shouldn't lose the human element. My worry is that we may go too far on digitization because, when we talk to customers, when we talk about 5 lakh loan for housing, it might seem like it can be a routine transaction because it's a small ticket. But for that person, it's the biggest financial decision he's making in his life. And he likes a touch and feel of someone. I mean, there's something tangible. I don't think so anybody who's buying a house for the first time as the most expensive thing he has bought will be happy to just do it on the screen. He will want some touch and feel. And I think the same as Ajay said about collections. There is an effective investigation at a collection and just sort of putting the money through system. And I think it will take some time. So I think there will have to be a mix. But clearly, if we look at the composition of what was physical and what was digital, that will skew increasingly every passing year in favor of digital.
Okay. Thanks, Jaspal. Don't go away. Just one small 1 minute talk each probably, or whatever little bit of time is this. I'll ask Ajay and then Jaspal and then Gaurang will have the last word. Basically, we spoke about it's interface with customer and how things are changing, etc. But can you give us a sense how as an entity yourself is changing, how as a profile of a bank, in your case, Mr. Shah's case, in Ajay's case, and in Jaspal's case, NBFC, like the how you operate. Now, do you see now more flexibility? Will you allow people working from home that is more cost effective and most productive? Probably barring treasury, everybody else can work from home. Do you see the branches being changed, the profile of branches, everything else? Do you see the banks and non-banking finance companies post-COVID will be very different logistically than what it was till 2020? Ajay?
Yeah, so Tamal, there will definitely be a change. And again, depends on the kind of business you're in. For example, for us, collections will always be till we find a decent answer to cash, face to face. So that can't change. But yeah, wherever possible, whether it's technology, whether product managers, I think more flexi work from home will happen. So there is no doubt about it. I think one big change will happen on is welfare of employees. I think somewhere we took health and safety as granted. And I think the pandemic has opened a different context in our heads of what we should do for the well-being and hygiene and upkeep and betterment of employees. I think that has changed permanently, at least certainly for us. Logistically, 100% correct. Less physical offices, more work from home. No need to come for a regional meeting or a zonal meeting. Let's Zoom. So I think travel will come down, hotel bills will come down, Zoom and Plugi's bills will go up. I think those are kind of given for sure. I think other than that, how customer interacts with you will change. I think incrementally, with video KYC coming on board and that becoming slowly a moment, I think beyond opening an account, video KYC and doing video KYC for a lot more things may become real. So distant interaction with customer, which meets what Jaspal said, they will be humans, but they won't be physical in nature. So digital will play its role by making sure the advisory is strong, but doesn't have to be, so somebody sitting in Bangalore can advise somebody sitting in Delhi. It doesn't matter. As long as a good guy, there is good connectivity and we are in a good form. So I do see a big change coming up and all of us will drive it because it works in everybody's favor.
I think it's very critical, important thing you said that beyond logistics and processes, the organizations also will be more human, more welfare oriented. Yeah, Jaspal, are you there?
Yes,
yeah. Can you just a minute. Yeah. Yes, Jaspal.
So work from home was actually even pre-COVID home much something that I was practicing in the West. It's very popular to work from home 1 day a week, 2 day a week kind of thing. And but unfortunately, there was a big stigma to it, both in the West, but definitely in India. Basically, if you say I'm working from home, it's like taking day off.
Okay. I think we lost again.
Yeah.
So anyway, this glitches, we can't help it. Gaurang, last yours is yours.
Oh, I think pre-COVID and post-COVID, I think that it will be combined together in terms of working. I think as a bank, we have also identified how probably people will be required at desk, what will be that percentage of employees, and people who can work from home as well as from office. So I think people are encouraged to come to office only when they want to socialize, because it's also about, we are all social animals. We need to get together, team building, feeling to a particularly new employees. The older ones, which are fine because they know each other. So even they are on a Zoom call, they're fine. But the new one to get, I think some of those parties getting well blended with this in terms of, so I think we gained out of whatever has happened. Maybe it's and I think personally, I go twice, 2 days I try to find out in a week where I go, but I go to office when I'm a little freer, because when you go there, you would like to chat with somebody or you like to have a little bit of banter here and there, and then you come back. When you got a very back-to-back, meetings, then you're better. You save that time of traveling and coming back and all that. So I think it's a good blend which will emerge. And so far as as an extension of the digitization and the entire thing, I think is about this physical branch network. I think the importance of those huge branch network is now reducing. The branch sizes, they may be number wise will be there. Branch sizes will change. there will be more a ATM kind of a stuff which may do more than what they are currently doing. So there may be many such models which will emerge over a period of time. So I think that's the one, and that saves money. Or the banking is an intervention, so that saves money and efficiency for all people who are involved.
Thanks, Mr. Shah. So we come to the end, or the bit of a glitch on the Jaspal side, but overall, I think what we have heard in the third round is a repetition of what we had heard in the first round and second round. So if I need to summarize, instead of doing only summarizing, because I did not summarize any of those rounds because of the time constraint. So let me take a minute. In the first round, we had ex-Deputy Governor Mr. Mundra and Chandrasekhar Ghosh, who works primarily with the bottom of the pyramid, even though he is a universal bank. Second, we had two large public sector banks, Punjab National Bank and Union Bank. And third, we have a large SFB and a large private bank and an NBFC run by Jaspal. So I think the central theme in the new normal or the new reality is following. One is this: we are far better off than we had thought. And all of you probably feel that RBI's estimate about the asset quality deteriorating because of COVID is a bit conservative. We'll come up probably better than what RBI had thought in December. And that shows the resilience of the system. I think the key thing that comes out is this: Indian financial system, be it bank and NBFC, what happened in 2018 is the past. But now we are a very resilient system. Financial stability is there. And even though the NPAs will go up, you are building the cushion in terms of making higher provisioning. So nothing to be worried about. That's point number one. Point number two is this: the digitalization. It's a one-way street. It is irreversible. That's what you said. I think banks need to treat themselves as marketplace, not any bank anymore. And finally, I think everything, right from the tools, how the banks operate, to their processes, and even how they treat their employees, everything will be changed. So it will be more human approach, welfare-oriented approach, more work from home, different kind of branches, etc., etc. So on the one hand, you will cut your cost, get more productivity. On the other hand, I think customers will be better served for multiple reasons. I will not say bye-bye COVID, because we don't know. We are still apprehensive whether new strain would come up and will be more inconvenience. But as we speak, the story is the story is of optimism, story of resilience, story of innovations. So welcome new normalcy in the Indian financial system. Thank you, Ajay. Thank you, Mr. Shah. Thank you, Jaspal. Over to you, Anab.
Thank you, sir. It was really a very wonderful session, and we are also very grateful to you. Despite of your busy schedule, all of you have joined, and we are thankful to Mr. Jaspal Bindra, Executive Chairman of Centrum Group, Mr. Ajay Kanwal, MD and CEO of Jana Small Finance Bank, and Mr. Gaurang Shah, whole-time Director and President of Kotak Mahindra Bank. And with this, we would end the opening session of the Financial Market E-Conclave. Mr. Bandyopadhyay had already summarized the entire thing that we have learned, and we have concluded with a positive note. And we look forward to get into the more incisive analysis on the capital market and the insurance market at the later part of the day. So with this, we are just closing this session, but before that, we are really thankful to all our sponsors, the media people who would be covering this event, more than 300 participants who are in cloud and different social media who are watching this program live. We are thankful to all of you and thankful to all the speakers for joining us. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी। एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome all of you for a very interesting session ahead. Indian capital market challenges and opportunities in next normal days. It would be moderated by Mr. Ramesh Kumar Bansal, Chairperson of Banking and Finance Committee of Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry and Head Treasury ITC Limited. We have very eminent speakers in this session. Mr. A. Balasubramaniam, MD and CEO of Aditya Birla Sun Life Mutual Fund, Mr. Nilesh Shah, Group President and MD, Kotak Mutual Fund, Mr. Sandeep Sikka, ED and CEO, Nippon India Mutual Fund, Mr. Imtiazur Rahman, CEO and whole-time director, UTI Mutual Fund, Mr. Vishal Kapoor, CEO, IDFC Mutual Fund, and Mr. Rajiv Radhakrishnan, CIO, Fixed Income, SBI Mutual Fund. And I would now request Mr. Ramesh Kumar Bansal to take this session forward.
Thank you, Arnab. Very good afternoon to all of the viewers. We've got a very powerful panel out here, I must say. And just for information, this panel, I was just looking at the numbers, this panel controls more than 50% of the industry AUM. So that's how powerful this panel is. So welcome on board all the panelists. I think we'll have a good session hearing out your views on the markets and the capital markets in general. With permission from the organizers, what I would like to do is take a slight deviation from the topic out here. Since I saw this panel, I thought, why not talk about the history of the mutual funds in India? Okay, so the mutual fund industry started, I think, in 63, 64 with UTI Mutual Fund. For the next 23 years, we just had one mutual fund. Up to 87, we just had one mutual fund, and the AUM at that point of time was the peak AUM, I'm told, is about 6,700 crores. Thereafter, for a period of next 6 years, I think we incorporated a couple of more mutual funds. Some PSU mutual funds were born that time. There was a huge jump in AUM. It went up to about 50,000 crores. 93 is when, after the post-reforms, the post-liberalization, when private mutual funds were allowed and private mutual funds started. So by 2004, in the next one decade, we had about 30 to 35 mutual funds which were operational. And the AUM touched 1.5 lakh crores. Now, all these figures seem piddly these days, very small. Okay, but after 2004, there's been stupendous growth. Okay. So in 2008, the AUM touched 5 lakhs. 2015, that is in 7 years, we doubled the AUM to 10 lakhs. And after 2015 has been a meteoric rise after that. So from 2015 to 2020, we've reached more than doubled. It's close to 3 times. We had 28, 29 lakh crores. So I cannot recollect any industry where we've seen such a growth. I at least can't think of any such industry where there's a growth has been like this. Now, with such a huge amount of growth and such a huge amount of assets under management, mutual fund industry, I'm sure all of you will agree that it's one of the key pillars of the capital markets today. Now, with such a panel today, I thought it was a very good opportunity to go back in history, think in terms of, or at least for the benefit of our viewers, understand how this industry has grown and your experiences in bringing the industry to where it is today. And then we'll wrap it up with, trying to understand that from 29 lakh crores, how fast can we go to 50 lakh crores and how fast we can go to 1 lakh crores and beyond that. So if I may ask, Bala sir to start that with, because I got the idea from him.
Mute.
Bala sir, you have to unmute yourself.
Yeah. Thanks, Ramesh Bansal, and first of all, happy to be part of the discussion today among all our industry veterans. I think, as you rightly asked, I always keep saying that mutual fund industry has come a long way to serve the large pool of savings public in the country. And I remember my own early days being part of the GAC mutual fund. I think you referred to from a UTI. And then it became public sector led mutual fund. And when in the early 90s, mutual funds were traded in the market, a lot of people used to make money on an open-ended equity fund. Tons of money they used to make just because it was listed in the market, not because it was NAV driven market. Like whether it is Unit 64 or whether it is Cansigo or SBI Magnum, all such things used to be listed in the market. And once the regulation came in 1994, thanks to G.V. Ramakrishna was the original member of SEBI, then one by one, the regulatory framework started coming in. And I still remember the people who used to give a guaranteed product in those days had to pump in capital to meet the differences when the Ashrameta scam broke out and subsequent the credit market went for a toss. So the industry started with the big Gango kind of thing, with the UTI being the largest player. Of course, Rahman can't talk about that more in detail since he has been currently working in UTI. Of course, I'm sure you would have known about the history of UTI being part of UTI now. But I think they moved from there, public sector to the private sectors. With private sector, we are also, of course, Ayatollah Saleh Mutual Fund, one of the early private sector mutual fund, along with Reliance and a few others. And the entrance of private sector mutual fund and then continuous formation of regulation, which kept coming in one after the other, the whole industry started gaining the confidence of investors, and the transparency that came in along the way, along with the regulatory framework changing. That's something I think gave a big roadmap for the mutual fund industry to set higher targets and then reaching out to more number of customer base. Second, which I always believe the beauty of mutual fund industries is one industry which is, of course, we only create the mistakes, or we only manage money, we only find ways of managing money, we only make some mistakes, and then suddenly we work with the regulators and then bring in a regulatory framework to avoid such kind of thing. Therefore, the industry, the way I've seen it evolving, every aspect of mutual fund industry is transparency, whether it is with respect to the valuation or daily NAV, or moving to the daily the NAV applicability for redemptions, and also the moving from super institutional plan to the single plan. All such things came as part of the evolution and the base of the learning that each mutual fund industries would have played. We as money managers, we tend to offer something. It works well for some times, but doesn't work on certain times. And why it cannot work all the times, kind of question mark that comes in. Therefore, the regulatory framework comes in to bring in uniformity. I always feel proud for the mutual fund industry only for these reasons, that it is the one industry, is the beauty of the industry. It works with the regulation, brings in a self-disciplinary approach in everything that we do, and that's where I think the growth has come. The last, of course, is something which is not being done anywhere in the industry. I think thanks to Bave, I would say Sebi Bave, when he was there, is a man who instituted a mutual fund advisory council to bring in the market participants to be part of that committee, and I started discussing about various things that need to be done for the upliftment of the mutual fund industry, given the fact that mutual fund plays a very key role in the development of the capital market. And since it started, even today, some of us here in this room and these discussions have had or played a role in MF Advisory Council. Now, some of us are there. Clearly, this Advisory Council took a various shapes the last almost 20 years, brought in new way of controlling things as well as new way of developing the mutual fund business. One of the thought, I think I give a full credit to Equus Sinha. While on one side, you streamline your expense structures, you also brought in the 2 basis points, like the way you all do on the CSR side, towards building the investor education program. As such thing also gave a big lift to the market in terms of creating awareness about mutual funds. So why I'm specifically saying this about, I think when we are all building in the beginning stage, we have to actually go and literally tell what is our current deal, what is the YTM is, and how does your calculation of NAV is being done. Even in the equity, we will not get the price. We have to go and verify the price and through the BAU copy in stock exchange. From there, we are completely moved in terms of giving a high level of transparency. This is something I call it as a big evolution that has happened MF industry. This again putting the platform in such a place. Anybody who comes in the future will of course reap the benefit of the hard work that is done by all the players who have been part of the mutual fund industry in the last number of years. Of course, old players first, and then the newcomers who came later. All such hard work that has been put in will actually go to benefit to the new guy who is coming in the next few years. Therefore, the next 10 years will be faster than what was in the last 25 years in terms of growth. And I just want to highlight one last point with respect to the industry dynamics. While doing all such things, the way the association also plays a role as, despite not being a SRO, the way I think they play the role of facilitating for the industry uniformity in terms of practices. That I think nowhere else it exists in the world. I think that even banking industry in India sometimes would have struggled, but mutual fund industry has done a great job in that. Say this in publicly as well, and I would probably give 100% credit to Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji for during the demand period. The industry saw a huge lift in terms of growth. That came as on the back of alternate to bank deposits, alternate energy investment. Mutual fund can play the role. That's where the bigger growth which came, which also in my view helped for the industry to get past the earlier all the numbers and get on the faster track. So this is the way I see it. And fortunately, I've been throughout this period of the evolution of mutual fund industry, right from being the public sector employee between the 92 to 94 and being part of the Birla for the last 26 years, and also dealt with all the people who are in the forum in some form or other in all these years. That's the beauty of continuity, which I see is also one of the reasons has brought in the success.
Great, that's great to hear that. Nilesh bhai, would like to hear from you as well. What do you think has really contributed to this meteoric rise in the mutual fund industry, and your own numbers as to when are we going to reach that 50,000 and 1 lakh crore mark?
So Bala is the Bhishma Pitama of our mutual fund industry. He has captured the journey of mutual fund very well. But I would just like to narrate the story. In 2000 or 2001, there was a devastating earthquake in Gujarat, in Kutch especially. And, virtually everything was broken, even in a city like Ahmedabad. And most financial services were disrupted. And the mutual fund industry actually came out with table on the road because we knew people will need money. And our staff, without worrying about their family or their houses, were right there next day onwards, meeting customers' requirement for redemptions. We ensured that redemptions happened even in the most devastating earthquake. And there are numerous such incidences. I remember one night in Mumbai when there was a deluge. The suburban Mumbai was completely waterlogged and it was difficult to move. Whereas the southern Mumbai, proper Bombay, was not impacted that much. Now, many of us were based in suburb. Some of us were based in proper Bombay. But we ensured that the redemptions continued. I think this servicing customer at every point of time, no matter what limitations, what restrictions, what challenges are, that has created trust for the mutual fund industry, apart from so many factors which Bala mentioned. This trust is the most important thing, and by and large, entire mutual fund industry is actually working to manage trust of investors rather than just the money. Our transparency is better than most financial services industry in India as well as abroad. Our servicing probably today is at par with the best in the world. When we manage offshore fund, we realize how primitive some of those practices are compared to our country. And this trust is also coming because of transparency. We have nothing to hide. So many cooperative banks falter because you don't know what's there on the asset side. In mutual fund, asset side gets published every 15th day. So many mutual fund companies have, seen exit of their sponsors. Businesses have changed hands. But none of this has impacted investors. It's a very, very smooth transition. So many chit funds, lose money for investors. In mutual funds, there has been market losses, but very rare transaction of an investor losing money. The losses are due to market volatility rather than mismanagement like in chit fund. So I believe as long as we are on this path of managing trust of investors and taking every step so that that trust keeps on enhancing, we will continue to gain market share. We will continue to be part of every investor's day-to-day life.
I agree. See, in the morning, in the first session in the morning, we had one discussion around the pandemic and how things have changed as a result of the pandemic. So one of the key things that we talked about was the very well talked about aspect of the pandemic. The impact of pandemic was the people who have risked their lives to save others. Okay, and especially the health workers, etc., doctors, health workers, medical practitioners, etc. We also talked about various other people who pitched in and from various industries. So, but one of the lesser spoken about items is the contribution of the financial services industry, the capital markets. Okay, no one talks about it. Okay, rarely talk about it. The capital markets has been on the forefront. The capital markets have not shut for even a single day. There have been lockdowns. There have been stringent lockdowns, but capital markets have functioned every single day, and they made sure that the economy has been functional. People have had the cash when they've required, so everything has functioned. So, Sandeep, I would request you to just touch upon this and share some thoughts of yours with the viewers. That what is it that we as a part of the capital markets have done? What is our contribution to this, where we have really braved it out and been made sure the economy continues to function?
Thanks, Ramesh. Ramesh, I'll actually take it with the club it with the earlier question and go back to one of the things that Nilesh mentioned, whether it was earthquake, whether it was floods in Mumbai. I think this industry has always been, and I'm not talking only mutual fund industry, but the financial services has continuously been servicing the investors. And I also take it, I think the earlier question you touched a little about the journey, and both these questions are linked to each other. I think this journey, the biggest success in these last 20-25 years has been the trust investors have in us. And this trust comes because of the fact, I think all our actions during this year, financial services is just like, I would like to believe, and as being a part of the financial sector, we are like oxygen. We are required for survival. It's only when we are not there, our presence is, we are missed. So during this entire period, quietly, all the banks, all mutual funds, everybody was working. I mean, we talked about COVID. But the reality is, all this period, all mutual funds, specifically all my co-panelists are from the mutual fund industry, each one of us continued contributing to the dreams of the investors who have entrusted their money, given us their money. They have their own dreams, and we kept serving them. We could not even once say that our offices are not operational. We continued serving them, serving the investors. And for me, I think I take it as, I think this, while the frontline workers have been the medical, they have, and they had to be. But thank you for raising this point. The financial sector has been doing a lot, doing its best, contributing to the revival of the economy post-COVID and otherwise. I would, during this period, I also know of so many people who actually for whatever financial need required money and urgent money, and there was never a single day delay of redemption. We were not reaching our offices. Many of our colleagues could not reach offices, but not a single day there was a delay in redemption. So I think the point I want to highlight is, I think this industry has, and while we talked about AUM, we talked about the growth, the biggest success of this industry has been the trust that we enjoy today of investors. And it is all because of all these actions that have happened. And I really thank you for getting us in the forefront also, and us more than us, the asset management in the financial sector, because I think many times we are not talked too much about, and we continue playing a role. During this period, we also saw one of the largest capital market fundraise in the country. Again, those things are very critical. They are not on a day-to-day basis discussed. They are not as important as, I mean, when you see the numbers of the COVID cases, but they are adding to the future growth of the country. So I think I mean, it's very difficult to put in words and numbers the contribution of this industry, but financial sector has played a very big role, and a lot of things that have happened during this period in the last 12 months will show results in the next 5 to 10 years.
Well, my company, I work in a company which is, a very large investor in mutual funds, and I can vouch for this. Right from day one of the lockdown, there's not been a single day where I could not invest. We invest on a daily basis. We have transactions with mutual funds on a daily basis, and I must say a great thank you to the entire industry where the day one of lockdown also I did not have a disruption. So I could invest and I could redeem on day one of the lockdown. So I think thanks to whatever setup that you have put across, whatever the background work you have done quietly, and the test of it is that it worked.
It worked.
So that's, I think, the biggest reward that is worked.
Thank you.
Yeah. So coming to your Rahman sir, UTI has been the first mutual fund. Okay, so that's what we started about talking. So I'm sure you'll have a wealth of information and knowledge to share with us, and some snippets to share with us. And
yeah,
we've been hearing Unit 64 from our childhood.
Yeah. Should I start, Ramesh? So first of all, yes, Ramesh, thank you so much for this opportunity. And I am not in the business of speaking much. My IFE chairman is there in Nilesh Bhai. And speaking anything in front of Nilesh Bhai is like, no, Suraj ko diya dekhane jaisa hai. Indeed, UTI has a very deep relationship with the Indian capital market. Way back in 1963, many people may not know, this was Pakistan which was trying to introduce the unit scheme of mutual fund. But then the visionary finance minister learned this particular news that Pakistan is trying to introduce the mutual fund in their country. And overnight they formed a team, and then finance minister using the RBI started organizations known as Unit Trust of India. And since then we have been serving the nations. So mutual fund concept was conceptualized, and you name any type of a scheme, UTI under the guidance of the government of India and RBI launched that scheme at every stages of life. It is for children, for retirement, monthly income schemes, growth schemes, and so on. But let me just say a few things before I go to the history of UTI. The year 2020 was indeed a very unprecedented year. But I believe that it was a year with complete resilient, heroic year, and indeed hope was there. And Sandeep has rightly pointed out, Nilesh Bhai as well, that we honored all our commitments. And the hallmark in the technological advancement helped us in honoring our commitment. So as the life goes on from 1963 onward, 1964, US 64 scheme, UTI faced many challenges. But it was UTI and indeed the government of India from 1964 till 2003 ensured that commitment at every level is honored. So all my colleagues have mentioned about trust. The government of India and the industry work very closely to ensure that a trust deficit should not be engulfed, and we must honor our commitments. And that's how, when the assured return schemes, the government of India decided to close in Unit Trust of India, we honored all our commitment. I'm aware way back in 2001, it appeared that there is a run in Unitas of India, and people used to queue up for almost 500 meters and 1 kilometer to get their money in the US 64 scheme and various other schemes. It was not only US 64, various other schemes. In 2001, Unitas of India had over 4.5 lakh investors, not the unit holder which we have. But the industry, we honor as the industry our commitment. What brought, and then after that, we also became the SEBI compliant mutual fund. And the journey from there, my colleagues have already highlighted it. Indeed, it is a very, very transparent industry. It gives all of us a sleepless night, despite the fact that we have best-in-class governance structure in place. We have best-in-class technology in place. But still, when we get up in the morning, one thing which worries us is how we are going to honor the commitment which we have for investors. And particularly for the investor like you, Ramesh, who is so demanding that your money should reach on time. The industry has done a terrific job by honoring not only the commitment, but commitment on time. The industry has another good job is about investors' educations. UTI started in a very big way back in 11 years back in 2010. And now Nilesh Bhai is using, because of his own stature in the industry and in the country, he was kind enough to bring in the celebrity. And the celebrity now gives us a lot of mileage when the Indian cricketers are saying mutual fund sahi hai. So I will rest my view here, Ramesh, and over to you, Ramesh. And thank you very much.
Now, quite interesting to hear about the journey. How has been the play of digital in all this journey, and how do we see this going forward? Now we are talking about digital, and the pandemic has leapfrogged our digital journey in the country. So how do you see this impacting the mutual fund industry and contributing to doubling up the AUM from here? So we talked about 50,000, 1 lakh. So how do we see this, the progress in the digital journey, and what is the industry doing as far as digitization of mutual fund investments is concerned?
Right, should I take that, Ramesh?
Yeah, Vishal, please.
Okay, thanks for the opportunity. And I think everyone spoke about some of the great, I think, effort the entire industry put in, not just mutual funds, but the entire financial services industry, banks included, to keep the wheels of the economy running right through this pandemic. And I think if you were to ask around, one of the biggest enablers for all of us has been the use of digital that I guess most industries were able to embrace and adapt fairly quickly. For mutual funds, if I were to step back, and this relates to the the earlier question about the journey, etc., that we've seen and the fantastic growth we've seen over the last 25, 30 years. One of the things that you'll notice, Ramesh, is that as an industry, we've always been very nimble and very flexible in adapting to new changes, whether it's regulation, whether it's a way of doing business, whether it's new models that we've developed, new product that we've developed, etc. So in some sense, adapting to change, embracing change, and then being able to leverage it to our customers' benefit has been almost ingrained into many things that we do. And I think, through this period last year, especially going through the pandemic, this really, brings to bear the fruit of embracing change quickly for the industry at large. As you mentioned, as you saw, everyone speak, there was hardly any disruption in the industry, right through even the most stressful periods of April, May, and by June and July, most things were absolutely normal and back. And the reason that could happen was because over the years, industries such as ours, as well as a few others in financial services, have embraced digital to a level where now, from what I understand, 90+% of our transactions
happen completely paperless digitally. Of course, there have many advantages to digital, as we all understand. Apart from being fast and accurate, it's also very easy for investors to sort of keep a track record of, reconcile, etc. So all these benefits are there. So processing standards, the ability to meet our promise, gets highly magnified if most of us are using technology that is scalable through the use of digital. So we've been, along with our tech industry, been at the forefront of adapting to the new technologies that have been offered to us, and that's really helped us scale. So one of the reasons we've been able to grow at the 17, 18, 20% that we've been able to do is because we've been able to scale at that level, which is greatly enabled by this digital. Now, for us, digital just doesn't stop at servicing and processing. Now, with some of the changes that have been brought in, especially in the area of customer acquisition, this can really, I would definitely see it as a big driver for us to access and reach and offer services to the many who still may not be touched by, an advisor or a mutual fund distributor, but has a smartphone or a mobile phone in his or her hands. And this is really, in the length and breadth of the country. So one of the challenges that I think most financial services industries have faced in the past is how do you reach out to the end investor? And because of the proliferation of mobile and data and access to technology across the country, this is, to our mind, a good way for us to be able to scale. So, this is absolutely centered to what we're doing. It is one of the big enablers for us to keep up the growth that we have. To me, some of the new technology that has been allowed, including video KYC, to open an account if you don't have a mutual fund account, allows you to get on, and really there's no real reason left for you not to do it. Many platforms allow you to do this over just a couple of minutes to start your first mutual fund. And as an industry, the moment you've enrolled with one and your KYC is done, you then have access to anyone. So this is something that for most customers I would encourage, is something you can definitely leverage.
Great to hear that. And so what is the next disruptor that you are seeing in the industry, in the digital space?
So I think, in the way we are, and I can't call it a disruptor, because for the industry, I would think that offering a choice to an end investor is always going to be beneficial. And I go back to our history of always evolving, always innovating, and offering a lot of choice. I think that's been the reason we've been able to sustain this level of growth for so many years. I see a lot of great innovation happening in the way products are being offered or solutions are being offered to investors. And what you would have seen is that in our industry, the way products are offered have evolved from the old ways of, largely based on face-to-face and an agent or a distributor approaching you, to new regulation that has changed the mode as well as the responsibility through an investment advisor. And now models being developed where people are able to do this completely online and be able to offer a lot of value addition at scale, which are called the robo-advisory models or the fintech models, etc. So new methods using technology are developing to be able to allow access to customers. I must step back and just talk about why we think this is so important. We have to keep in mind that while our industry has grown tremendously and we've made so much progress that we've done, and like I said, high double-digit growth for so many years, given the potential of the country, we are still, less than about 2% of India truly has a unique mutual fund product today. So the headroom for growth is still enormous. When we compare ourselves in terms of this number of customers and look at the number of people holding a mobile phone or a bank account or the number of PAN cards that are available, etc., there is a lot of room for us to grow. Therefore, we should all, and I'm sure all the white papers and all the work that we have done wants to sustain this growth for at least the next 10 years, if not longer. The question now becomes that once we've penetrated the big cities and the medium-sized cities, how do you get to the smaller cities? And that's where some of these technologies, some of these ways of accessing, of providing information and service becomes extremely important. Because this is a great product, it's got transparency, it's got trust, liquidity, great regulation, etc. But it has to reach a lot more Indians to be able to take benefit. And I think technology can be a great partner, whether it is through information or servicing or access or just liquidity. All of these things can be, as we all understand, be served by technology now. So that's the big disruption, which is bring technology to the front to be able to, and of course, I'm not taking away the need for the human touch, the human emotion, but it's a great enabler, it's a great tool that allows us to subvent some of the challenges of the past.
Okay. So, Sandeep, can I also ask you to add your perspectives on this?
Oh, I think that's a very, the question is the most apt question in the present environment. And I'll pick up the last line that Vishal said. I think more than disruption, this is one of the biggest enabler for the growth of the industry. I think the industry, this product is good. We are still reaching to 2% of the population today. But I think what digital does is now it gives us an access to go to every small city and town. And it's the digital and the human touch, both combined, are going to be the biggest reason for the growth of the industry in the next decade. Just to put numbers in perspective, mutual fund industry will have roughly about 2.5 crore investors. Every year in India, 2 crore two-wheelers are sold. Now just let's think of this from this perspective. Now, anybody who's buying a two-wheeler is buying an insurance. There is no reason why he cannot buy a SIP. And the only challenge was, how do you reach out to them, everybody? And digital will make it possible. So if you were to ask me, digital is going to be the biggest reason for the mutual fund industry to reach, today even is 2% of the population. But I think I would say, you started by saying, 30 lakh will go to 50 lakh or 1 crore. For me, I think, and all of us in the industry, I think more than AUM, the penetration is the more important thing. How do we reach out to at least 20-25% of the households of India? If we take, today we are 130 crore people, 4 people per family, we are talking about 27-28 crore households. I think the next step for us to reach is basically 10 crore households. And for that, it's going to be physically, it would be impossible for us to do that very fast. It may happen when many of us would have retired. But digitally, I'm very sure it will happen much before we all retire. So I think that's a very similar the way I see it. So digital is going to be a big change. And also many times when we talk of digital, we only see it as distribution. Digital is also getting a lot of efficiency. And what does that efficiency do? It reduces the cost, eventually increases the return for the investor. So it's going to help in many ways. So I'm really excited about the way digital will play out in this industry. And again, to add to the last point of Vishal, one should never assume it is digital. So the physical intervention will go away, the distributors will go away. The human touch in in financial products, there's always going to be a nudge you need from somebody. You don't get up in the morning and decide that you have to brush your teeth like you brush your teeth, that you say, I'll go and invest in mutual funds. You need the nudge. And that nudge will come from human beings, but technology will help in completion of the transaction.
On the same topic, I've got a question to you, Rajiv. Equity markets have got digitized long back. We come a long way from the time where we used to have transfer forms and physical share certificates, etc. We come a long way from there. There's been digital, and the retail has also been touched. But in my understanding, the debt market digitization, I'm not talking about the customer interface now, I'm doing the back end. That was slower than slower than equity market. But now over the last couple of years, a lot has been talked about developing the bond market, digitizing the bond market. There have been so many electronic platforms which are available now. So what is your take on, you've been dealing with this on a day in, day out basis. So can you just enlighten us on how digital is taking over that area of capital markets?
Yeah, thank you, Ramesh. In fact, with respect to transaction efficiency, so all of us have seen how the NDS has really transformed trading in government securities. At the same time, over the period of time, you've got CCIL that has really established a very, I would say, a very strong settlement architecture for government securities with guaranteed settlement. We've got the same platform for market repo transactions in sovereign securities, and as well as for overnight deployment. So a lot of, I would say, tech enablement has actually been already enabled for sovereign securities over the last so many years. And I think simultaneously, something which is probably not well appreciated is the amount of transparency the regulators have brought upon in terms of transaction in corporate bonds. Today we are in a situation where the trade, something like a trade repository, or unlike a few years back, now everyone has access to where corporate bonds are trading in terms of being able to get market prices because you have a clearing settlement architecture that has been there. Now, transparency in terms of disclosure, it's again been scaled up very, very significantly in corporate bonds. Now, with respect to transaction in corporate bonds, we have this EBP mechanism, which is there for primary bidding of corporate debt. And very recently, SEBI has come up with an RFQ platform. So, in terms of sort of trying to initiate the changes that we have seen in government securities, I think a lot of changes have happened and are simultaneously being done even on the corporate debt market. And very recently in the budget, we did have the announcement of setting up an institution that will basically be doing market making in corporate bonds, very similar to what primary dealers are doing in government securities. So at some point in time, that entity will be set up. SEBI has even come up with a limited purpose clearing corporation for corporate bond repo. So I think once these entities are set up and start functioning, a lot of the efficiency gains that we have seen, maybe again enabled by technology, which has happened in government securities, will over a period of time, I guess, will apply for corporate debt as well, which in a way will make the corporate bond markets far more liquid, and I think over a period of time, it should add to the depth of the market as well.
Yeah, and I think the recent budget announcement of allowing retail investors into the government securities market.
Right. In fact, that's something very interesting. Of course, we would need to see how that evolves. And it is one space which I believe has been relatively untapped. For some reason, even when mutual funds, so we've been having gilt-oriented funds for ages. But when you see in terms of the investor AUM or the investor appetite, that category hasn't really scaled up. And I believe once people are able to directly access government securities, I think over a period of time, I think that people start getting far more familiar with transacting in sovereign securities directly, and I think over a period of time that should enable that category also to actually get sufficient attraction over a period of time.
Yeah. So we've been talking about the journey of the mutual fund industry and how it's been progressing. So we talked about how the AUMs have grown, the role of digital in growing the business. How about the role of the regulator in growing a business? So SEBI has been there around for 92, and I'm sure there have been some sort of regulations prior to that as well. There have been regulations, and I think the space of regulatory interventions in the recent past has increased quite a bit. There have been rapid changes which have been brought about. The last 1 or 2 years, if I look at, then there have been so many changes that have been brought about. So how do we in the industry see the role of regulator in growing the mutual fund industry, increasing the penetration of mutual funds? How does the industry view that, and how does the industry body AMFI look at that, and how does the interface with the regulator on this?
Yeah, I think we can just say on this,
Sorry,
if you can just say, then of course. Well, of course, the earlier used to call SEBI as a watchdog. So I think historically, if you look at the stock market parlance, SEBI is considered as a watchdog, and all of us used to have, especially the capital market players, used to have a lot of fear for SEBI, the way people do have fear in SEC in US. And as time progressed, while of course the watchdog status remains from SEBI, as it started happening with IRDA, as which also considered as a regulatory development authority, and SEBI started also playing the role of framing a regulation that could help the industry to grow. And earlier, when I spoke at the beginning, I mentioned about 2 basis points coming to promote mutual fund awareness. They also changed the introduced a term called T30, T15, B15, T30, B30 now. So that also came on the back of increasing the mutual fund penetration to the larger masses, rather than making the mutual fund available only for top cities and having in high concentrations. So there is a role of development which came in there. And I think my own view is the way regulatory frameworks have worked. Investors is the center of the piece, anything that you do. And all the time, investors' benefit is kept in mind. Whether investors will get clarity in terms of how the money is being managed. If you look at it from any angle, that's the way the regulation would have got formed. And finally, wherever the investors are, whether people can access, as it was pointed out earlier, putting redemptions, etc. Keeping investors at the base, revolving around everything that would give a greater confidence and comfort to the investors is something that the way I think SEBI has done. So I would assume from a broader industry capital market point of view, what they have done both in the equity capital market as well as in the mutual fund capital market, I would assume a lot have been done only for the development of the market in a more systematic manner for reaching the benefit in the long run. So that's the way I've been watching it, I've been seeing it. Of course, we all are being a part of the industry player. We do have our own grievances because sometimes moving away from the past practices, introducing new practices, we do have some apprehensions at times. But that I would assume it's a part and parcel of any industry. And leave aside that, I think the large portion of the growth I would probably see coming on the basis of the regulatory framework got changed, which I think should be considered as a development initiatives.
Ramesh, if I was to add, I think I would just say in one line, I think SEBI is one of the most efficient and transparent and a regulator which is working for the growth of the industry. I think every regulator has to do its work of regulating the entities. But I think it's very important for the regulator to also be accessible and work for the development of the industry. A lot of changes which have been happening, and like Bala said, we may like it, we may not like it. I think SEBI has kept the investor in the center, the industry, and worked for the growth of the long-term growth of the industry. And for me, I think I take it, I have had this interaction with 3 regulators in the world: Singapore, Malaysia, Japan, and all 3 of them in my first meeting have always say, I think your Indian regulator is outstanding. I think so. It's not only a question of in India. I think internationally also, regulator is acknowledged to be doing a great job.
Sir, actually, I think he was on a call. Sir, Mr. Sikka has just completed his viewpoint.
Yeah. Nilesh bhai, if I may also ask you to add on, you've been AMFI chairman for long, and your take on the role which regulator has played and the role that you see from the regulator to grow the industry and grow the penetration of mutual funds.
So in my opinion, SEBI is the Brahma, Vishnu and Mahesh for the mutual fund industry. As Brahma, it creates mutual fund industry through better regulation, through better practices. As Vishnu, it maintains. We were in physical age, SEBI pushed us to digital age. And as Shiva, it also destroys whenever there is bad practice or bad apple in the mutual fund industry. And each of this role is very, very critical for the overall growth and balance of mutual fund industry. Without SEBI's regulation, investor confidence will not be there, will probably end up becoming like chit funds which are not regulated by anyone. There are some good chit funds, there are many bad chit funds. Second, we also need their support in evolving ourselves. Markets are changing, investor needs are changing. Even some of the things which we are seeing right now, let's say environmental, social and governance or responsible investing, it wasn't the case 20 years back when I started my career. So SEBI has to ensure that we move with time, we remain relevant with time, we satisfy investors' need. And at the same time, the third eye of Shiva should always be there to ensure that we don't end up doing damage to the confidence of investors. We don't end up, doing anything wrong. So SEBI so far has played a fantastic role of maintaining this industry, growing this industry, supporting this industry, and at the same time curbing malpractices whenever it arises.
Right, sir. So now we'll move on to the next phase of this discussion, as Nilesh Bhai had written in one of his columns that I recently read, that Bhav Bhagwan Che. Okay, so regulator is fine, regulations are fine, digital is fine, but at the end of it, the markets have to perform for investors to come in and put in money in the mutual funds. So when we did the conclave last time, I think it was September 2019, the Nifty was around 10,500 to 11,000 range, and a lot of you all were there in panel at that point of time. And I think the discussion that happened there was a lot of hope on economic recovery, growth recovery. And markets, as we all learned from you all, that it's always forward looking, and market was rallying. And the rally continued and reached 12,500. There was a lot of optimism. There was reduction in tax rates. All that fueled the rally and went up to 12,500. But then suddenly pandemic came, and it witnessed one of the steepest correction. I think in a matter of 2 months, we erased 4 years of Nifty gains, which is 30%. So we reached 8,600 odd levels. But however, as people started to understand the pandemic, people started getting hopes of, curing the pandemic and development of a vaccine and the total humanity coming together to fight the pandemic. Again, the equity markets are the most positive people, I would say, that, they again started looking at the positive side of things, and markets started rallying once again. And as we speak now, market is at 15,200 odd levels, 15,100, 200 levels, and every day we are making a new lifetime high. So the questions which a lot of investors ask now is that are markets detached from the real economy? When we are talking about degrowth in the economy and Nifty is at a lifetime high, are we detached? Is market overvalued? Are we fueled? Is this rally getting fueled by easy liquidity? Is it devoid of fundamentals? We'll wait for the markets to correct before we invest. Or should we invest now? How much correction is expected? So there are a lot of questions which are there in the minds of the investors. So very nice to hear your thoughts and insights on what's really happening and what is it that an investor can expect going forward from here. Is it liquidity or is it fundamentals? Is it a peak, or we could possibly see much more peaks in the near term? So, Nilesh Bhai, if I could start with you.
Sure. So, Ramesh bhai, if I have to summarize last 13, 14 months equity move, it reminds me of an old Hindi Amar Akbar Anthony. There's a song in that movie which said, "Anhoni ko honi kar de, honi ko anhoni. Ek jagah pe jama ho tino, Amar Akbar Anthony." In our market, anhoni happened when flows, sentiments, and fundamentals came together. FPI sold 60,000 crore in March, markets corrected. In November, December, they brought 60,000 crore plus in both the months. Jan, Feb, again they have been buying. They have brought more than 250,000 crore worth of equity in last 12 months. If this FPI buying was not alone, the retail investors buying is even better than that. Their holding has moved from 9% in December 2019 to 9.8% in September 2020. The December 20 numbers are not yet out. So between retail and FPI, $50 billion plus came in last 12 months, pulled the market up. If you look at sentiment point of view, since September, we have seen active cases going down. Now they are less than 145,000. And the month-on-month economic activity has kept on improving. For Jan 21, GST collection, 120,000 crore, highest ever in our history. E-way bill generation, 10% up year on year, highest ever in our history. Power consumption, 189 gigawatt, highest ever in our history. Foreign exchange reserves, including forwards, upwards of $600 billion, highest ever in our history. Railway freight loading now running higher than previous year. Your PMI for manufacturing services are in expansionary zone. Put all these things together, sentiments have become positive. Ramesh bhai, money and sentiments can change overnight, but fundamentals take time to change. Now look at the fundamentals. If I see Nifty or Sensex on a trailing basis, that is December 19, March 20, June 20, and September 20 quarterly profits, it's roughly about 446,000 crore. And the current market cap is 200 lakh crore. It gives me a P ratio of about 46. Now, if I annualize September quarterly profit, which came at 1,75,000 crore, that becomes straight annualized 7 lakh crore. And the P ratio comes down to 29. Now, if I look at December quarterly profit, it's likely to reach now 1,95,000 crore. And if I add that kind of growth for June and March 21 quarter, the P ratio becomes 25. So this is the Triveni Sangam of money, sentiment, and fundamentals which have pulled the market up. If I look at from a valuation point of view, on a price to book basis, we are little above our historical average, not very expensive, just little above. On a P ratio basis, the way earnings are moving up, it doesn't look very expensive. It doesn't look cheap either, but it doesn't look very expensive. And if Warren Buffett's indicator market cap to GDP ratio against our historical average of 75% market cap to GDP ratio, we are trading 100%. It might look little bit on the higher side, but moment you put global market cap to GDP, which is trading at 122%, we look reasonable. So I will say, as long as this money flow, sentiment, and fundamental Triveni Sangam continues, markets will be supported. It doesn't mean that it will keep on going up every day like post-budget. There will be ups and downs, but all correction will be an opportunity to buy.
Bala sir has to leave, so Bala sir, if you could just give us your take on this quickly before you leave.
Yeah. Thanks, Ramesh. As Nilesh mentioned, of course, there are a lot of things which has driven the market sentiment in the last 9 months. So one of the fundamental difference which I see between the past and this time around, whenever we have gone through a similar kind of crisis in the past of a different nature, but the crisis when it had hit, the regulators and policymakers used to struggle as to what they should do to revive the confidence back and bring back the growth. Whether it is Reserve Bank of India equivalent policymakers or Government of India equivalent policymakers worldwide, they used to take almost about 1.5 2 years to do anything that they wanted to do. This is the first time ever I am saying, even when we all used to struggle in the month of March and April as to how things will shape up, the way the policymakers reacted, which otherwise they would have taken a matter of almost about 1.5 2 years, this time they did everything in about a matter of 3 weeks. And within the 3 weeks, they gave so much of money in the table for the system to absorb. Nowhere in the world has happened. I think first time ever, again, we are also seeing, as Nilesh mentioned about GDP to market cap basis, you measure the market success. Today, the spending is being measured as a percentage of GDP, which has now become a single point of conviction, which I think every country has been bringing on the table. And lastly, of course, the same central bankers, despite knowing very well the liquidity would have an inflationary impact, they have taken as part of their agenda and the goal that till such time we see a growth coming back, they would not touch the interest rates till 2025, which is again something which is unusual to come from central bankers, and that is the one which is also driving the market. While the earnings came back the way I think pre-COVID and post-COVID, most of the companies have started saying have reached actually pre-COVID level. Therefore, the narrative of which companies got changed. While of course we still have a lot of question mark whether we'll actually go past the past numbers to justify the higher valuation, price to book multiples or PE multiples. But one thing remains even today alive, which I generally call it as a different phase of the market, which goes through a 4 different phases of the market. A despair phase where everything comes to a dark and nobody has clue about what's going to happen. Then you have a hope phase, then you have a growth phase, then you have an optimism phase. If you have to divide the market into 4 phases, while we have gone through the despair phase, which came on the back of the pandemic phase, the hope phase seems to be getting elongated. It's not from hope to growth, it doesn't jump. The hope continues remains and now the growth will come back and policymakers will continue to do a lot of stuff to keep the hope alive, and then followed by the growth phase coming in. One fundamental difference with all the 4 I am saying, which is what I think historically analyzed number, the despair phase, everything is looking down, whether it is PE multiple, earnings per share, or the price increase, all the 3 looks negative. Whereas the hope phase, PE multiples expands, EPS doesn't come, but real return comes very well. Whereas the whole growth phase, real return doesn't come as much as you expect, but real earnings come back. Then you have the PE expansion doesn't happen. Then the optimism phase, you have all the 3 coming in. So therefore, the market cycles, if you look at in terms of various phases in which you go through, we seem to be in a direction where hope to growth phase is coming. That essentially means the earnings may or may not come, but expectation earnings coming in will still remain alive. As well as from the equity market point of view, that kind of hope remains alive. Then naturally, the market will tend to do well during that period of time. As long as there is no accident that comes and hits, which I would assume, again, I would give full credit to a regulator. Today, anybody who trades in the stock market has to, of course, give 100% of the money before he takes any position, which essentially means the bubble is not getting created. At the same time, valuation may get extended, and at the same time, the power of earnings coming back, given by the huge, good budget that our finance minister has given for the country. First time ever, such a large push that has come. Most of the time, in the past, whenever fiscal stimulus has come, it has always come for the half-hearted approach. When I mean half-hearted approach, we have seen in the past, 2009, when Pranab Mukherjee was the finance minister, he did give fiscal stimulus, but it was half-hearted. Finance Minister Chidambaram had given fiscal stimulus, but again half-hearted. We were not sure what will happen. This is the first time ever budget I am seeing with a full heart, with nothing to worry about fiscal, don't even talk about fiscal, but still they have gone ahead and given a high fiscal stimulus. It means that probably we'll see the growth coming back quite faster than what we have been estimating. And that will, I think, keep the overall market hope phase alive with an expectation growth to come back, which essentially means the overall buy-ins in the equity market should remain. Therefore, from investors' point of view, while we may have an argument I didn't come as a lower on the market, so should I come? In fact, if I knock off, say 5-6%, they're exactly the same level that we were there in the month of January. So January, in any case, I would have put money, irrespective of whatever the view would have emerged. The question today is coming that should I put money? Because the market has run up from the bottom. Therefore, the question is coming. But the same question which I have seen being in the market for some number of years, every time the question comes, every time we don't get a right answer. But what remains is, from the investor's point of view, you miss the rally, then you wait for the market to come down. Therefore, you end up not making investment. The market goes up, you wait for the market to come down. The market never comes down, therefore, you remain on the fence. So, therefore, we always keep advocating that ultimately you have to be on board right through the ups and downs, but stay invested for long term.
Yeah. That's right.
So, with your permission, I'll move on.
Thank you so much, Bala. Thank you for taking out time. I know you got a conference yourself that you organized, but it's very nice of you to still take the time out and come here for this conference.
Yeah, thanks.
Really appreciate it.
Yeah,
really
thanks to all my colleagues from the industry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bala. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
So, Rahman sir, you would like to add something to that?
See, basically, I'm not a fund manager. I never manage the fund. And Nilesh Bhai and Bala, they're the star fund managers. And Nilesh Bhai has rightly pointed out about three things. Twice wonderful things. Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. We Indian worship all three gods. And he also narrated the story of the Amitabh Bachchan, Amar Anthony. I have not seen this movie, and therefore I don't know about that. I think whatever the point Nilesh Bhai has highlighted and the Bala has highlighted, they have highlighted both in the economy and the philosophy. I think is rightly in place. What I would like to only mention that I'm in the business of managing people, not the fund. But I must tell you, for our country, Rahu Kal is over. I was there with Nilesh Bhai in one of the programs in Varanasi when Prime Minister was also present. And that program, Mr. Piyush Goyal was there. He narrated how the Rahu Kal has affected the Indian economy. This is my belief that Rahu Kal period era for India is over. I believe personally that India has like three lords and many God and many goddess. We have many suns after darkness. And therefore, India is the fastest growing economy. The IMF has said that India will grow at rapid pace of 11.5%. RBI says 14.5%. So India will be the fastest growing country, and therefore it will have the best attractions. And as all of my colleagues have pointed out about the quality of regulation which we have in place. One thing which I would like to leave a thought in the mind of Nilesh Bhai and to all of you and Sandeep as well, that I will take you back to the 2007, when the market was corrected from almost 20,000 above point to 8,000 point. So there is a peak and there is a corrections. Even if you take the 10% or 12% or 7.5% return, where the market would be, it is important point to take note of this. And for investor is concerned, our industry have a wonderful scheme, SIP. So I will request the investor, always stay invested. Don't wait the market to be corrected or market to go up. If you permit me, Ramesh, I will narrate you with my story. I have a young son. He is going to be 18 2 months from now. He wanted to buy the Harley Davidson motorbike after he becomes 21. It's very expensive. I started investing in my mid-cap fund because it's a mid-cap, right, boy, mid-cap. Market has moved here and there. But today, my SIP, which I have in the name of my son, has given us enough money and enough yield return to buy the motorbike for him. So our industry and the market is also helping us to meet our goal. With this, I will rest my comment and over to you, Ramesh. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, Rajiv, this question is for you. Just like equity markets have rallied since April, okay, debt markets, fixed income market also saw a huge correction in February, March, something that I've never seen. It was a big shock when we looked at our mark-to-market positions. But the RBI stepped in the last week of March, and they did something which was unprecedented, and markets completely changed. And thankfully, the month-end valuations were taken care of. But since then, I think the markets have seen a rally which one has not seen in a very long time. I don't know whether it's the biggest rally or not, but at least I don't recollect seeing such a rally in a very, very long time. So again, it's hitting some headwinds out here. So what do you see? Equity market seems to be really, really positive right now. So despite some small hiccups that may be there, but equity markets, what I'm hearing from the experts out here is that it's headed much higher. What is your take on the fixed income market?
Yeah. So RBI has done a lot of heavy lifting on the last 1 year especially. So the context is very clear that we were hit with an unanticipated economic shock post the COVID. And even prior to that, the economy was very clearly decelerating. And with the unanticipated shock that came in due to the lockdown, it was required that the RBI act a little bit more aggressively, given that you needed to ensure that activity levels do not collapse beyond a certain level, and more importantly, to ensure that the RBI's policy rates get transmitted into the system adequately. And to that extent, what we have seen is they did cut policy rates aggressively, and more importantly, they enabled a huge amount of liquidity to stay in the system, which helped the interest rates, especially at the shorter end, to collapse significantly. And we have seen the curve remaining fairly steep. At the same time, given that economic or revival of growth was the single biggest policy priority, the RBI did overlook higher inflation, which was clearly judged to have come in from supply side issues. And once the supply side has started getting restored, we have seen the food inflation and some pockets of the supply-led inflation start to correct. Now, as we go forward, my simple take here is the amount of monetary accommodation that was required when the system was undergoing a massive economic shock, and what is needed when the system starts to normalize, like what we are doing now. We're seeing economic activity come back on stream gradually, and the expectation is that over that period of time, we should see growth getting much more sustainable. So the conditions, the monetary and liquidity conditions that are required to sustain a recovery, and eventually to once you have a much more sustainable recovery, what is needed are going to be entirely different from what we have seen in the last 1 year. So very clearly going forward, the sense is that we will see a gradual normalization of liquidity. We don't see the policy rates moving anytime soon, given that growth needs to be nurtured. But over the next few years, or maybe as we get into next year, one needs to really see as to where the policy stance goes. And I think that is in a way getting reflected in way the bond market has behaved in the recent past, especially after the budget announcement, where we've seen a scale up in terms of borrowings. Even for the coming financial year, the market borrowings are on the higher side. And that is very clearly getting reflected in way the bond yields are behaving. But my message is, especially for the fixed income investors, one really needs to moderate expectations, given that we are going to be in a phase where the RBI would be gradually normalizing liquidity over the course of the year. So broadly, I think that's a message that should go out to fixed income investors, that yes, the opportunity for capital gains are limited. One needs to have moderate expectations, and that would be in line with where the economic dynamics are going to evolve going forward. Because the base case assumption is that we will see a gradual economic recovery, and we do not need this sort of liquidity and monetary support to remain.
Another topic, while we talk about equity investing through mutual funds, another topic which is caught up a lot of debate over the last 2, 3, 4 years is passive versus active. Okay, so some of the fund houses have been very active on the space. They've got a lot of index funds and ETFs that they've come up with. So I'd request you to share some perspective on, what should investors do from the investment horizon? How should they look at it? ETF versus a diversified fund or a sectoral fund, or any of the regular mutual funds versus ETFs or an index fund. How does one look at that? And globally, I know index funds are the way things happen, but India has always been different as in this aspect. So how do you see things progressing on this? You're on mute, Sandeep bhai.
Sorry. I think broadly, the way we see ourselves, we are asset managers. I think from our perspective, we'll always give an option to the investors and let them decide whether they want to go for active or passive. I think a lot of this debate which has been there, will it be active or passive, is exactly a debate, active versus passive is exactly the debate that is it going to be digital versus the human? And for me, at any given point of time, whether what we talked earlier about digital versus human or active versus passive, both will coexist. There are different set of investors who have different needs, have gone through different maturity cycles, and their needs will be catered through multiple products which are there from various asset management companies. So the way I see, I think for sure, index and ETF will become big in India, but it will not be that it will at the cost of eating away the market share of the active funds. The investor category, the investor needs, and the investor maturity cycle are all very different. So at this point of time, we have seen ETF gaining momentum, but it's again with the very savvy investors at the top who understand. And the fact earlier we talked about when we go to small villages and towns, to sell somebody a 500 rupees SIP takes a lot of effort. He is not even ready to understand the difference between what is his own risk appetite. He is not able to understand there will be volatility in fixed income. So that type of investor is very different compared to an investor who's coming, institutional investor or HNI investor who's coming in ETFs, who's taking either a short-term, a cyclical, basically is trying to play the tide, or is trying to play, having a has his own view. So typically, if you were to look at ETFs in India at this point of time, we have not seen retail investors come in, but it's the HNIs and the institutional investors who have started coming in. But to put it simply, the way I see it, both will coexist, and both have so much headroom. We talked earlier, with only 2.5 crore people investing in mutual funds, I think we have a long way to go. And those people will take time for them to mature, to elevate to ETFs. So I think I clearly see a big headroom for both.
Vishal, can I request you for your insights on this? What is your take on this?
Sure, Ramesh. So I think just building on what Sandeep said, maybe we should look at what are the 2 or 3 major benefits that customers see or investors see in an index fund or an ETF versus an active managed fund in the equity space. And I guess the top of mind would be that firstly, an index fund takes away what is seen as the fund manager risk or opportunity, both. Right? So because there is no active management, whatever the fund manager can add value or destroy value is taken away. So it's a safer product if you just want to mirror an index that you've chosen. So that's one. The fund manager component is missing. The second is that because a fund manager component is missing, it can come to you at a lower price. So typically across the world, index funds and ETFs are cheaper than an actively managed fund. Now, going back to what Sandeep said, we have to look at the phase of development of a market. And even in the US or in other developed markets, when there was a phase when active managers were actually outperforming, ETFs and index were not as large a component of the market. Then there was a phase when active managers underperformed, and you would of course ask the question that why should I pay more when I'm getting underperformance. So the value shifted and the growth shifted to ETFs and index funds. And a lot of innovation happened in that space where you can get it cheaper, you can get it more unique, more sliced, etc. Now, in India, I think we are beginning that journey right now. So clearly, there will be a set of institutional investors and HNI investors who want those two attributes, who are saying very consciously that I don't want to take fund manager risk. I'm happy to put my money into an index, whether it is Nifty or Sensex or something else, and I want that at a lower price. By all means, they should choose an index fund or an ETF. Index fund, I would say, is equally, attractive, for the long-term investor, because the mutual fund platform and transaction ease is available there as well, apart from ETFs. But we have to also keep in mind, Ramesh, that this goes through phases. The last 2-3 years, in 18 and 19, we saw a phase when many of the active fund managers underperformed the broader indices. And therefore, you can build that argument a bit more, strongly to say, look, why should I be in this? And despite that, like Sandeep mentioned, we didn't see too much of a move. Of course, some part of the market moved towards index funds. Last year, calendar 2020, I think you see a lot of alpha coming back. So a lot of fund manager performance actually coming back where you were able to beat the market. And I think Nilesh Bhai and Bala spoke about the equity markets going forward. If we believe that the nature of the equity market over the next 3 to 5 years is slightly different from what we saw over the last 2-3 years, where you believe that stock picking and therefore value creation through active fund management can actually benefit you, then active managers will still have a very, very good chance to outperform. And I think you're beginning to see that in the industry now. So I'm quite confident if you look back at last year or, just the current fiscal, you will see a re-emergence of alpha from fund managers. That means that active managers would have, despite their higher fees, been able to beat index funds. But, end of the day, we would want to offer the full choice to our investors. In that sense, we are absolutely neutral. May the best product or may the best style win.
Another aspect which is thanks for the insights on that. Yeah, well said. I think the investor has to eventually decide where he wants to be in active or passive. Another aspect which has really caught up attention now is the falling interest rates. Whilst it has got some implications on the fixed income market, a lot of it is being talked about in terms of the implications on the equity market and the equity valuations. Similarly for currency. Okay, so again, one aspect is the currency markets per se and the fixed income, the impact on the fixed income market. But again, the RBI intervention in the currency market and the way RBI has been able to accumulate reserves, impact on the equity market of how that is making equity cheaper for the foreign purchasers vis-a-vis the domestic purchasers. That is a topic which is gaining prominence now. So if I may request your insights on that, Nilesh Bhai, on both these aspects, the interest rate and the currency rates.
So undoubtedly, Ramesh Bhai, today, world over, most central banks are running negative real interest rates. US inflation expectation is highest. Even 10 and 15-year securities are way below that number. Now, this is natural corollary of massive deficits being raised by government and consequent funding by central banks. So whenever interest rates are low, asset price inflation happens and equity along with real estate and other asset classes benefits. In India also we have seen inflation coming down and consequently interest rates coming down, and that has helped in re-rating equity valuation. Now, if you see rupee's behavior, by and large it is depreciating due to inflation differential between India and its partners. But in recent time, flows have been humongous. RBI is operating in cash market, futures market, forwards market to stem the flow and not allow rupee to appreciate. So far, they have been successful, but at every level, they are pulling it little back. They defended 75, then 74, then 73. Now, who knows what level they will defend. My feeling is that most of the foreign investors, while investing in India, does factor in rupee depreciation. Now, whether they factor in 2% or 4%, that's subject to each one's call. But by and large, most investors have factored in rupee depreciation. And in a period like this, where rupee is appreciating, probably widening its gap on a real effective exchange rate basis, it does help in bringing some more flows as they try to prepone their flows, hoping that we will be able to buy things at a better rate. So currency is not a big factor for equity FPI investors flow into the country. But when rupee is kind of overvalued, undoubtedly it helps in preponing some of the flows. For the FPI flow, biggest driver is MSCI emerging market benchmark indices and FTSE benchmark indices. And here I would really like to applaud the efforts of Ministry of Finance and SEBI, which has ensured that India's weightage in MSCI and FTSE continues to remain on the higher side. Sometime back, we were at about 8% plus weightage in MSCI. China was at 28%. They maneuvered in variety of ways to ensure that their weightage over a period of time will go to 50, and we would have fallen to 6. Because of the timely action by Finance Ministry and SEBI, today we are at 8.5% on MSCI, even though China has become 32%. So my feeling is that as long as we maintain our weightage in MSCI and keep on increasing it, we could be reasonably sure of FPI flows.
That's interesting. Nilesh, how do you look at the 2020 dips that we saw? What are the similarities or what are the learnings from the 2008 dip that you think would be relevant now going forward in 2021?
So in 2008, Ramesh bhai, when subprime hit us, we were kind of caught in total, puzzle. I remember, and I think Vishal and Sandeep bhai also will remember, along with Imtiaz, that on Friday, there was a big party in one of the American investment bank's office. They brought their swanky office in CJ Tower, and all of us were invited. And there was, confidence being shown to us. And it was one of the best offices in Mumbai in those days. Monday morning, when we reached our office, we realized that that company has expired. That company has gone into bankruptcy. Now, when such kind of event happens, you really get puzzled, shocked. However, what worked for mutual fund industry was that we never took a cash call, even though markets were correcting like crazy and we were not understanding why it was falling. That discipline actually worked well for us. And 21,000 to 8,000 between Jan 08 to October 08, whatever we lost, before index touched 21,000, we were way ahead of Jan 08 NAV. And I think that 2008 experience also helped us in 2020. Today, mutual funds are selling for last 7 months. But in March 20, we were buyers when FPIs were sellers. We didn't take cash call, even though markets had corrected big time and there was lockdown visible on our face. That discipline of going by your fundamentals, going by your valuation model, not taking cash call, that has helped mutual fund deliver better return. So the similarity between 2008 and 2020 is that there will be many things which you don't understand, but there are few things which you understand, and that fundamentals, if you hold on to, if you look at the asset value of the company, profitability of the company, quality of management, then no matter what external changes happen, you will still be able to make money in that market. Discipline, discipline, discipline is the key learning of 2008 as well as 2020 crisis.
Yeah, well said.
Just to add to Nilesh Bhai, I think the good thing has been this discipline has also come in the investors now. The big difference between 2008 and 20, if you were to look at it, that was the time retail investors panicked. But if you were to see this time, the retail SIPs continue exactly the same way. Whatever profit booking that we have seen from the HNIs. But the learning for the retail has been again exactly that what Nilesh mentioned is discipline. Stick to your plan. If you have invested in a SIP, like Raman mentioned, for his son's bike, you need to continue. Does not matter whether the markets are up or down. So neither he stopped it when the Nifty went to 7,500 on 24th of March, and I'm sure it's not exited even now. And when the Nifty is at 15,000. So I think the discipline is there. Rahman is a very savvy investor. He's not a retail investor, but the retail investors have shown very strong commitment and discipline.
Ramesh, if I can add some point here.
Yeah, I was just waiting.
2007, last week of 2000 or late 2008, I was running then the IPO of UTI AMC. And the team which Nilesh Bhai has pointed out that Friday evening they were in our office, and there are 7-8 people were having a meeting with me and then my CMD about taking some stake in our company. And then we had to abandon the IPO. In 2020 crisis, again I was in the IPO and I closed my IPO. So this is a big difference between then and now. And I'm giving the right example. The whole problem is there everything was available, and this time I did, or me and my team led it during this pandemic, and everything worked well. And I think considering the UTI brand and all other things put together, it was a great success so far as this IPO is concerned. First financial service IPO, not the block deal. So this is a big difference, which Nilesh Bhai has highlighted about the discipline and the various factors of the fundamental and the reputation which India has built over a period of time as a well-governed, asset managers in the world. Over to you, Ramesh, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Raman. That rounds up the answer very well. And by the way, many congratulations for your very successful IPO.
Thank
Rajiv,
you.
Rajiv, one question which I missed out to ask you. We talked about ETFs and index funds. So in the debt space also now, we've started getting ETFs and index funds. So just want to hear your take on that. Is that going to be there? Is that going to be around? Is it going to catch up? Or are we going to have more of these ETFs and index funds? How is that space going to pan out going forward?
Yeah, so thanks, Ramesh. So my take on that is that trend is inevitable. It's just a matter of time. And we will follow the similar trend that has been there globally. As the markets evolve, as investors start to be more comfortable, once the awareness increases, once the depth of investment in through equity mutual funds increases, eventually at some point in time, the shift to passive will come in. And I don't think we will be any different in that broader directional trend. Probably in India, we are in the very early stages, as some of the co-panelists did mention earlier. At this point in time, the investor base is predominantly institutional, of course, driven by a few, I would say, long-term pension mandates. But I think that is a trend which is inevitable. I mean, it's only a question of when. With respect to fixed income, again, it's been, I would say, promoted, or the initiative was taken by the government through the Bharat Bond series. I mean, of course, they have scaled it up. I would say at this point in time, given that the investor base is predominantly, again, institutional there, of course, retail is picking up. For fixed income, at least given the way our markets are at this point in time, the shift towards passive or ETF, I think, will take some more time. Because there are a lot of, I would say, still operational issues with respect to how we would be able to construct portfolios, offer real-time NAVs and all that. So that's a trend which will eventually catch up, but I think it requires some more time for it to be really much more deep or much more widespread in its appeal.
Okay, thank you. So one last question from my side before we conclude the deliberations for this panel. This year has seen a big rally in all asset classes, which is not normally the case. Okay, so we've seen rally in equities and bonds and commodities and precious metals and even in bitcoins. Okay, now obviously our investors are very, very keen to understand that what should be their strategy, where should they invest, what should be the asset allocation for 2021. So if I may ask all of you all to give your insights on this. I know there is no one answer for it, but collectively, I think
maybe let me take a start on this, and maybe other panelists can build on. I would say that really, if you're like Ramesh, you mentioned, if investors have an allocation already preset, then it will be a good idea to by and large stick to it. And when I say by and large, keep in mind that any asset inflation, whether it is in any part of your portfolio, if it has gone up, it is always a reasonable discipline to keep pruning it back to its original intent. So let's say, as an example, if you started with a very simplistically a 60-40 allocation between equity and debt, just keeping it simple between these two asset classes, and your 60 portion had gone down in March and April, most people will say it's a good time to reallocate, bump up equity back. And had you done that, your equity portion now would be very, very healthy. And during this period, it would also be a good time to keep pruning it back to the normal level. So that's one, which is that do keep your asset allocation as the core principle. Most of the other decisions then become far more simpler around that, because then it's only a matter of when and how should I prune, what's the periodicity, etc. And take a pick. It can't be too frequent. It can't be too far apart either. And the second is that the dilemma I think a lot of customers, a lot of investors are facing today is that debt, and like Rajiv mentioned, one has to be moderate in your expectation for debt, given the fact that a lot of capital gains that that the asset class saw in the past may not be as forthcoming in the future. But then equity seems very overpriced from many metrics, and therefore is it a good time to get in? One way a lot of mutual fund investors are definitely benefited is to spread it out through SIPs or STPs, for that matter, if you have a lump sum. Because, as we speak to customers and through distributors, their customers, the big mistakes were made because, a lot of investors either redeemed completely when panic happened in March and April or May, or they redeemed too soon when the recovery happened, and way back in July, August, September, maybe, they just said that, markets are overvalued and it's going to crash and I'll wait and, come back. And they've lost out now on several years worth of gains from where we are sitting today. So, trying to, getting back to trying to time the market repeatedly, I think, and as we look around, in most cases, that's the behavior that gets one completely off the goal or the plan that you had initially started with. And most investors in funds who have stuck to either SIPs or who stuck their lump sum, whether you wanted to invest in June or December or even now, who spread it out through STPs, have seen the benefit both ways. What you also see is that when we look at our NAVs, rolling returns from SIPs or STPs tend to be very healthy, despite the fact when periods of time, your point-to-point returns may not be as good. So there is definite value to be had by just spreading and by just sticking to your broad allocations. I think these two principles, if one were to follow, then most of the decisions around allocation becomes quite simple.
Okay.
I think from my side, I'll broadly agree with what Vishal said. I mean, this is a universal thing. Asset allocation has to work. Everybody needs to have an asset allocation. and I don't think so you'll get very different advice from most of the people in the industry. I think one thing, I mean, I'll take it away from this to let me take my personal thing. I'm one of the most lazy investors. Once invested, I've never taken out money till the time I needed, and I have never regretted, because even if any fund in my portfolio did not do well, still it created enough wealth when I look back over the last 20 years. So I think many times being lazy has its own benefit, which resonates with what Vishal said. Do not try to time the market. Do not try to look at the portfolio very often. The other thing, the advice for the investors and what I have done over there, I've never invested in anything what I don't understand. And most of the time, things which look very exotic, very sexy, are not normally the best. So simple mutual funds, debt, equity, and now the foreign funds, that's something. And when I look back at my portfolio, I've made a lot of wrong calls, maybe. Some funds may not be doing well, but still they have created so much wealth compared to other asset classes that I have nothing to regret. So my advice would be, this is one industry, being lazy helps you to make wealth.
Any concluding comments from you, Mr. Emma?
I agree with Sandeep and Vishal. And I would go and advise the investor that don't go for this asset allocation and all. Set your goal and stay invested, and you will realize your goal. If you do it a systematic way, systematic investment plan or systematic withdrawal plan if you have. But it has to be the goal based. I think we as the mutual fund industry will transform from now the goal based investing. That's all from me. Ramesh?
Nilesh bhai, your concluding remarks?
So I'll agree with what Vishal, Sandeep and Imtiaz has mentioned. But from an asset class point of view, in equity, we think small and mid cap has a better chance to outperform large caps. In the fixed income, the rates will be moving like a pendulum with upward bias. So dynamic bond fund will be more appropriate. And otherwise, if you can afford, credit risk fund needs to be looked at, as carry is pretty good. In gold, sovereign gold bond will be the best way to invest if you have longer term horizon. Otherwise, gold ETF can be considered. And we feel gold has a potential to outperform fixed income over next probably couple of years. In real estate, we think markets are bottoming out across most of the locations. Real estate is location specific, so it varies from one city to another. But as a general, market seems to be bottoming out for residential as well as commercial premises. And there will be upside, especially in those locations where actual consumption demand is there. So probably this whole upliftment in asset price inflation, which we have seen, should continue across equity, fixed income, real estate, gold, and other asset classes.
Rajiv, any concluding comments from you?
Yeah, so very simple, three simple principles. I think stay within the asset allocation, stay within your risk tolerance, and probably related to these two, avoid the latest fad or whatever looks very fashionable in the recent period. So I think a simple message for investing, which is you can get for the next year as well.
Okay. So thank you, everybody. Thank you so much. The questions are endless. It's a extremely large field, and there are no specific and no perfect answers to any questions. But I think all of us have gained quite a bit in terms of the perspectives that we've learned from this August panel out here. So thank you so much for taking time out to come and for this and join us for this discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. We would request, we'll be sending you all the links and everything. And hopefully in the coming year, we would be able to go to Mumbai and do it physically. And it's always good to see people in person beyond this technology upgradation and all. Sandeep sir, I personally have seen you after many years. So I hope that when we will do it in ITC Central, I hope to have your audience over there. Imtiazur son, Rahman sir, we are really grateful to you. We are grateful to Mr. Vishal Kapoor, Mr. Rajiv, Mr. Shah. We will be all able to, get out of this digital mode, and we will be able to see each other. And I'll be traveling to Mumbai, and we would all kind of fight against this pandemic and the kind of gray. It's really very optimistic to listen to all of you that how the market has behaved during this period of time, and how resilient all the strategies have been, and how you have kind of disruptive changes you have adopted, and how Mr. Bansal has already asked various segments through which we have come to know a lot about this industry. We thank all of you, and we would conclude this session with a sweeter note that definitely would be able to do it physically this year.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you once again.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
We are all products of our time. Never perhaps such words collectively meant their truest as the times that we live through now. Never before in living memory of its 187 years of existence has the Bengal Chamber witnessed a world so united in crisis, created not by wars but by the global susceptibility to a virus of pandemic proportions. Yet, your chamber, as an institution and as a business collective, has worked and stood through unprecedented times brought forth by the viral pandemic and the devastating super cyclone, rallying all of us not only towards survival, but equipping us in being ready for life and business in the next normal. Just as Tagore said, if you cry because the sun has gone out of your life, your tears will prevent you from seeing the stars. The need is to adopt sustainability, adapt new measures, and practice the new economics of innovation-led progress to turn over a new leaf. Again, as the poet said, you can't cross the sea merely by standing and staring at the water. And so, we got down to work. The Chamber's yardstick of operations is usually measured by the number, relevance, and contextuality of its programs and activities. If a chest full of 110 events puts the stamp on quantity, the qualitative aspects of our program-led and results-oriented activities are certified by the way they have been received by the audience, professionals, and stakeholders from different geographies attending in impressive numbers in person before the pandemic and virtually since then. The year has hit us hard, and your chamber rose to the occasion.
চেম্বার অফ কমার্স থেকে আজকে 500 বেনিফিশিয়ারির জন্য ত্রিপল, ড্রাই ফ্রুটস, বিস্কিট, এছাড়া সোলার ল্যান্টেন, মেডিসিন, এই সমস্ত জিনিস তারা নিয়ে এসছেন, নিজে হাতে নিয়ে এসে এখানে দিয়েছেন। কিছু জিনিস এই স্পটে দেওয়া হয়েছে, রামগঙ্গায় যে মানুষ যারা এফেক্টেড হয়েছে বাঁধ ভাঙায় বন্যার ফলে সেই মানুষের হাতে তুলে দিয়েছেন। কিছু জিনিস আমার ব্লক অফিসে রাখা আছে, যেটা দূরবর্তী অঞ্চলে আমরা পাঠানোর ব্যবস্থা করবো আগামীকালই। তাদের এই শুভ উদ্যোগের জন্য রামগঙ্গার সমস্ত পাথরপ্রতিমা অঞ্চলের সমস্ত অধিবাসীর পক্ষ থেকে, ব্লক প্রশাসনের পক্ষ থেকে সকলকে ধন্যবাদ।
If this was not enough, the sustained work undertaken during lockdown, supporting our government and the citizens was a part and parcel of our operational existence. As the days rolled into weeks, which spilled into months, your chamber embraced the new normal as the new walk of life. The Bengal Chamber, with its managing committee and the expert committees, under guidance of the past presidents and with overwhelming support from the membership and all stakeholders from near and far, embarked on a journey in which geographical barriers and distances were nullified. Digital and virtual became the realities of the day. This seamless transformation of bringing together people from all corners of the globe, addressing core issues of business, health, social and economic aspects is captured in a montage. What we have experienced is that our pre-pandemic and post-pandemic programs may have been held on different platforms, but the intensity of engagement from participants has only strengthened over these 100+ activities. The learnings were aplenty.
We will have to work in terms of taxation, in terms of policies for transfers to the poor. And I want to, though I'm saying that right now we cannot be obsessed with those big long-term changes, we have to worry about that very, very quickly, because the level of inequality we have in India is unacceptable and we have to work on that.
I know the NEP talks about it, and I'm totally in favor of having more of our foundational education in Indian languages. And this needs to be, there needs to be a way of making sure that this is done even in elite schools. Otherwise, we'll end up with a two-track country. However, while the theory of this is good, the practice of it, however, needs to be thought about from a very basic perspective, which is that the textbooks and curriculums in Indian languages need to be radically upgraded and updated.
The SWOT analysis, which has been done by the chamber, it mentioned that credit is a major issue. Now, with this growth in the credit, which has been witnessed in the state, this is a problem.
The critical verticals of the economy and business were blended with talk shops and programs on a plethora of subjects. Even the Chamber's signature activities were held for a global audience with participation climbing into several thousands.
We are moving from a consumer era to a post-consumer era. I mean, we had excesses in our lives, in our behavior, in our spending. But now we are all going to look towards for health and a better balance in what we are going to do.
We are doing certain things in order to be part of the region, but not adequate. It's not making the impact because a lot of this is G2G, government to government, not enough P2P, people to people, and certainly not enough B2B, business to business. And relationships today in the modern world are less and less about G2G. They are more and more about B2B and P2P.
So we want to have a national depository of knowledge, national practice for each and every item which is being imported in this country.
We are hoping to advance 5 key campaigns to support the reduction of emissions. We want to support a campaign on the transition to clean energy, and India is leading the world in many ways with its 450 gigawatts commitment on solar energy. The switch to clean transport, and I think there are huge opportunities for India to lead this work in this sector, particularly for 2- and 3-wheeled vehicles. A campaign on nature-based solutions to demonstrate how mangroves like Sundarban can not only, protecting mangroves like the Sundarban can not only help protect communities and help them be more resilient to the effects of climate change, but can also help serve as a carbon sink to mitigate climate change itself. Work on adaptation and resilience, which is particularly important in neighbouring Bangladesh, for example, and other low-lying areas prone to flooding. And then underpinning all of that, work on finance.
2 principal focus areas, especially during this time, are people and health. On both, the Chamber has communicated learnings, best practices, and even advisories over and over again to the community at large, going much beyond the immediate business fraternity.
The concept of herd immunity is when you have random spread of a factor and there is 60 to 70% of individuals who are unable to be affected by that factor, that constitutes herd immunity. And if we're all people and the virus infects people, then whether it's a herd in the US or a herd in India, the herd is the herd, right? It's worldwide, but the development and the speed with which immunity develops, that is locally dependent, right? So wherein we in the United States have taken social distancing in some areas to heart, and people have been in their homes for weeks, herd immunity is actually developing very slowly, but in those areas, infection rates are going down. We recognize that eventually we will develop 70% of people who are immune, and that will allow us to save lives, not just because you infect less people per se, but it's because the resources to treat those people become available when they get infected.
Life goes on. setbacks are always temporary. We fall because we can pick ourselves up again. The Chamber believes that lives and livelihoods are and will be the defining features of this normal that we are living through. In the journey, we have focused as much on addressing the business ecosystem as we have on celebrating life.
আপিসপাড়ার খাবার এই যে ইনিশিয়েটিভটা, এটা আপনারা সকলে দেখতেই পাচ্ছেন প্রায় উৎসবে পরিণত হয়েছে এবং এটাই আমাদের ইচ্ছে ছিল যে এত ধরনের মানুষ, এত ধরনের খাবার, এত ধরনের রান্নাবান্না প্রত্যেক দিন এরা করে এবং এদের কোনো স্বীকৃতি নেই সেই অর্থে। হ্যাঁ, আমরা জানি যে আপিসপাড়ায় খুব ভালো খাবার পাওয়া যায়, কিন্তু আজকে সাধারণ মানুষ সবাই বাইরে থেকে এসে সবাই মিলে খাচ্ছে। বেঙ্গল চেম্বার অফ কমার্স থেকে এই ইনিশিয়েটিভটা আমরা নিতে পেরেছি, তার জন্য খুব ভালো লাগছে এবং সাধারণ মানুষ এইভাবে সাড়া দিয়েছেন, তার জন্য অনেক ধন্যবাদ।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
We are, good afternoon everyone and welcome back. We are having the concluding session, Indian insurance industry, lesson taught during lockdown and new normal days. We have very eminent speakers, Mr. Mahesh Balasubramanian, MD and CEO, Kotak General Insurance, Mr. Suresh Badami, Executive Director, HDFC Life Insurance Company Limited. We have Mr. Sanjay Datta, Chief Underwriting, Reinsurance and Claims, ICICI Lombard General Insurance Company Limited. We have Mr. Gaurav Chaudhary, Senior VP and Chief Strategy Officer, Tata AIA Life Insurance Company Limited. With this, I'll hand it over to Ms. Malani to take this session forward. Thank you, Ms. Malani.
Thank you very much. And thank you to all our panelists for joining us today. COVID-19 outbreak has actually caused a significant disruption to a gamut of industries, and the insurance sector is no exception. The crisis has challenged several core ways of working for the Indian insurance industry, which is highly reliant on face-to-face interactions, dependence on physical infrastructure for many key operations, for agent trainings and customer servicing. These are just to name a few. Nonetheless, it has not stopped the industry from adapting to a situation on a war footing and launching several measures to ensure business continuity. The question, however, is, beyond the here and now, what has the pandemic taught us, and will the industry innovate its operating model towards a new normal, a more digital future? And that is what we will delve in today's discussion. Now, when we speak to insurers globally, while there are multiple viewpoints on the shape of the recovery and the imperatives for insurers, what can be stated unequivocally is that it is going to be led by digital. The insurer of the future will be bionic, that is combining the power of digital capabilities with the strength of human relationships. As per a BCG study that we did recently with 200 insurers globally, companies which have invested ahead of the curve in creating a future-ready digital capability actually delivers much better metrics on all key dimensions. 2x higher customer satisfaction, 3 to 4% higher growth, and 2 to 4% lower cost ratios. So digital champions are clearly outperforming digital laggards, and this will be even more critical in a post-COVID world. So what we will do over the next hour is spend some time reflecting on the learnings from the past in the light of what has happened. And we will specifically delve into specific topics such as distribution, operations, product innovation, new ways of working. Across each of these specific elements, the underlying theme will be digital and data. And towards the end, we will request our panelists to take a broader view and a broader perspective on the industry. So with that, let me just delve into the discussion and get it started. Suresh, if I could come to you first. And, distribution is literally the bread and butter for the industry. It has always been largely physical. You yourself run a very, very successful distribution, a large agency and bank assurance channels along with direct and a large digital channel as well. So Suresh, how have insurers really pivoted these large distribution networks of agency and banker to adopt in this new environment? And what of this is really here to stay? What will we see revert back to old ways versus, what do you see going forward? And to add to that, if you could also put a bit of color around what are channel partners really asking you to provide and to do differently?
So, Parvi, thanks for this session. But, I'll tell you, the journey in insurance in terms of, how we should be looking at the customer experience, how we should be looking at higher penetration on, term and savings. A lot of that has evolved over the past year. So ever since, LIC, for instance, has been there for a long time and the private players came, and it's been a fairly long journey, almost 20 years for a lot of the private life insurers. So a lot of the channels, the way it has been built has been around the traditional channels of bank assurance, agency, direct broking. And, we've been fairly large players. But I think, it's not that something has changed in the last 6-7 months, which has changed the course of strategy for most of the large insurers, not just us. The fact that, look, there has been a shift towards the entire digitalization of the entire journey, right from, because there have been many imperatives on the business front. One is to kind of look at customer servicing differently. The other is to look at the customer experience at the time of purchase separately. You have to look at cost efficiencies. You have to look at as an innovator where you are differentiated in the market. So many of us have been investing in technology and the digital over not just now. I mean, a fair amount of investments have been happening for the last 7-8 years, if not earlier. And there has been a push to say that, look, how do we become paperless? How do we move all our entire journey on a digital platform? So it has been evolving. On the side, what has also been happening is the products by itself have become more transparent. And given what the regulator has been doing in terms of simplifying the products, pushing for products to be transparent, overall the customers are becoming more aware. The customer awareness, and their search on digital, because of what's been happening in terms of the other industries on e-commerce coming in, more and more customers. So a combination of, insurers moving the digital way, coming in, more and more customers, a little bit of an echo, yeah. So customers becoming more and more aware, and the fact that products are becoming transparent, I think has been some part of the insurance journey for a long time, right? And so what's happened during the last 9-10 months during this, it just led to an accelerated implementation of what was probably anyway happening. Right. So when we looked at the entire journey of what's happening in bank assurance and agency, if I were to look back, yes, there were a few initiatives which we ramped up. There were a lot of digital tools which were available, which we relied on. Probably the migration to that had been a little slower earlier, but in any case, our journey had been to look at, how could it be an Insta journey? How could it be pre-approved? So we had been working with partners on integration. We had been working in the front end with our team in terms of tabs and mobile apps, which could do an end-to-end journey. So everything from renewal payment to claims payment to the purchase had anyway moved more or less online. It's not just it happened now. So I would think that a lot of work that has happened over the last 6-7 years actually, really came to light when we realized that, look, business would continue. Yes, some of the traditional distribution channels like agency and bank assurance are face-to-face. There is no denying. In fact, our first mandate to our financial consultant partners was to say, look, stay at home. You can do this entire thing end-to-end. Because for us, employee safety and financial consultant safety was paramount. We said, look, let's get out of this whole pandemic without really having an effect on our people, which is more important for us. But as and how we got into the first month and second month, right from work from home, right from technology tools like video sales, and we implemented something called WISE. We realized that end-to-end journeys and actually the whole process could be done online. And even a lot of our partners who earlier were not adopting shifted to this. So I would say that from a partner point of view, there are primarily the banker partners who are the corporate agents for us, and then there are the financial consultants, and then of course the broking. I think their view has been to say that, look, our ability to get trained, our ability to get products which can be delivered over a digital, our ability to service our customers should not get hampered at any stage. And you know, that capability has come to light in the last 6-7 months. So I would think two things. One, that it helps to have a very diversified distribution. Because, you know, bancassurance was running on a certain model. When agency, we were telling the agents not to go out. And a lot of our financial consultant partners are retired people. You know, they're people who are looking at this as a second option in terms of career. We actually told them that, look, you don't need to. But however, the banks are functioning because they were essential services. The insurance branches were functioning because they were essential services. So what happened was, when we could slow down on one side, the other side picked up. And so that was something which I think came to light for us, and we realized. On the online space, you know, it's always been a fairly strong area of focus for us. And similarly, I would think. But there again, a lot of journey was assisted online sales, right? And now it has become a little bit of unassisted sales. The customers is also able to go back and do an end-to-end journey and buy the product. And we are seeing more and more of customers researching. There's a lot of customer confidence in terms of being able to buy online. But if I were to summarize, I think it's just accelerated the shift which has been happening over the last 6-7 years. And we are happy to note that the BCPs fell in place, the employee engagements fell in place, a lot of it fell into place. And luckily the phygital move towards the traditional channels has really come into place.
Those are very interesting thoughts, Suresh. Absolutely, completely resonate with many of them. Mahesh, coming to you, even from a PNC perspective, do you see similar trends? Has your experience been similar as well from a distribution perspective? And especially the point that Suresh touched around, digital being the important focus area. Has that also been accelerated from a direct to consumer acquisition channel?
Yeah, I think let me cover all three, PNC and health, because health is critical for us at Kotak General Insurance. Almost 40% of our business comes from health. I think what has happened in the COVID era is primarily inertia has been broken. Right? I think the biggest thing is mindsets have changed, and inertia, which was there, a certain kind of reluctance to migrate to channels which are far more efficient, because one is always used to doing things in a particular paradigm. I think that's what probably changed. As Suresh mentioned, and I think they've said this in very many forums, the insurance industry had many of these tools already in place. It is not that we had to scramble around and put these tools together, right? Yeah, in some areas, probably we need to accelerate certain, changes, etc. But I think while technically work from home was not something we had envisaged, I think from a distribution perspective, front-end perspective, the tools were already available. We were running parallel worlds, about 10%, 15%, depending on the product and depending on the channel. The payments were coming either physical or digital, and whether people were doing end-to-end policy issuance through digital means was all left to how much the channel could migrate. And we left the tools and waiting for them to pick it up. While there was a lot of pushing and goading, sometimes it doesn't work because you leave it to the end person to decide. But what happened in the pandemic is that the TINA factor kicked in. There was no other alternative. And if you had to do business, this was the only way to do it, right? And I think luckily all of us had the requisite assets in place. So for instance, we moved from 44% digital payments in some channels to as much as 97%. We moved from 45-50% digitally issued policies for some channels to as much as 99%. So I would safely say, except for fire policies and commercial insurance policies, which Sanjay can probably corroborate for Lombard because they're also massive in this space, where we were still doing a lot of stuff, a little bit physical. I think overnight, our policy issuance on health, home insurance, motor insurance was anyway fairly digitized, etc., just skyrocketed in terms of usage, right? So I think, but only thing is, unlike life, I would say that we are also a hugely claim settling industry, right? The frequency of claims and the severity of claims, the number of claims we grapple with is probably lower than what life company manages in terms of the mortality rates,
So I think for us, the focus had to be across the value chain. It was just not about issuing a policy and saying, look here, we were able to get the business going. It was able to service every aspect of the value chain, from endorsements to call center to claims registration to eventual claim settlement. I think there again, we were able to quickly deploy all the resources. Our industry is known to be slightly, I wouldn't say ahead of the curve, but the assets were there. Video streaming and doing claims on a tab. I think many companies had already incorporated some of these things in their workflow, right? And thankfully, even our own TPA partners or hospital network, etc., we were anyway settling cash claims or reimbursement claims or cashless claims in 1 hour anyway, even before the pandemic. So I think the things were available. The only thing is the adoption increased a lot, and TINA factor came in, and the whole thing fell in place. Some areas were a concern. For instance, motor claims, we couldn't do the surveys because only in the lockdown the claims completely stopped. Before that, there were claims which had to be surveyed, and after that, the motor claims started coming in, right? But we couldn't go out and do the surveys because obviously you couldn't travel and the dealerships were shut as well. So some disruptions were there. So certain amount of backlog in terms of claims got created, but most of it was very, very attributable reasons. And the moment things started easing out, I think the industry is back. In fact, I just came back from an IRDA meeting. I think record settlement rates have happened this year. Most of the products, the settlement rates have been better. Complaints have been lower than the previous year, right? So if you look at it on most parameters, I think the industry has done pretty well. And there are a lot of learnings to carry forward to BAU or business as usual, right? And I'm sure each of us will start implementing many of these things as the new normal. Maybe we'll discuss about it later in your session. No?
Absolutely. No, this is great to hear that the traditional way had already repivoted and was accelerated due to this pandemic. Gaurav, if I come to you, while the traditional channels have repivoted, are you also seeing some new innovation that will happen in terms of distribution, that will be different from what we've seen in the past? Are you seeing more innovative go-to-market models now?
Sure. So I think, just kind of picking up from where Suresh and Mahesh left it. See, the transition of the sector as a whole was well underway, right? I mean, we were all on that path of digitizing our channels, and just from when you're operating in a competitive market where price is given to you, the way you differentiate is through your servicing capability and through the ease of issuance, and how efficient your sales force is. And the only way they can be efficient is by leveraging the technology which is at hand. So while, it would be amiss to say that, there's going to be a seismic shift from where the industry was operating in January, February last year versus today. But it's all about making those incremental gains stick, right? I mean, for instance, for us, right, we had all the tools, but maybe the adoption was not, maybe in agency, we were at 30-40% adoption. And the first phase of the pandemic was all about training the agents of using these tools which are available, because and it was imperative for them as well if they had to continue their income streams that they kind of move towards adopting this. So that was the first phase of training. And then we moved to the second phase where, once the ability to issue a policy has kind of settled down, then how do you allow or train them to prospect digitally? Because that remained a bottleneck for a very long time. Customers were just not willing to meet, and the sales force was not geared to make those convincing pitches in over the phone or through a combination of a phone or a video call. So a lot of and getting the leads at the first time, leveraging social media within their own circles, what's the kind of hooks and local campaigns they can do to get those leads. So that's the other bit which has accelerated. But I wouldn't say that the industry itself has gone through a seismic shift. It's about making these incremental gains, accelerating them and making them stick. Hopefully, when we go back to the normal, fit is lost, and we continue to leverage a lot of these efficiencies. For instance, I know that Tata AIA and some of the other insurers, we've started giving up some space because we know that some of these operations, etc., can efficiently be done from wherever people are. So we have kind of realigning some of those operational aspects so as to reduce some of the cost base that we have. I think largely about kind of making the changes stick and not letting the gains kind of wither away.
Yeah, absolutely. We all hope that, many of these learnings continue into the future. Now, let me shift gears and, get Sanjay in. And Sanjay, we've been talking about distribution and it adapting. Also, Mahesh spoke about, claims and some of the operations processes also having the right infrastructure already in place, and they adapted, to operate, and the adoption really stuck. From a risk and underwriting perspective, how did the industry react? And because a lot of the risk writing for life and health policies is still done physically. So how has the industry adapted, and what of that is going to continue in the future? What new innovations will we see in that space?
Hi, happy to be on this panel. But I think more important question is how does it sustain? To me, I think that's a critical question. There have been a lot of learnings. I think sustenance is the whole important issue. The one important fact is, I think the other speakers have talked about how companies have adapted and how our processes have adapted. Somewhere we were already in the make and we were able to do it. But the key concerns which come up, and there were some fundamental shifts in the way the regulators started thinking. That's very important. We, the customer, started thinking. We can do a lot of changes inside our company, inside our process, but for the processes to really catch, if you think, A, the regulator, and B, the customers and the ecosystem started adopting it, and kind of get used to it. And from that perspective, if I were to divide it into two parts, the one part is around our own risk thinking, which is inside the customer, inside the company, and how do we assess risk? Has undergone some fundamental change. Just look at this whole issue of being prepared for the pandemic from a risk perspective. None of us were prepared. To that extent, nobody factored it in either in terms of, I don't know how many of my co-panelists on the life side, but at least on the general side, none of us factored it in terms of taking reinsurance protection for it. Because we didn't, we normally look at a cat, we look at in terms of earthquake, flood and all of that. We do a lot of modeling around that, but no amount of modeling, nothing was available, and nobody thought about pandemic. So we didn't realize, what would be the impact of a pandemic if it come true in terms of the accumulation of, numbers in one point. The point is, we deal with infections. We are an infectious disease country. People die, people, undergo treatment. But it happens, over a period of time, which we are able to calculate and predict to a large extent. But here, these are totally caught unaware. So, for example, none of us had any insurance protection for pandemic risk, for example. That was big shock, so, it just gave us a big, kind of input that you need to take in, risks of these varieties as insurers. Forget what the client buys, Of course, there is a huge amount of awareness around pandemic. I'll come to that later in terms of the outside. I'm just talking internal. The second part, and which is very, very important for, for all of us, is to be able to, how, when you look at a product, let's say take a very simple product around, some of the innovated, the regulator asked us to give a COVID-only product, correct? Now, to price that, to be able to do that, in the midst of a pandemic, is like giving, fire insurance cover to other tenants of the building when one of the flats is on fire with a big chance that it will spread through all the other things. We never do that. When a flood happens, we just withdraw. We said that when a flood happens, stop giving home insurance in that area or a cyclone. Nobody ever does it. You don't give it at this point. If we went out and did that, without no insurance cover, we still went out and did that as an industry. The regulator caught out to it and came out with a standard product, and they took a fundamental shift there also. They said that normally what happens, you give a very short-term product for something like Mahesh was talking about a visit abroad. So we give a very short-term health kind of risk product for his visit abroad, and he comes back. That's it. The product ends there, or a personal accident policy at the most. But this was a fundamental health cover. Health is normally at the minimum 1 year covered, So they, kind of configured and said, no, for this COVID, because a lot of people are uncovered for COVID, they have, again, they understood that some of the insurances were, given the high size of COVID claims, were totally left unexposed. Private sector was coming into the entire, because the government couldn't handle it on their own. They allowed private sector to deal with it after the initial period. So that's when, they said, come out with a COVID, only product, which is help people. And they tried to do it in two parts. One is, just give a payout when COVID happens. On what basis do we give the payout? And, there were risk elements in, do I give it for an antigen test or an RT-PCR test? And, those were kind of big leaps of faith which we took on the risk side, to be able to, a 3.5-month cover, never given by the regulator, allowed by the regulator at all on a health insurance at the minimum amount. Correct. And now that will become a new norm for giving disease-specific cover, which is, very, very episodic. For a pandemic, before a pandemic, we never thought of that as an industry. Now, the parts which leaves us wanting, and we were saved as a risk. First is as a country, there's look at the livelihood. General insurers look at livelihood and lives both. As Mahesh said, correct. The livelihood portion comes in two parts. Corporates in terms of what damage they undergo and what interruption periods they go through. Now, this was big interruption for all of the lockdown, so they suffered a lot. Not only in terms of customers vanishing, but also in terms of not being able to produce just because the factory was shut down. So now that typically is a scenario where your business interruption happens without any damage to the thing. So this is, and you realize the country was not covered for this at all. We didn't pay out just because thankfully we were only paying out on the life side, not on the livelihood side, because of this. Second, the country doesn't have a big enough market for loss of job cover. Correct. And at the last but not the least, for a pandemic as a whole, for businesses to get any kind of recovery, any kind of thing, there was nothing known as a pandemic cover per se. So all these three elements came into the picture. The government during this time, said, are you in a position to look at a loss of job cover? It came through the government, through the regulator, to all of us. We were grappling with it. Second, thing which came was a pandemic cover. So there was this thought of having a pandemic pool. Again, we are still grappling with this particular issue. And last but not the least, there's this whole issue around government and economic activity. They're trying to revive economic activity. So you have a lot of spending now being jump-started on the infrastructure elements. Now that requires a lot of contractors to come into the picture and job generation thereafter. And for that, if they want to bid for NHI contracts, they need performance bonds. Performance bonds, are not, bankers are kind of very reluctant to give, to unknown contractors and all. They came to, the general insurance industry. Can you give surety bonds? Correct. And again, lot of we as a country don't do that. So these were key risk elements which arose out of the thing. Some, lack of coverages which arose, out of the, but finally, the big learning, if I were to, overarching learning is the risk learning. If you look at it from our side, I just started with the fact that you understood you have to model in everything in terms of things, even though, you think the risk could be very low. And on the customer side, a big amount of awareness, not only customers on retail health and various other people, the risk awareness. So because earlier we were, I think all life, we've been trying to sell it through various other means, but we position risk underneath something else, actually, whether it's savings or some other element. Now risk is coming to the forefront. People will need to buy things for the risk aspect, and they need to be, covered for the right elements, right amount, and that's the big amount. So even in corporates and others, people are reviewing their covers and looking at the extent of coverage, whether it's a BI coverage or the amount of coverage.
Yes,
I'd like to comment here, Pallavi. Just wanted to add some points to what Sanjay said.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Honestly speaking, our entire business is all about risk management, right? Everything else we do is incidental to the fact that we are here to manage risk, I think honestly, we were also probably in a way blessed that this pandemic came and went in a manner where there were some compensating effects, both some positive effects, while there were negative effects. But I think if the pandemic had persisted the way it had persisted probably in Spain or in UK or in US, etc., I think we could have been in far more trouble. Because thankfully for us, I think the severity of COVID claims started going down because the prices being charged, I think a lot of spotlight on that. And that started going down from 1.5, 2 lakhs, 3 lakhs in the beginning to lesser amounts, number one. Number two, I think the case rate itself in India dropped and the mortality was further down as well. So I think if some of these parameters had gone awry, I think we'd have probably been in a far more difficult shape as an industry on the losses side. Today, we're all talking about growth and whether it is 2.5 is adequate or we could have run more. But I think people forget the fact that today we are still operating, and thankfully the industry will still survive this pandemic with anywhere between 65% to 75% loss ratio, depending on the company that you take on the market. I think in a way we probably learned a lot of lessons, but didn't have to pay a huge price for it. But if we don't prepare ourselves for the future, something else happens like this again. Honestly speaking, I really don't know as an industry whether we have covered all the bases to make sure that we are ready for another pandemic of this nature, perhaps worse than this or a different nature. I think we'll have to ask ourselves a question as an industry: are we really prepared for it? And I think the invariable answer would be we are probably work in progress and far away from where we should be. And maybe Sanjay can add to it. But to my mind, I think to some extent we have been blessed to get off all this, and hopefully we are at the fag end of this entire pandemic. And we have got away probably with being blessed rather than having to face the worst of what could have happened.
Absolutely, Mahesh. Just to add a figure to that, on the entire reinsurance market, they're taking a big hit. It's still an earnings event for them rather than a big, balance sheet capital, kind of inflow kind of issue. But they've learned a big lesson. So it's around 70 to 80 billion dollars of reserving they're doing because they're on both sides. They're also on the business interruption side, which has come in a lot of court cases, a lot of stuff. Thankfully, India has been saved on that. On the health side, while we had COVID claims, while Mahesh is saying it's now seems to be under control. There was a compensating effect on people not going and taking a lot of non-COVID treatments, which helped us to balance the parts. A lot of accidental, trauma cases went down, things like that. A lot of other infectious diseases went down, for example, and helped us to compensate a bit.
No,
but I would agree with, I think it's a huge, where we, it's come cheaply, but it's a big, big learning for all of us, including customers, including, the government, the regulator, everyone is helpful.
No, actually, Pallavi, if I can come in, I think, if you were to turn it around from the customer perspective, I think a lot, India as a country, we've been saying for long, is underpenetrated when it comes to insurance, especially on the life side. If you look at protection, from what was a few years back, 92% protection gap, now maybe 83 as per the new surveys. If you were to look at the health insurance cover, the morbidity cover, it's very low. If you look at retirement and annuity, it's a large opportunity where a lot of people in our country actually have not thought through in terms of how they do their retirement planning, especially when lifespans are increasing. So, one is from the insurer point of view, were we ready for it? And other as a customer, initially when the pandemic hit, you found a huge amount of interest and search happening in terms of term and health, right? And then there was a sudden queue. And at the time when insurers are actually grappling with what kind of risk to take, whether we should enter in the market, like how Sanjay said, and you yourself didn't know what would be the impact of this. And and life insurance, for instance, initially the discussion was COVID, what kind of mortality rates, but then there was a discussion about long COVID, like because these are long-term products that we are looking at, and you don't really know that. Look, what will be the impact of what is happening because of COVID, and what will happen in terms of later on comorbidities coming in and impacting. So, so to that end, there was a customer sentiment which was changing. And initially, a lot of people were not sure about, and even in life insurance, there are 2-3 elements to it. One is the element in terms of pure protection, which obviously people saw term and health in the initial phases, which over a period of time, people realized, look, it's not really leading to that kind of morbidity. The other was on the savings side. Right, a lot of customers were not sure whether their savings were enough or they could commit to long-term investments in products, which you don't know whether how your business is going to do or how your job is going to be in the salaried segment. So they were not very sure about that. So there was a little bit of a hit. On the third side, there was this whole piece on credit life, where people take cover around loans that they've taken, and the whole thing slowed down as such. So even if you were to look at it from a customer perspective, there was a lot of uncertainty. And, when you wanted it, people were getting tighter. The COVID questionnaires were coming in. You wanted to be. So I think there's a lot of learning, a lot of people who were sitting on the fence, who now have to think through. So there are two things that have happened. The awareness went up. And now that we are coming out of the, pandemic in some sense, we are not sure we are fully out of it. But yes, because the economy is picking up, now the ability is also there. There's a little bit of confidence. So we probably as an insurance industry are right place where there is heightened awareness and there is a confidence on our ability to pay for a long period of time. Right. So we do believe that now mortality, morbidity, longevity, all risks, customers will seriously think through and see how they can go back and a lot of products innovation will happen in this area also.
Yeah, absolutely. So I hear you say, Suresh, that this possibly is a good trigger for us to fill that protection mortality gap, which has always, been lagging in India compared to some of our global peers. And this will, this possibly will be that trigger where we will catch up with some of our other peers. Gaurav, let me try and bring you in and, see if you have any thoughts on, if you were to reflect back on, the past 12 months, and you could do a couple of things differently, what would you have done differently?
Well, it's an interesting question. So I think where we were kind of left with the largest gap, I think while we had the mechanisms to fulfill, at some level, I think we had to tune our products also. So for instance, our ability to issue whatever term business, etc. was coming in, especially the term insurance business, is predicated on medical tests, right? And especially above a certain level, this is absolutely mandatory. And you would realize that the industry had just gone through a complete overhaul on their reinsurance arrangements. So for most of the players, the new reinsurance arrangements brought along with them, a heightened need to be able to assess the underlying risks better. Now, even for what business was trickling in, I think the ability to adapt to new modes of issuance, be it through, doing a medical assessment over the phone or kind of for certain segments and pockets, being able to offer the policies through non-medical levels only. I think that adoption, that those sort of discussions took a fairly long time. And I think there was a period where you might have had a certain set of population who wanted to buy term. Just the initial phase, people realized that they were not covered, but your ability to issue adequate cover to them was kind of constrained by that. So I think, while the industry kind of went over that over the first 2-3 months, and people found different mechanisms, either through, absorbing some of the increased cost or passing it on to the customers. But that kind of, let some of the initial momentum or initial demand go. So that was definitely one. The second is, the other panelists, now that we are here today, I think a lot of the conversations with customers are around the comprehensiveness of this. So people are looking at each element and the adequacy of each element. So a lot of, while there are some products in the market which kind of try and stitch everything together, but partly because of, what the life insurance company can do and what a health or a non-life insurance can do, those segregations, as well as a lack of such integrated offerings where you can have, let's say, high cover with a high amount of savings and adequate amount of coverage and against, let's say, an accidental death, critical illness, etc., all blended in. So having good, efficient products are still not something which are at least prevalent. So something which, is the need of the market today. And yes, we could have definitely started that earlier. The other, I think the other learning which has kind of accelerated is the entire concept of wellness. Now we have seen the regulator also, IRD has now allowed a lot of wellness options to be bundled along with health products. But really, I think as an industry to drive that amongst our consumers is something, we all aspire to do. And we have seen some of very interesting propositions come to market. But again, a long way for the industry to go to have a very well thought out, well nurtured wellness ecosystem for our customers. So that's something, which potentially sitting today, something which is need of the consumer and something which could have started a little earlier.
Yeah, that's been in the rounds for a while, but I think we've made little moves. We've spoken about it in many boardrooms, but that's something hopefully that will come in the fore after this as a clear need that consumers need. Mahesh, let me ask you, what are the, hence looking forward, what would be the 2 or 3 strategic priorities that, are very critical to sustain this momentum, as well as, then to build from it in terms of more innovation and driving penetration in the country? What would be those 2 or 3 strategic agenda?
Yeah, I think let me start with one big lesson learned, and I learned it in a lucky way, I would say. I think around March 15th of last year, I think when they started really talking about lockdown, many of us laughed it off saying, come on, you must be kidding. How does this work? How do you really bring an economy into a complete standstill of asking everybody to stay indoors? All this was theoretical discussion sometime in February last year because some other countries had started doing all this. So I think most of us were in the realm of not wanting to believe it or saying that, look here, this is preposterous. Yeah, this is not going to happen, right? But around March 15th, I think I remember taking one very lucky decision. I completely by providence, I would say. Something told me that, look here, if this is a worst case scenario, how do we adopt? I spoke to my IT head and he said the only way is to make sure that people are given laptops and we enable work from home, So then I asked him roughly how many laptops would you want? Would we require, how many do we have? And he came up with some number saying that I need some huge number, let's say 150, 200, 300 numbers. And I very quickly calculated the cost of hiring a laptop. And it really made me feel that, look here, I think if this doomsday happens, the cost I'm paying for hiring laptops is nothing. So I immediately told him, go place an order. Let's go and hire laptops. Let's also buy laptops, but those will take a long time to deliver. Let's block capacity for X number of laptops. Because laptops come on hiring for $1,000, $1,500 a month. That's like, looking at the hindsight, I think that was probably the best decision I took. And luckily we got those laptops because we were able to corner a bit of supply. Those got delivered and configured. And I think by 28th or 29th, I think we were able to actually send those laptops out to various people pan-India, And by the time we came to April 7th or 8th, I think our work from home had completely taken place. And one big constraint called laptop was actually nailed, So I would say completely by providence. The learning, if something can happen in the realm of probability, better plan for it. Right? Black swan events are events which become theoretical, but I think there have been too many black swan events. So I think when you sit and do your strategic analysis of if and what scenario, if there is a 0.1% of something happening, at least you should have some plan to counter that as well. Brushing it aside, saying that ye to hoga nahi is bravado, and I don't think we're all paid here to be brave. We are paid here to be cautious and run out of this thing. So I think just on a side, I thought I should share that personal experience. So that's probably going to be on the back of my mind always to say worst case scenarios mein kya ho sakta hai and uske liye kya karna hai, So coming back to other things in the new era, I think the first and foremost thing that comes to my mind is software aspects. We have spoken a lot about business, about what you call digital, etc. People and mindsets in terms of how do you run companies? How do you run? Honestly, all of us are in Bombay, I think, except for Arnab maybe. What a waste of life we have led in the last 30 years. Traveling stupidly across the city for 2 meetings and 1 meeting and some Conclave mein some meeting, Taj, for a 2-hour meeting, you huddle up in the morning, wake up, 8:39, beat the traffic, get there, come back. I feel so stupid, honestly, as to how I have led my life in this city for the last 25, 30 years, And I've made people around me as well, forcibly or maybe because of the way we were all thinking about what work is all about, right? So I think the biggest lesson learned is, look here, I think there is work-life balance can be achieved if you really, really want to do it, right? And the lockdown has taught all of us that, look here, eminently possible. I've started coming back to work 3 days a week, but to hell with it, I'm going to leave my office at 5:36. Now I'm going to leave, right? Take a call in the transit and I'll go home and do one more call, not a problem, But I'm not going to step out in peak traffic and waste 2 hours of my bloody time sitting in a car and traffic all around me blaring and wasting diesel and petrol, which is a bigger saving for the exchequer, I think these mindsets are going to really, really be the new paradigm in terms of how do we look at our employees, how do we look at work-life balance, how do we look at stress management of the workspace and outside of it. I think to my mind, these softest aspects of it, it's a great time to focus. And therefore, we are going to convert all our employees to all three options. Some will be working from office because of the nature of the job demands. Some will be working from home fully. And some will be given the option. And the ones who are working from home, we are going to probably give them hot desking, like the way you go to PVR and book my show and book your seats and come to office so that we also see you. We don't want to become a completely virtual company in terms of employee interactions. But I think these things are probably going to be the new normal. And believe you me, this will probably add a lot more flexibility, longevity. A lot more women will get attracted to the workforce, right? Because many competent women leave the organizations because of the fact that they can't manage family and work. I think the talent pool just got increased because more women will probably continue to work in the organization. I think to my mind, these are unbelievably phenomenal gains. And I would much rather focus on this because the nuts and bolts, I'm sure all of us are experts in cost management. We'll all work out rental savings. We'll all work out all the savings accrued out of various things, not sending policies by courier. All that will get worked out. But to my mind, the softer aspects of what we have learned is probably the biggest thing that I would probably carry forward managing in the post-COVID era.
Very interesting, and completely agree with the waste of time, traveling on the roads. It completely makes us look like a fool. Suresh, what about you? What learnings and what 2 or 3 strategic, agenda or personal learnings you would like to take forward?
So, Pallavi, I think, look, fair amount of learnings, for us, frankly, as an organization, some of these things like the digital innovation and the thrust to moving to a whole digital has been a way of life for quite some time. Like I said, the idea was not just because, you wanted to go the traditional way of not meeting people. I think there is some merit in meeting your partners, meeting your customers. There's a lot of confidence which comes in. But the fact was that, look, you could do things easier. You could get a better customer experience. You could bring cost efficiencies in place. You could look at innovation. So for me, I think, look, if we were to look at some of the learnings which came in is that, look, there is a whole lot of product innovation which is available out there when we start thinking about, opportunities and what we can do in terms of building ecosystems, in terms of building combo products, in terms of how we are able to deliver journeys to the customer. A lot of this can be thought through if we are able to, not think that, okay, this is the only way of doing business. If you start thinking through saying, okay, look, products can be, for instance, a new product that we launch in terms of Click to Protect Life, it helps you balance at various stages of your life between your protection and your critical illness. Now there are a lot of things that we can do which can cater to your customer needs. And my learning was that, look, we need to constantly innovate. It's not that we've not been doing it. We need to test our BCPs in place. Like Mahesh said, that, look, a lot of things that we thought were the only way of working could have been thought differently. Employee well-being is clearly on top of the agenda. What we thought was things which could probably not have happened in terms of operational efficiencies with people working from home. I think the trust that we have played in employees and the way the employees have given it back to us, given the last 9 months, we are actually growing year on year in a pandemic year, shows the extent to which, and not just us, the financial consultant partners, the banker partners, we've learned that, look, you need to keep yourself diversified. And you need to keep ensuring that there are various other ways and alternates that we need to move. On a personal front, I think, like I said, there are various things that we realize that, look, there are productivity and efficiencies which you can bring about. And for a lot of people who are now vintage in the industry, it's very easy for us to probably go back and continue business, because your partners, the products, you don't have to travel. But for a lot of people who are joining in new in the industry, right, you need to think through as to how you will build ecosystems which help them onboard onto our company, how we are able to help train them. For a lot of people who are joined in during the COVID, they don't even know people who are sitting at head office. For them, it's probably a Zoom call and just doesn't build that kind of connect which otherwise could have happened. Now, are there ways to work around this? I think a lot of us can probably invest in opportunities like this, because frankly, what we need to ensure is the value proposition which we finally deliver to the end customer. And that is what we are here for. Look, how do we go back and make sure that the customer benefits, whether it's in terms of higher IRRs on savings products, whether it's in terms of lower pricing on term, right? Do we really need the number of branches that we have got? Is there some way where we can, move this entire thing to virtual? Like Mahesh said earlier, in any case, all renewal payments, in any case, a lot of servicing is all virtual. You have bots now, you have, WhatsApp chats, you have, all of that in place, which you are anyway able to do. You have apps which can do your account management. The lucky thing is that during this COVID, there were a lot of learnings personally which came out through other industries. Right. So, none of us thought that we could last out 6 months, 7 months by not walking out of home. And, Amazon and some of the other guys, whether it's Netflix, could kind of come in and deliver 100% of what you thought was. Yes, you probably missed the morning run when the lockdown was happening, or you missed the walks in the evening or going new places. But beyond that, really, if you look at it, a lot of it could just get done which met your expectations. So I think, going forward, both you thought what was relevant, maybe you need to think through to say that, look, can it be done differently, both on the personal as well as on the business side.
Very, very true. So much was done just by sitting at home. That was unfathomable a few months ago. So absolutely resonate with that. Actually, interestingly, I'm getting a few questions from the audience. So Sanjay, let me pose this one to you. There are many people in the audience who are wanting to know that there are strong tailwinds on the health insurance side, given COVID. And we are seeing very strong momentum and growth on the health insurance. Is this to sustain? Will this continue? What is the future from a health insurance perspective?
My fundamental answer to that is yes. Because of two reasons. I would have said no if you had talked about the flood. Because we've had situations. So we thought that after the Surat earthquake, home insurance would take off. It didn't. Because of the understanding of risk is very different on the customer side. They think if the earthquake has come today, it will not come for the next 50 years. It's just the same thing. If you say the pandemic has come, another 100 years the pandemic will not come. Risk you're thinking on our side is very different from the way customers think. But this has been a fundamental shake-up, in terms of risk, and because what has happened in terms where everybody has gone through this. It is not about somebody in Surat having a flood or you read about the papers. Each one of us in one way or the other has been touched by this particular pandemic. And the risk lessons and the lessons has come to each one of us, whether it's, whether you need to, how do you take care of household work itself is a big thought process, reoriented the entire thing. You didn't have, help and all of that. How do you look at health, for example? But beyond all of it, their safety becomes our concern, which is never big. People become extremely different. I keep telling this. Back to Bahesh's point. I was never concerned about. Somebody said, it's done coming to work. But here, if somebody is not on a meeting, I would ask you, is he okay? Is he got, is he got COVID or not? To that, the level of concern, everything has changed very, very fundamentally. Each one of us. And that will foster, not only, risk taking, but also the need for protection will go up fundamentally. And to bolster that, I will just give you a data point. Hopefully, just to, because everybody has got the same thinking. Take the 2008 crisis, and you take 4 countries, the BRICS countries. And if you just go back and look, you can study all the stats. In terms of the growth of insurance growth, the GWP growth of each of these in the insurance sector for the next let's say 2 years. By 2 years, growth had fallen in Brazil and Russia to 0 or negative after the 2000. But by 2010, India and China had rebounded very strong. So India and China will react differently to that because of the sheer lack of penetration and the numbers and very different kind of things. So my view is that this will shake us up fundamentally, and there'll be a huge impact on the way we think through. And the impetus is just not about the individual. The corporates will start thinking. So they will start thinking different levels of covers for health insurance, for their life insurance, or whatever it is. Everything changes in that sense. Is my take on this.
No, very interesting. And if this is to, sustain and become, the way, then Mahesh, will we on the health side also see a lot more innovation, both on the product side, because, today it's largely hospitalization, retail, indemnity kind of product that's, that's being sold. So will we see a lot more benefits product and lot other kinds of OPD products which will come in play? And also on the claim side, with the entire national health stack, which the government is, is trying to significantly create as a disruption. Hence, will that also, bolster the entire health story in the country?
Yeah. So let me take the second question first in terms of the national health stack. I think data is probably data is Bhagwan for the insurance industry because we are all about data, right? So the more and more data we get along the value chain, I think the ability to call out efficiencies and pass it back as benefits to the customer is basically the business model that all of us would love to have, right? So on the claim side, unfortunately, sometimes I call the insurance industry in India, especially the way we are structured, and maybe Sanjay can probably give his views. I call myself sometime an escrow industry. I collect payment from the customer, hold it with me for some time, and somebody else keeps on taking that money over a period of time. My distributor will take away some. My garage fellow will take away some, the hospital will take away some. So we come in basically with very little control over the value chain in terms of ability to deliver quality service and quality experience to our customers, because the critical elements of the value chain, which attribute about 75-80% of my cost, is actually not within my control, right? Because I'm unable to influence some of these things because I'm not in that business, I'm in the business of providing insurance. But today, if you bang your car, the experience is all about getting the car replaced after everything has been done, right? I come in only with a financial instrument of covering you, right? I'm unable to influence the rest of the value chain. I think that's where data will help us enormously, especially on the health side, because we'll all be operated in integrated ecosystems where we'll all be able to see data flowing. Data will bring in efficiency in terms of rates, efficiency in terms of fraud management, efficiency in terms of timeliness of information being available, and ability to respond to what's happening around you, right? So I think it's a great thing. And I think government is moving in the right direction. And personally, all of us should be excited about it. And we should also be making sure we make the right investments as an industry. For instance, in the GI side, we are trying to accumulate data of claims already, either through IIB or through our own initiative at the industry, so that we are able to share the data and make sure that data at the industry level is available. Mind you, we still don't have, after 23 years, 20 years of GI industry privatization in this country, we don't have insurance bureaus. We have credit bureaus which give you a score. And I know how much credit bureau changed the dynamics of lending. Again, Suresh probably has the same background as me. From 2007-8 onwards, the default ratios have changed completely. And the power of pricing has come back to insurers, because today people take the credit score very seriously. Both the industry and the individual take it very seriously. So we need to have comparable, scenarios in the insurance industry, where Pallavi has an insurance score, Sanjay has an insurance score, and I give you my premium based on your credibility and your susceptibility to make a claim. I think that's a direction which we need to move. So data needs to be taken very seriously. For that, we need to make KYC mandatory, make try and use the Aadhaar JAM stack as much as possible, so that we're all able to benefit from the data. So that's as far as the data goes. In terms of product innovation on the health side, I think today what we are really lacking is what you guys talk about it, BCG talks about it, innovation at scale, right? A lot of innovation is already happening, Pallavi. Everybody is launching new products and new features and wearables, and the Corona Kavach is a fantastic example. 47 lakh policies got sold in just about 6 months' time. So a lot of innovations are happening, but what we lack probably is innovation at scale, because we are still looking for that silver bullet, which will really catapult the penetration from 0.9% to 1.5-2%, which has always been touted about. I think what we need is few things which can really catapult the industry or put the industry into a different orbit. Those are the innovations which are lacking. Otherwise, a lot of innovation is happening. Sandboxes around. Each of us is doing dime a dozen things across the value chain in terms of innovation. But we still maybe, hopefully as an industry, we'll get onto something which will make the customer come and buy our product, appreciate the risk. We are still a push industry. Life may be more than non-life. But yes, we are still a very, very push-driven industry. And for us, the hope is only when we convert it to a pull, where people recognize the value of insurance, recognize the value of the risk that they probably need to manage, and therefore they start buying the products rather than selling it, which is what has happened to SIP in a brilliant way with the AMFI mutual fund sahi hai. I think there's been so much of pull for that particular kind of asset class rather than people trying to push it. So I think the innovation which can convert this to a pull is what probably we should all be gunning for. Otherwise, a lot of innovation is happening and they'll continue to happen. But yeah, that inflection point will be 2-3 big things which will change the landscape of penetration.
No, very, very interesting thoughts, Mahesh. Suresh, I know innovation is at the core of HDFC Life, and you've always, over-indexed on tech and data as well. Since Mahesh mentioned there should be a few innovations which will really catapult the industry. If you are looking forward to one or two of those really sticking, what is the dimension, or what is the area where you want this innovation to really, stick around in, and how are you working towards that?
So, Pallavi, it's not that innovation hasn't happened in the insurance industry, both on the general as well as on the life side. Year on year, there are new products coming in, whether it's a cancer care or there is a deferred annuity. There are a lot of stuff which is happening even in the life insurance industry in terms of what we have been bringing and what's there. I think the real paradigm shift will happen over a period of time. This will continue, right? The digital innovation, the product innovation. But the idea is, if tomorrow, if you were to convert life insurance, like Mahesh said, from a push to a pull kind of a product. What you really need to do is create ecosystems which in some sense will turn the way the customer looks at this proposition end to end and says, look, I need to cover myself. For instance, one of the things which even Gaurav touched upon, the health system, till such time we onboard a customer. As a life insurance company, we are worried about his medical checks in terms of his health, and we want to make sure that we've got the right risk on board with us, and if anything, if either we have taken the right risk or we have rated up or whatever that's happened as an insurance industry. But frankly, the way we wanted to do is to have a long-term customer engagement where you're able to build health propositions where once the customer is on board, I think we need to realize that the insurance company and the customer have one common agenda, that look, this customer stays healthy for life. So if we are over a period of time able to build health propositions which you can take across to the customer, whether you can build support systems, and it need not be restricted. I think somewhere if there is a little bit of innovation which is allowed where insurance players can come in, can partner with other players, that is one, where we are able to take across a more holistic proposition across to customers to say that, look, we are genuinely interested. So if tomorrow you want lower renewal premiums to be paid, we would expect you to see better health which is coming in, so stay engaged with us. Similarly, if you were to go back and look at a retirement opportunity, I think there is a huge amount of innovation which can happen in terms of people who are able to look through, and we can bring support systems into place. One of the learnings in pandemic was there were friends who were sitting in the US whose parents were alone in remote, and suddenly the maids and the house help stopped coming. Now, they had absolutely no way that they could function, and they were sitting there requesting, and a lot of them were dependent on neighbors to help out their parents over a period of time. Now, if tomorrow life insurance propositions have to change, somewhere I think that, look, we need to think through as to how we build this whole value proposition around and think through as to how we can deliver it to the customers. And I think a lot of innovation is going to happen in this front. And over a period of time, you will find that, look, customers will see value in this. So product digital, I think, look, that is hygiene now. That's almost reached a stage where we have to kind of work. The second part, which I may say, is that the whole partnership with other e-commerce and other platforms will build to a very different level, right? People have got used to doing everything over an Amazon, and people have got everything to do over a Flipkart over this pandemic, right? There is no reason why, given the level of analytics and propensity models that these people are bringing in, there is no reason why we can't partner with such large ecosystems and take our proposition across. So while we do have banks, we do have financial consultants outside, the reach to the tier 3, tier 4, the way, let's say, for instance, we work with Airtel, where we've been able to bundle a product and take it across to tier 3, tier 4. I think some of those innovations, what is probably going to change both in terms of penetration as well as in segments that we can approach.
All of those sound very, very exciting. As a customer, I can say, and as someone who works in the industry, having spoken to all of you all, seeing the amount of energy in this room, the pandemic, while has been tough on all of us, has left us with many, many learnings and many innovations that we will see going forward. On that note, we are on time, and thank you very much to all our panelists for joining us, sharing your thoughts. It's really been wonderful, sharing and having this discussion. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Thanks, Pallavi, and thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Malani. We are really grateful to all of you because with your busy schedule, you have managed time and joined with us. And I hope you have enjoyed the entire discussion because we have learned a lot about the innovation, about many others part, and we look forward for a resilient insurance industry. And with this, we end the session, and we look forward to have you all when we'll do it physically in Mumbai. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna.
We are also grateful to all our participants who have participated. More than 400 people have viewed this program till now, and I'm sure the total number of you will cross 1 lakh in few days. And we are also thankful to all the participants who had been with us via various social media platform, and to all our sponsors and all our guest speakers throughout the day. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.